Copse Lodge land south of Halse Road. Just a reminder of mobile phones, please. Reminder that there's no fire alarm drills, so if it goes off, it's the real thing, and we gather at the mound outside. We've agreed to start at 9:30 today, having given up for reasons a little bit of time yesterday, but hopefully that time was able to be well utilised. And just a reminder of where we are before I ask whether anything's moved through. We have heard most of the evidence from CLAG. We retain Mr. Ward for some further planning and other matters to come later in the programme. I do note, obviously, that there was a statement of common ground that was under discussion between the appellants and CLAG. I'm slightly agnostic now. We're getting to this point as to where it might be, but I'm just wondering where it might be.
So I think that's a good way to put it. It's very difficult, I think, once you're into the inquiry process to find the time to deal with these matters sufficiently. And certainly that's been the position from our side of the room. It's not something that I could review, and people have been busy. So I'm afraid it looks at present like that will not be forthcoming. But certainly, I think at this stage, when we've heard most of the evidence, the dispute and agreement between us is I hope, clearer now than it was.
Okay.
Yes, I would agree with that. I think that CLAG's members have had very limited time this week to focus on the statement of common ground, among other things.
Okay, I mean, it doesn't really need an inspector to tell you, but you know, they're of their most use much earlier in the programme than they are within the heart of an inquiry. Okay, are there any other documents that could be revealed up till now? I'm thinking conditions, itineraries, you know, that sort of nagging thing that I bring up every now and then, and perhaps confirmation that I could look it up, couldn't I, that the LCD types have appeared on the core docs. But let's have a stab at where we're at with conditions.
Conditions, there were a few more added yesterday in light of the discussions, or at least some tweaking made to existing conditions. That's gone back to the local authority.
Yeah,
I hope we'll be in a position at some point today. I think Mr. Stevens is probably working furiously on them. So hopefully we'll be in a position to give you a draft of those today. As to the site visit itinerary, I believe that has been thrashed out between the landscape witnesses, and that CLAG have contributed via Mr. Ferber certainly to that process. And so I don't know if that's going to appear on a fancy plan or a highlighter on a plan. So I'll leave that to the landscape experts in the room.
Good morning, sir. Jonathan Evans. Yes, the plan will be forthcoming today. Good. Hopefully not too fancy.
But budget plan coming today.
I just sort of briefly note that we've had people who raised particular concerns about their properties and about whether those have been captured and whether they indeed you wanted me to visit Greatworth Manor. I'm not sure. That is added to the list. All right, thank you very much. What we will have, it's useful for me to have it because although we're talking about probably Monday morning, there is a need to make sure that there's people around and there's access and I can be given safe routes in and acceptable routes in to look at views from properties and things like that. So we'll need a moment to discuss how that site visit will work if we're going to basically meet at X o'clock on Monday to carry it out.
So far as the conditions are concerned, they are with us. The inquiry team is clearing them with the development management team upstairs. I'm hoping that that process will be complete by, if not the start of lunchtime, the end of lunchtime, and we should therefore aim to give you a list of conditions after lunch today at the latest. He says, setting up hostages to fortune.
Don't worry, it's staying on my computer on my nag sheet. Don't
Yeah.
worry, it'll still be there. Okay, any other matters that might have raised their head overnight that I should be aware of?
Yes, just one matter. Last night, the people who would be responsible for setting up this room for the planning committee
Yes.
came in and took fright at the impedimentar and reorganization that would be required and have moved the location of the planning committee rather than chuck us out. So
Interesting.
we will not be required to vacate this evening.
Oh, well, that is, I think, good news. Not for the people organising the committee, but for us. All right. Thank you for that. That's helpful. Good. Okay. We've therefore reached the point where we're calling on the first of the appellant's witnesses, Ms. Osman-Smith.
So thank you very much. If I can just give a heads up on some of the documents we'll be going to, so that you can have them ready in advance. We have, of course, the landscape proofs of evidence and appendices, the landscape statement of common ground, core document 4.1, which is GLVIA, and probably so if you have ready access to the whole of the core document 4 series for the landscape character assessments, guidelines, etc. There are rather some ES figures at core document 7.5A series, which I think we'll probably go to. There is a 2.2, which is the topography plan. 2.3 is an environmental designations plan. 2.1 is the landscape features plan. That might be useful to have reference to as well. Mr. Evans's Appendix 4, which is the comprehensive viewpoint location plan. And I think we probably make a good start having those ready. Oh, and of course, the landscape master plan Rev O. Thank you. Mr. Evans, I'll introduce you now from your proof of evidence, page 3, section 1, where you set out author's background and particulars. And that's where you tell us you are Jonathan Evans, forgive me.
That's correct.
Yes, you hold a Bachelor of Arts degree in Landscape Architecture and a postgraduate diploma in Landscape Architecture, and you are a Chartered Landscape Architect and a Chartered member of the Landscape Institute.
That's right.
At 1.2, you tell us you're Landscape Planning Director with Pegasus Group, and you give a little bit of information about the company, which was a founding member of IEMA's Quality Mark scheme. And at 1.3, you tell us this, that with an agricultural background, you have gained over 15 years of landscape planning consultancy experience. And prior to joining Pegasus, you were an Associate Director at FPCR Environment and Design, where you specialised in addressing landscape planning and design issues which related to a wide range of development projects. You've had extensive experience of and involvement in a wide range of residential development and built infrastructure projects throughout the UK, often involving environmentally sensitive sites in terms of urban design, landscape character, visual resources and biodiversity. These include sites within the Greenbelt, as well as statutory protected sites, including national parks, areas of outstanding natural beauty, and also non-statutory designations such as designated special landscape areas. All correct.
That's right.
1.5, you're chair of the Sheffield Hallam University Professional Review Group for the Landscape Institute accredited undergraduate environmental science course, and you've been employed for the last 4 years as an external examiner by the Birmingham School of Architecture and Design for the Master's Landscape Architecture and Landscape Architecture course.
That's right.
And finally, at 1.7, you say this, that the landscape proof of evidence is based on your own professional judgment and is presented in accordance with the guidance of your professional institution, the content of which is true to the best of your knowledge and belief and is presented irrespective of by whom you are instructed.
Correct.
Thank you very much. Well, with that then, and with one eye on section 2 of your evidence, can you just set out, because you weren't involved, Mr. Evans, in this scheme from the start. So how and why did you come to be involved?
So my first involvement with this project was in late March, early April, when my colleague Andrew Cook found that due to circumstances beyond his control, he could no longer attend this appeal. He asked me if I would be willing to go and have a look at the site and see whether I would be happy to support the appeal.
I think, Mr. Evans, you might have to move your microphone a little bit closer. If you move this unit closer to you, that should bring it closer to your mouth. I know that
Okay.
some
Is that
people
better?
behind are struggling a little bit. That should be better. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so let's follow this through chronologically. So Mr. Cook spoke to you, you went along to site, and what did you see when you were on site? What did you observe that enabled you to be sat where you are today?
I think the key thing I noticed when I visited the site, I drove around in the car for a start. Clearly the site is low-lying in the landscape, surrounded on three sides by ridges of higher ground. And I also appreciated that there was a substantial amount of vegetative screening, particularly along the dismantled railway line, which runs through the middle of the site, but also to varying degrees, the roadside hedgerows and hedgerow trees.
So can we just have a look at the topography plan that I mentioned before, which is CD 7.5A, and it's ES figure 2.2. So just talk us through that, Mr. Evans, and what that tells you about the ability of this site to accommodate the development proposed.
I think the key thing about the topography in this location is that the site is low-lying. It sits in a bowl between ridges of higher ground. Obviously, this makes it a low-profile site in contrast to the more elevated ridges which surround it. The ridges themselves surrounding the site are open at more elevated levels, but the site itself obviously is very low-lying and contained by this topography.
So what does that mean for this scheme then, in your assessment of it in general terms?
Well, I think in terms of the site location, it means the scheme is fairly discreet in the landscape due to the undulating surrounding topography, and also, I mean, obviously vegetation not shown on this plan, but in combination with that vegetation, particularly from lower levels, the site does have a good degree of screening.
Just talk about the vegetation on the site. You mentioned the railway line and the trees associated with that going through the middle of the site. Why is that something you regard as important?
I think it's important in the case of this site because it splits the site in two. The railway as it comes through the site is often embanked, and there's some very mature vegetation along the railway line itself, which has grown up over the course of the years, obviously due to the nature of the embankment and the engineering works that form part of the railway. It's remained fairly untouched. And the key thing about the vegetation on the embankment is that it visually separates the site into two parcels.
Why is that a key thing?
Sorry.
Ms. Chalabi apologises. Why is that a key thing?
It's a key thing because when viewed in the wider context, there is no opportunity to view the site in its entirety from any publicly accessible locations.
Why does that matter?
I think due to the scale of the project, obviously, and accommodating it in this landscape, it's a visual concern. If you've got a large scale project and it's wholly visible, potentially that could lead to significant adverse effects. But I think in this case, it's well contained. It's divided into So when you do view the site from more elevated locations, you're looking at parcels within the site as opposed to the site in its entirety.
So that's the main belt of vegetation so far as the railway line is concerned. And we'll come back and have a look at what's proposed in future if permission is granted for that. What about the vegetation around the outside and the hedgerow and other tree cover that we see both on site and in the locality? What's the effect of that?
Yeah, so obviously I would describe the hedgerow and tree vegetation as variable, which is characteristic of the area. We've got hedges managed at both a low level, low cropped, which is typical for larger arable fields, but also at the southern end of the site, as Mr. Foote alluded to yesterday, we've got some outgrown hedgerows with larger trees, which provide a significant level of screening when the site is viewed from the southwest.
So as to the uniformity of hedgerows, trees, planting in this area, what do you say about that?
I think the key thing in terms of the way the hedgerows are managed and the tree stock as well is that it's variable. You've got a mixture of both low cropped hedgerows and tall outgrown hedgerows, and in between as well you've got hedgerows managed at sort of 3 to 4 meters in height, which are regularly pruned back on a sort of biannual 3-yearly basis, but they're sided up as opposed to cropped down.
So that those were your observations on site. Now I want to have a think about the landscape character assessments that we've got, and we've got them in the core document 4 series. And we've heard a little bit from Mr. Ferber about those, particularly I think 4.11. And that's the update. First of all, just for the inspector's note, I know that document hasn't been readily available before, but what's the relationship between the update at 4.11 and the earlier character assessments in terms of the landscape character areas they assess, what they're trying to do, what they tell us about these areas?
I'll just get that up now. So if we start with landscape character type, LCT6, the undulating claylands, this is the smaller portion of the site.
Which core document are you in? Are you in the 4.11?
I'm in the South Northamptonshire landscape character assessment.
Yeah. So this is the most recent one.
Yes,
Yeah.
this is, I mean, the key thing about this document is that the landscape character areas are coterminous with the current Northamptonshire landscape character assessment, but it provides an update in terms of the descriptions of the landscape character type and areas.
Thank you. Carry on.
So I think if we first look at landscape character area 6A, which forms part of the overarching landscape character type 6, the undulating claylands, I think we can note from the key characteristics that there are wide panoramic views across elevated areas. Shallow valleys generally are not perceptible, however, below the more open elevated areas and interviews, resulting in expansive views and wide horizons from elevated locations, but more discrete and intimate views at lower elevations. It's perceived as a productive rural landscape. There's a mixture of large arable fields, typically on more elevated land. Pastoral fields are more intricate and smaller in scale, tend to be near settlements or on the edges of watercourses. I think this mosaic of different uses lends an interesting and varied pattern or texture to the landscape.
Can I just, so that's the second bullet point on the key characteristics page, but you talked about the first one and the wide panoramic views, the shallow valleys. Why did you draw that to the inspector's attention?
Well, I think the key thing is here, I acknowledge that, you know, there are wide ranging views from elevated locations in the wider context of the site, but I also acknowledge that at lower lying elevations, you know, clearly there are screening effects from hedgerows and the undulating landform.
And we'll come back and have a look at visual in a bit more detail, but in terms of the wide ranging views that you can presently get from around the landscape, what's the effect of the scheme on those?
So to go back to my initial impressions of the site, you know, you're going to have far-reaching views from elevated locations, that's obvious. The site itself, although it does feature in those views, is low-lying. And the other thing to note, as we discussed about the dismantled railway line that runs through the site, even though you've got those wide-ranging views, there are no opportunities to view the site in its entirety. So when you take in the wide-ranging views across the lower land, yes, you can see parts of the site, but they're only parcels of the site. You don't see the whole site.
Okay, thank you. So back to the key characteristics.
Yeah, I think to move on with the key characteristics, I think it's fair to say large woodlands are not a characteristic feature, although woodland in surrounding landscape types, there are small deciduous copses, hedgerow trees. These together often create the sense of a well-wooded character. As we just discussed, hedgerows are often low and well clipped, sometimes emphasising the undulating character of the landscape with scattered hedgerow and ash trees, oak and ash trees. And then also the pattern and the scale hedgerow network is an important feature within the landscape and reinforces the relationship between land use and grain of the landform. To move on to woodland and trees, we've already stated that large wooded areas are not characteristic, but nevertheless the landscape can appear well wooded. Few woodlands are ancient in origin. I think that's the case in the locality of the site. We've got no ancient woodland designations, and where present, they comprise a mixture of species, including some coniferous species. And it's clear that, you know, significant replanting has taken place. I think when the inspector's on site, he takes the trouble to view W1, he'll see that there's quite a range of species in that woodland. Hedgerow field boundaries, again, a range of species, but I agree, there are ash and oak as mature and semi-mature hedgerow trees. Where present, they do help to filter long distance views and help to reduce the openness.
So anything else to say on SLA 6? So not SLA 6, forgive me, LCT 6.
I think just in terms of boundaries and field patterns, I mean, we've touched on it. I think the field sizes are an important consideration. So there are larger fields, which tend to be the arable fields on the rising slopes and the elevated locations. But small to medium sized fields are common where the landform is rolling or where steeper slopes are prevalent, and also alongside watercourses.
And thinking about the field pattern that we've got in this site, there's been some discussion, and I think Mrs. Stoughton will contribute more in due course, about the field pattern and whether it's historic and what's happened over the history of this site, particularly with the introduction of the railway. And what's your view on that?
Well, I think it's clear that there have been various periods of hedgerow enclosure. If we look at the tithe map, which Ms Stoughton has appended to her heritage proof of evidence, we can see that you know, there's a hedgerow pattern which emerges then. Later on, we've got parliamentary enclosure, and this brings us a mix of curvilinear hedgerows and straight hedgerows. So it's clear that there's a layering effect, and the landscape has changed as we've gone through time.
And one of the points that's made by Mr. Ferber is, well, you're proposing to plant new hedgerows, but they don't bear reference to the historic field row pattern. The implication there's something harmful about what's proposed in respect of planting. Can I understand from you, and revision O of the proposed site layout and landscape strategy, what's proposed in respect of new hedgerow planting and how that essentially fits with the landscape character as it exists?
So as part of the landscape strategy, we're obviously, I mean, this is a landscape-led scheme. We're retaining the vast majority of the existing hedgerows, which some of which are curvilinear, some of which are straight. We're obviously preserving the hedgerow trees within those hedgerows. But as far as the proposals go, we're proposing new hedgerows as part of the mitigation strategy. These hedgerows will provide both visual screening for footpath users travelling through the site, but also biodiversity benefits with the mix and range of species and the opportunities for wildlife. So
a couple of points arising from that. You used the phrase landscape-led scheme. What do you mean by that?
So it's clear to me that this scheme considers the landscape features on the ground. So a ground up approach has been taken in terms of the evolution of the plan. Consideration has been given to all features of value as far as I can see. The dismantled railway line is retained in its entirety. The vast majority of the hedgerows are retained. And I think, having read the arboricultural report, there's only the requirement for one tree to be removed as part of the proposals. And that's to allow access.
And how does that measure up against the proposed tree planting that would come forward as a result of consent being given for this scheme?
Well, I think the proposals represent obviously a net benefit in hedgerow and tree planting, which is a positive benefit, positive landscape benefit.
And then just going back to the hedgerow planting that we've got, you'll recall some of the criticism made by Mr. Ferber that we've got, for example, a new hedgerow to the north of Field 2, set back behind the road, and that creates this space essentially to the north of Field 2 before you get to the road where nothing's happening. Can I have your view on that, please? To what extent that should be regarded as harmful or inadequate so far as the mitigation is concerned?
In my mind, it's not harmful. I mean, it reflects the type of boundaries we've got on the site. As I've said, we've got some straight, some curvilinear. It allows a parcel of land out with the solar panels to be put down to biodiversity-rich grassland. So in my view, it's not uncharacteristic of the local area.
Is anything about the landscape mitigation planting that's proposed here uncharacteristic? For this site, for the local area?
Not to my mind. I think everything that's being proposed, we're obviously proposing native tree planting, native hedgerow planting, which all reflects what's currently on the ground.
And what about the management of the vegetation? Is anything about that uncharacteristic of the character areas in which the site falls?
Well, I think, as was rehearsed yesterday, you know, the ambition is that hedgerows will be managed at between 3 to 4 meters in height. This provides two benefits really. One is it allows the hedges to reach a height where they'll provide some visual screening for visual receptors. But again, I think that's not uncharacteristic when viewed from the wider visual receptors. And the other thing is, you know, we've got biodiversity benefits accruing from those hedgerows.
There's been some comment about the management of hedgerows and potential screening of panels and how that's all going to work. What's the interaction between those things? So can I understand from you, insofar as what's proposed for the management of the hedgerows, is it people or panels that prevail in the consideration of that mitigation?
Well, I think my understanding of this scheme is that it's receptors first. This is the information that I've been given. So I think, you know, for instance, as Mr. Foote discussed yesterday, we've got some larger hedgerows and hedgerow trees along the southwestern boundary. I think whilst it's acknowledged that potentially we've provided offsets, obviously, from those hedgerow boundaries and trees. But I think the key thing is that whilst there might be some potential for shading of the panels, the overriding important factor is that they provide a level of screening. So receptors trump panels in that respect.
So we were going through the landscape character assessment. We were doing number 6 from core document 4.11. Now, obviously, this is a site which encompasses LCT 6 and LCT 13. Is there anything more that you want to pull out from those documents for the inspector's attention?
Well, I think we've covered LCT 6. We probably ought to go on to LCT 13. I think what is just scrolling down now, what does come to light is that obviously HS2 is now a feature on the ground. In the character assessment here, it notes that it will be a feature, but obviously the baseline position now is that it's there. Moving down to 13. We're on LCT 13 now. So I think I'll just draw the first thing that I note from here, just draw the inspector's attention to page 1 of this landscape character type. We've got a panoramic photograph there of the view from Farthinghoe looking northwest towards Milton Cheney. I think something I would encourage the inspector to do when he does his site visit is go and take in some of the views of the SLA, and I think that's one view that, you know, potentially is worthwhile looking at. Just to go on to
hang on, just pause there. Why do you encourage the inspector to go and have a look at that landscape character area? How does it compare and contrast with the appeal site and that character area?
Well, I think what's notable about this view is you're looking across the special landscape area to the west of the site, which, you know, there are some commonalities between the location of the site and the SLA, but clearly the SLA has criteria or elements which allow it to be designated as an SLA, whereas the site doesn't feature those features. So just to go on to the bullet points for area 13, bullet point 2, variations in the underlying geology influence the landform. This gives rise to a locally distinctive landscape features and qualities which create a varied pattern throughout the area. I'm being selective here, obviously, but mixed farming again predominates in common with 6A. land use and field patterns are strongly influenced by changes in landform. The different land uses introduce local variety and diversity, forming a patchwork of contrasting colours and textures, contained generally by well-managed native hedgerows. There are numerous small deciduous woodlands, copses and shelter belts that punctuate the rural landscape, contributing to the impression of a well-wooded landscape.
And how
Hedgerow
does- can I
trees
just
within,
ask,
sorry.
How does that tie in with your understanding of the site? Why do you bring these factors to the inspector's attention?
Well, I think the key thing about the site is, and its context, you know, some of those features are evident on the ground. So we've got hedgerows, as we've already talked about, managed at different heights. We've got a patchwork of different land uses within the fields. So some are arable, some are pasture. And we've got a tree belt, essentially the dismantled railway line, which runs through the middle of the site. So all these things contribute to a well-treed landscape. I think just to note the final bullet point, we've obviously got where present communication routes, infrastructure. Obviously we don't have urban influences here, we're in the countryside, but these elements, these infrastructure elements are visual detractors and have eroded the local rural landscape character. Again, the patchwork of fields contained within a strong hedgerow network. Trees are a key feature. Yeah, narrow winding lanes often bordered with strong tall hedgerows. I think, you know, whilst the hedgerows on Halse Road are managed at different heights in the wider context, it's not uncharacteristic to see taller hedgerows. And then in terms of landform, again, it goes on to say that the higher areas of landform act as watersheds between numerous streams and rivers, which have carved a complex drainage pattern and created a soft undulating landscape of interlocking hills between watercourses which occupy the valleys. Fields tend to be defined by moderately tall hedgerows and often contain many hedgerow trees.
So we're thinking at the moment about the baseline of the landscape character areas which the site crosses. And then taking those and understanding the site and how it reflects them, how do those characteristics feed into your understanding of the value and susceptibility of this particular site?
Well, I think it's clear that, you know, we've got mature trees within the landscape. So my assessment, mature trees take a long while to reach maturity. So I ascribe a high value to those mature trees within the hedgerows. The hedgerows themselves, obviously features of value, they define the fields and the sort of pattern of the landscape. So yeah, I think in terms of hedgerows and trees, they're clearly a significant feature of the area. But I think, as I talked about earlier, the way that those hedgerows and trees are managed is variable across the landscape.
Yeah. Let's have a look at some of those elements, please, if we can go to the landscape statement of common ground. And understand the approach that's been taken to assessing landscape character and visual impacts.
Yeah.
So the first thing that we have is landscape elements. And why are those features drawn out for assessment in the way they are here?
Well, I think for the purposes of my assessment, what I try to do is split the landscape into two parts. So we're looking at on-site and we're looking at off-site. Clearly on-site, that's where the proposal is going to happen. So those features on the ground, the landscape elements, they're the things that need to be considered. And then off-site, in this instance, obviously no off-site works are required for the development to take place. But again, we do have to take note of, the characteristics of the off-site landscape.
Yeah. So when we come to look at landscape character areas as opposed to elements, or rather in addition to elements, we can see that we've got LCT 13 and we've got 6 and we've got 10, because those are the 3 relevant character areas, number 10 adjoining. But we can also see that when we come to look at appellant LVIA and appellant proof of evidence, we've got some hyphens denoting that there's nothing to fill in those boxes for certain landscape character area receptors. So the immediate landscape setting, for example. And I just wanted to know from you why that's so. Why haven't you filled in those boxes?
So again, to go back to my proof of evidence, if the inspector looks at the appendices and the approach that I've taken, he'll see that I've undertaken 2 parts of the assessment. One is looking at the on-site features and elements, and then the other one is looking at everything out with the site. So they're the 2 areas that I'm looking at for the purposes of the proof of evidence.
I see. So elements, and then we've got landscape character area, and then visual effects, which is of course a different exercise altogether.
Yeah, so in my mind, landscape and visual effects are 2 distinct items.
Yeah, just explain why that is for anyone looking at this and trying to understand the way in which your methodology works.
So the landscape elements, they're the physical attributes that give the landscape its character. And then in terms of visual, they're the views. So all visual receptors are people. People moving through the landscape, people at home, people at work, people travelling in motor cars through the road network.
Okay. So shall we just pick up on some of the elements? Because there's a big difference between you and Mr. Ferber, particularly when it comes to trees. When I say a big difference, it's a step difference. It's that the effect will be moderate beneficial, and you say major beneficial, but that's significant for you and not for Mr. Ferber. So can I just understand why you say the effect of this scheme in respect of that tree resource is going to be significant?
Well, I think the key thing here is we talked about retention. That's the first part. So we're retaining, some very mature oak trees, ash trees, hedgerow trees within the scheme. As we talked about, they take a long while to mature. They take, those oak trees, I think, well over 100 years old. So something that takes 100 years to get to the state that it's in now, that's the baseline, I think should be ascribed a high value. Clearly, new planting won't have the same value, but if we're assessing the scheme at year 15, the trees will be substantial. So again, those trees have value.
You spoke about ash there, and there's been a lot of discussion about ash dieback. What's your approach to that, and what can you help us understand about the potential for ash dieback and its impact on the screening of this development?
Well, I think we can take the inspector to the core document, the guidelines, but just briefly, from my perspective, I think it's clearly, there will be some loss from ash dieback. But I think what is unknown at the moment is what the level of that loss will be in the English landscape. And I think it's fair to say that, we think there probably will be some natural immunity. But at this stage, it's too early to tell. We know that there is loss further south in the country, but we also know that, you know, trees are surviving. And my experience walking around this site and the local area is that there's a mixture. There are some trees which are showing evidence of ash dieback, but then there are other ash trees which look in full health and vigour. And I think that's borne out by the findings of the arboricultural assessment, which when assessing W1 and W2 says that, you know, the condition is good. There are ash trees in those wood mixes.
Okay, back to the character areas then, please. And I just want to understand from you, in respect of the character areas that are on site, that's 6 and 13, how you've gone about assessing their value and also their susceptibility to this type of development.
Okay, so in particular, with regard to landscape character area 13A, I acknowledge that 13A encompasses a wide geographic area. And I also note that part of that wide geographic area incorporates the special landscape area. So I think as the overarching character area goes, that pushes me towards a high sensitivity.
And then looking at the site specifically?
So the site itself, that's obviously not within the special landscape area. It doesn't enjoy the same criteria that the special landscape area has. So I think looking at the features on the ground, yes, we've got some features of value, hedgerows and trees, but we've also got detractors in the context. So I think, to my mind, it's not an out of ordinary, it's an ordinary landscape. It's countryside and it's got some attractive features, but it's ordinary landscape.
You said detractors in the context. What do you mean by that?
Attractive.
No, you said there were detractors in the context. What do you
Oh,
mean
so
by
in
that?
in the context of the site, we've obviously got high voltage overhead power lines. So I think the inspector will see when he does his site visit, when he walks down from Greatworth, the high voltage overhead power lines are very prominent in views from that location. And I think when you're viewing the site from, particularly in receptors from the west, from the east, you'll be seeing the site in context with those detractors.
Yeah. Eager not to get mixed up in visual at the moment. I just want to look at landscape character. But certainly you, in terms of value, I don't think there's a lot of difference between you and Mr. Ferber. You recognise it's outside of the SLA, but where you differ is susceptibility. So let's just understand that. The ability of this site to accommodate the scheme without undue consequences for the baseline. What do you say about that? And why do you come up with a low susceptibility, a medium rather than a high like Mr. Ferber?
Well, I think in terms of susceptibility, what makes our site less susceptible to the type of development proposed is the fact that it's low lying in the landscape and that it's framed by screening features, undulating landform, and hedgerows and trees. So it's a discrete low lying piece of land in the valley bottom, which makes it less susceptible clearly than the elevated open ridges which surround it.
And what about the nature of solar development as a form and type of development in the landscape?
So I think the key thing about solar, in my mind anyway, is that it's a light touch development. It sits lightly on the land, you know, it's low profile. We're going up to a height of 3 meters, a maximum height of 3 meters. And I think what we have to really bear in mind is that the vast majority of the landscape elements within the site can be retained. with the solar in place.
Some surprise was expressed from the council side of the room that you don't find a major adverse effect in respect of landscape character arising from this scheme. It's not significant. It's moderate, but it's not significant. Just explain how you arrived there, and is that unusual when it comes to solar schemes, Mr. Evans?
I think the thing for me for a solar scheme, as I've just said, it's a light touch. I think if we were to propose something like a housing, a large housing development or an employment scheme with large buildings in the landscape, that would clearly give rise to a high magnitude of change. And, potentially then that gives me a high degree of effect and a high significance, a significant effect.
So did you want to say anything else about, we've done, I think we started with 13 within the site, looking at LCT 6 within the site. There's a low magnitude of effect there from the beginning that leads to a minor adverse degree of effect. Just explain how you get there.
So we've talked about susceptibility. Just in terms of what's in the landscape, you've got things like HS2 and overhead power lines, which are clearly detractors in the landscape. Elements such as this tend me to lead towards a lower susceptibility to the type of development proposed. We've got energy infrastructure already in the character area. We've got HS2, which, yes, it's having an adverse impact, but it's there. It's the baseline position. So that reduces the susceptibility of the landscape to further development.
Can I just understand, seeing as you've raised HS2, there has been, as part of both yours and Mr. Ferber's assessment, an attempt to understand cumulative impacts. First of all, what's the purpose of that, and what's the process that's followed to understand cumulative impacts?
So I think in terms of assessing cumulative impact, I'd probably take the inspector to GLVIA 3.
That's core document 4.1. Or grab your purple book for those people who have it. Yeah, so forgive me, where in GLVIA?
Within my LVIA.
Where are we going in the purple book?
In GLVIA 3. Okay, so page 124, paragraph 7.18. So I think reading of paragraph 7.18, clearly for EIA purposes, it has to be agreed at the early stage how cumulative effects are to be assessed. So, in terms of this scheme, it was agreed that we'd be looking at a number of schemes in the landscape. Just looking at the plan I've got here, we've got an existing solar farm on Welsh Lane. We've got HS2, and we've got the Farthinghoe bypass. In terms of assessing the proposals and the cumulative impact that the proposals represent. The approach that I've taken is that I've focused on the additional effects of the proposal over and above the cumulative baseline position. So effects arising from the scheme over and above elements that are already in planning or in the baseline position.
And it's agreed between the appellant and the council, certainly, that there are no significant cumulative effects between the scheme.
That's right.
So to be clear, you're not saying that HS2 is not significant. That's not something you've assessed. What you're looking is, what's the baseline?
Yep.
Add this scheme to that, and what's the effect over and above what's there?
That's right. So clearly, you know, with our scheme, we've already talked about the fact that no works are required out with the site. So impacts beyond the site, I consider to be negligible. So if you take that as a baseline for the sort of cumulative assessment, then yeah, you know, even though we acknowledge HS2 is having a big impact, I consider that our scheme doesn't contribute a high magnitude of cumulative effect.
Another landscape character point that's taken that we need to dwell on a moment is about tranquility. And can I understand what you say about tranquility in the context of this site, how it would change if development were granted planning permission?
Yeah, so I think tranquility is a relative term. That's the first thing to remember. And I think the other thing to remember is tranquility isn't just about noise. So we're in the countryside, there is a level of tranquility. I think that's fair to say with most countryside. Once you move away from urban areas or sort of infrastructure, motorways, things of that nature, tranquility increases with distance from those features. But at all times, it's a relative concept. So I think, yes, the site has a degree of tranquility. It gets more tranquil as you walk through the site away from Halse Road. But yeah, as I say, it's a relative term.
And is the change to that by the scheme? And we think about tranquility in terms of noise, in terms of what people can see as well, visual tranquility. To what extent do you say this scheme has an effect on that, if permission were granted?
I think the thing to remember is that, you know, whilst we acknowledge there will be some noise generated by the scheme, it's background noise. So in terms of what goes on in the countryside, it's not unusual. I mean, we've got cars travelling down Halse Road. They have an impact on walkers or visitors to the countryside near the road. Frequently during the course of the year, we'll have things like tractors cultivating in the fields. So whilst there is a level of tranquility, it's not a completely silent, undisturbed location.
And are solar farms something that are unusual to see in the countryside?
I think the thing about solar farms, obviously in the face of the climate emergency, they are required. It's a given really that we've got to look at renewables if we're going to meet our net zero targets. Just in terms of where they're located, clearly a solar farm located in the countryside, you know, that's where you would expect to see them. There's a land take. The countryside is there available for that land take. So I think, generally speaking, it's not unusual. If you drive around the country, you know, it's not as though you're driving through countryside and you're seeing something that jumps out at you as an alien feature. I think it's an acceptance now that the countryside is a place where you would expect to see solar panels in fields.
Before we move to visual, I just want to deal, please, with the green infrastructure corridor by reference to revision O. And the wider sort of green infrastructure mitigation planting proposals, if there's anything that you wish to draw to the inspector's attention. There's also Mr. Evans' core document 7.7, which is the enhancement strategy. 7.7 environment enhancement strategy. Now, I hope I'm right in saying that that document's dated February 2022. There's been some update to the mitigation proposed since February 2022 that's not reflected in that document.
Yes.
But I just wonder, please, by reference to both of those things, if you can talk us through what's proposed, particularly for that green infrastructure corridor that goes down the centre of the site. I know Mr. Ward will be listening carefully.
If we turn to page 13, I'll read from the text. Existing footpaths across the site have been accommodated within the development on their current alignments. The footpaths would be contained within substantial green infrastructure enhancement corridors and set within wildflower grassland interpretation boards, and information boards would be provided, and a new hedgerow located alongside the footpath, which comes through the site, would over time aid in screening views the largest area of panels. The green infrastructure corridor would be approximately 10 metres wide. But moving on to the second paragraph, as part of the proposals, a new permissive footpath would be promoted as a new wildlife walk and would travel past the proposed community orchard, which is up in the northwest corner of the site. We look at Revision O. The outdoor classroom and picnic area, which are associated with that community orchard. Again, information and interpretation boards, biodiversity enhancements such as insect hotels. But then the key thing really is that a new permissive route will be provided along the course of the disused railway line, which is a clear public access benefit. So for the length of that disused railway, it's currently lined by a mix of mature trees with an understory of shrubbery. So there's a high occurrence of hawthorn and blackthorn within that understory planting, which is very effective in screening views out from the corridor, actually. So I think when the inspector visits the site, it is quite difficult at the moment to pass through that corridor, but it's possible. He'll see that the level of screening provided by that vegetation is substantial. Where breaks in the vegetation occur, sunny glades are formed. I think the overarching management objective is that there would be a gradual and sensitive approach to the management of that corridor. Obviously, it's multifunctional. It's a green infrastructure element. So by its nature, it has to be multifunctional. So whilst we're providing public access, wildlife and biodiversity is also a key objective, and we've got to be very sensitive about how we manage that. I think the management will be very light touch, so we wouldn't be implementing any hard surface paths. It'd just be retention of the trodden earth paths and retention of the vegetation with periodical pruning so that it's safe and easy to pass through.
I think one of Mr. Ward's concerns was that there would be a loss of trees from that green infrastructure corridor. Is that what's proposed or intended?
Absolutely not. That's the last thing we want to see. We want to see this retained as a multifunctional green corridor, and note that vegetation along the corridor serves a number of purposes. Obviously, it helps with screening, but it also is a haven for wildlife.
One of the points that was made was in respect to the footpaths is you'd effectively be walking through a tunnel with hedgerow planting on either side. Can I understand what the experience would be from you of walking through the footpath with that hedgerow planting on either side? What sort of space is there?
Well, I think what we have to bear in mind is that the scale of the plan, but that corridor that is proposed is 10 metres in width. So, you know, for anybody that's walked the country lanes around here, you'll realise that probably the carriageway is something around 3 metres in width, quite often with tall hedges to either side. So what you'll have is the effect of walking along a green lane. And I think the same applies to horse riders. You know, you'll have a good, clear sort of 6, 8 metres day one when the planting first goes in. As that matures, obviously the hedgerows will thicken and the corridor will narrow, but you'll still have a good 3 metre width to walk and ride down, which is, you know, the experience you get on many country lanes.
And that's, I think, the footpath where it comes into the site. We can see on the landscape strategy plan, that's where A2 is essentially wider in field 4, I think.
So yes, obviously, once we emerge into field 4, we've got a wide open strip of land there that won't feel enclosed.
The picnic area and outdoor classroom, what's proposed there, it was suggested that people wouldn't want to go there. It would be unattractive, not well used. Again, your view on that, please, Mr. Evans.
Well, I think that all depends on your point of view, but to my mind, you know, it's an attractive location. Yes, it's not on the village edge, but it's within walking distance, and I think it wouldn't be unfair to say that it'd be a pleasant walk from either Greatworth or Halse down to the site. And yeah, I think when you actually enter the site there, where the community orchard is proposed, it's not an unpleasant place to sit and have a picnic. I think particularly given the fact that you know, you've got all these other biodiversity enhancements that are going to be in there in combination.
Anything else to say on landscape character?
Not
Okay.
as far as I'm aware.
Let's move then to visual matters and the viewpoint location plan. And the helpful table as part of the statement of common ground.
Looking for my viewpoint location plan. I have that.
Thank you. So first question, Mr. Evans, how do you characterise the potential for visibility of this appeal scheme in the surrounding landscape?
So I think again, it's variable. Obviously, when you're on site, there are going to be clear views of the site. That goes without saying. But obviously, as you move away from the site, visual appreciation diminishes in light of the fact that you've got hedgerows, trees, undulating landform, which contains it. I think, yes, there are elevated locations where you can look across the site. So as Mr. Foote described yesterday, if you walk footpath 16 from Cockley Hill Farm down towards Ashby Lodge Farm and Glebe Farm, there are elevated views across the landscape. Likewise, when you walk the footpath from Halse to Halse Copse Farm and then on to Greatworth, there are opportunities there for views across the landscape. But I think the key thing is what we find, and I think this is in common with Mr. Ferber, is that there would be no significant adverse effects beyond approximately 1 kilometre from the site.
What does that mean? What do you take from that?
Well, I think the fact is that visual impacts or significant visual effects are very restricted. They're restricted to the site and the immediate context.
One of the points that's made, and we'll face it head on, Mr. Evans, is that the mitigation planting here is at least in places ineffective when it comes to visual screening. Can I have your view on that?
Well, I think under EIA, the key thing about mitigation, it's to mitigate against significant effects. As I identify, there will be some significant visual effects within the site and in close proximity to the site, but those effects, as we've just discussed, quickly dissipate when you move away from the site. So I think what the mitigation has to do is ameliorate those on-site effects and effects close to the site to bring those down to an acceptable level. So the idea isn't to screen the scheme in its entirety from wider context views. It's to ameliorate those significant adverse effects that would occur during construction in year one. In my view, I think the new hedgerow planting and tree planting year 15 successfully does that, particularly on site.
Sticking with visual impacts, please, Mr. Evans, the substation and the assessment of that, how it's going to look, what's proposed, its character, its mitigation. Can you just explore that?
So if I can take the inspector to Vision O. We can clearly see at the top of the plan there in field 14, the location for the substation. Now, I think, as I've said before, this is a landscape-led scheme. So the site location for the substation has been carefully considered. Obviously, it has to sit adjacent to the overhead power lines. So the appellant has looked alongside the overhead power lines and pylons to see where the most suitable location would be. Where it sits is actually relatively low compared to the surrounding landform to the northeast and the northwest. The critical thing here is that where that landform starts to rise, you've also got the woodlands W1 and W2, which offer a very effective screening effect for views from Greatworth and from rights of way over in the northeast. So I think the first thing to bear in mind is that the location has been carefully thought about. Clearly, if you're walking from Halse Road up towards Greatworth on the public footpath, year one, you're going to have some fairly clear views towards the substation. But what is proposed is, you know, some belts of tree planting along the southern boundary and the eastern boundary, which are designed to filter and help screen lower level views of the substation. It's not in contention that the new pylon will be visible, but I think the lower level development of the substation will be effectively screened by the planting.
And in respect of the new pylon, how does that fit in with its surroundings?
Well, I think in the views I experienced, clearly we've talked about the detracting nature of the overhead power lines and pylons. What you'll see is a pylon between two pylons. So we're not introducing something new into the landscape that's not already there. And the net effect is, you know, the further you get away from the substation, the more pylons you see. So the impact of one in combination with those others reduces with distance from the site.
Thank you very much. Is there anything else, Mr. Evans, that you want to say about the visual impact of the scheme?
I think all I would say is that this, in my mind, from what I can see of the development of the scheme, it's been considered from the outset. It's been a ground up approach. Landscape features have been carefully considered. The mitigation proposals obviously designed to mitigate any significant effects. So for the footpath traveling through the site, you know, I think ultimately it's a trade-off, isn't it? Yes, there will be a loss of openness for footpath users, but I think the new hedgerows and tree planting will obviously soften views of the panels and ultimately screen them for people using the footpath. So I think mitigation-wise, that works. And I think the key thing to remember in the wider context, it was never the intention to screen the scheme in its entirety. You will have filtered and partial views of solar panels in a field. But again, you know, what we're trying to do is address those significant effects.
Just mention the footpath going through site. Obviously, we have one through site. We've got the southern bridleway along the southern boundary. What do you say about the footpath network generally in this area and the availability of routes for people to walk?
I think if you take up, I mean, the viewpoint location plan's fine. I mean, that shows where the views are on the footpaths. So I think it's fair to say, you know, looking at that OS plan, there's a very extensive network of footpaths, particularly around Greatworth. I accept that some of those go in a northeasterly direction and that HS2 has had an impact on those. But what I will say is that, you know, certainly to the east, the south and the west, you've got footpaths radiating in every direction. So yeah, I'd call that an extensive network of rights of way. And you know, in the wider context, that continues. So there are opportunities for access.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Those are my questions. If you wait there, I'm confident there will be more.
Solomon Smith, thank you very much. Should we take a short break, Mr. Richards, before we kick off with you and any cross-exam you might have?
Yeah, when, I mean, we're at or about the time for a break, aren't we?
Yeah. Every time. 9 minutes too on my watch.
Yes.
5 past, please. 5 past 11. Just to make sure that everyone's a chance to grab coffees, etc. 5 past 11, we'll come back with Mr. Richards' cross-exam. Thank you very much.
Please don't.
Ladies and gents, welcome back. Second session of day 3, partway through. Mr. Evans' evidence. Mr. Richards, any cross-examination?
Yes, thank you, sir. Mr. Evans, good morning.
Good morning.
A few questions first, please, about the baseline. You helpfully told us that you thought the site sits in a bowl, and you took us to the topography plan. You identified the ridges of high ground to the north, west, and east. And then that correlates, doesn't it, if we look at your appendix 4 to the viewpoints plan. The higher ground to the east is viewpoints 5 and G.
Yep.
And then the higher ground to the west is the 17, 18 and E.
Yep.
And then I guess the higher ground to the north starts at 19 and then coming down through 1 and 2.
Yes, I'd agree with that.
Yeah. But then you told us that an important part of the baseline was the railway line, which is now the Green Infrastructure Corridor, as effectively splitting the site in 2. And therefore, there was no opportunity to view the site in its entirety. But it's right, isn't it, that, for example, from viewpoint 10, you will see panels on both sides of the corridor in your view. If we have a look in your photo montages for viewpoint 10.
Yes, I have that.
I think I'm right in saying, aren't I, that both in year 1 and in year 15, you will see panels on both sides of that railway corridor.
Correct.
And I think the same is true from viewpoints 17 and 18.
Yes, you can see parts of
Yeah.
the site from both of those.
So in one sense, you're right. I don't suggest to you that there is any opportunity to view the site in its entirety. The effect of the railway corridor is not in effect to create 2 smaller sites which are self-contained.
No, I think obviously the footprint remains the same.
Yes. But we're still dealing with one site. We're not in effect dealing with 2 separate self-contained sites.
No, I think obviously for planning purposes, that's correct.
Yeah.
Visually, it's perceived as 2 separate parcels.
Well, yes. But that's my point, Mr. Evans. From the viewpoints we've just looked at, it's not perceived as 2 separate sites. Both sites are in the view, and it's just the solar farm. That's what the receptor will think to himself or herself, isn't it?
Well, I think 2 parcels of the same site.
All right, well, the inspector has the point. And you took us very helpfully to the most up-to-date character sheets in CD 4.11 as updated. And we started with LCT 6.
Yes, I have
And that we remind ourselves is the southeastern corner of the site, because the site is split between areas 6 and 13, isn't it?
That's correct.
Yeah. And you highlighted parts of the key characteristics. In the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th bullet point, hedgerows are often low and well clipped. That's part of the baseline, isn't it, for area 6, and the current hedgerows on the site fall within that descriptor, don't they?
I think, as I explained earlier, the hedgerow management and maintenance, both within the site and the site context, is variable. So yes, I wouldn't disagree that some of the hedgerows are managed at a low height, but equally, you know, we've got outgrown hedgerows to the southern and southwestern boundary, and in the wider context, we've got managed hedgerows that are tall in height.
Yeah. The prevailing, well, the inspector will see, but the prevailing field boundary hedgerows certainly, and roadside hedgerows certainly, are often low and well clipped, aren't they?
I wouldn't disagree that the Halse Road hedgerow currently is well cropped. Yeah.
Okay. And then if we just pick up the similar sort of reference in the LCT 13 area, we don't get the term well clipped. What we get is well-managed native hedgerows, don't we?
Yes, and I think, you know, as we've already discussed, there's a variation in the way they're managed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But predominantly they are well managed. Where, please, are the 3 to 4 meter hedgerows in the baseline?
I think if I can take you to viewpoint 7, that's probably good enough.
Yes, I just need to open another document.
I think it's fair to say in viewpoint 7, admittedly we're offsite, it's one example, but you can see in the middle distance, looking towards Halse Copse Farm and Greatworth, there's variation in the way the hedgerows are managed. So there's a foreground hedge with a couple of trees in it that's managed at a low height, I'd say potentially 3 meters in height. The next hedgerow over is slightly less well managed. We've got some mature trees in that. That's, as an estimate, I would say 5 meters in height. Moving towards the pylons, you've clearly got some outgrown hedgerows. So my point is, you know, there's a variety of manners in which the hedgerows are managed.
Well, the inspector has been and will go out and about. Are there any in the vicinity of the appeal site, rather than looking?
Let's have a look at I can take you to viewpoint 1.
Yes.
So here we are, just outside Greatworth, looking down the slope towards the side. We've got a horse paddock in the foreground as the ground falls away. At the bottom end of that horse paddock, there's a hedgerow there that looks to me as though it's managed at approximately 3 to 5 meters in height.
All right. Well, we'll ask the inspector to keep an eye out for hedgerows on his site visit. The hedgerows on site that you're going to manage to 3 to 4 meters, I think they at the moment are predominantly well below that height. So the hedgerows on site will be allowed to grow, and we will be managed to grow to 3 to 4 meters. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
But then again, you know, a combination, as we discussed earlier. So where we've got our freeform trees in the larger hedgerows along the southwestern and the southern boundary, those freeform trees will be allowed to continue to grow to maturity.
Yeah. And then if we go to type 13 character sheet area, LCT 13. First bullet point, we read that it is, third line, part of a quintessential agricultural landscape of the Midlands.
Clearly, that's what's written there.
Yeah. And that is an appropriate description of the appeal site currently, isn't it?
Well, I think, you know, this is a broad character area. There are going to be differences across the character area.
Yeah, what's the answer to my, sorry, Mr. Evans.
But I don't disagree with your point.
You don't disagree. Okay. It's part of an undulating landform, isn't it? The appeal site.
Yes.
It's a part of a rich, the appeal site is rich and productive agricultural land. That's a fair description of the appeal site, isn't it?
Well, I think the way in which the site fields are managed varies across the site. So as I said earlier, we've got a mixture of both arable and pasture. When I visited the site on a number of occasions, it appeared to me that the pasture fields were not managed intensively. The arable fields were clearly managed on a more intensive basis. So I think, you know, in terms of productivity, yes, intensive arable is productive. Permanent pasture less so.
Okay. It's got strong hedgerows, the appeal site.
Yes.
Yeah. And the last descriptor in that first bullet point, deeply rural character, that too is an appropriate description of the appeal site and its immediate surroundings, isn't it?
Well, I think the character varies across, you know, we're talking about a wide geographic area with this landscape character type. We're not just talking about one landscape character area, we're talking about 3, Middleton, Cheney, Bugbrook, Harpole. You know, the levels of sort of countryside and your impression of how deeply rural that is will vary across the character area. I think in terms of our site, our appreciation is that, yes, it's countryside, but it's settled countryside. It's not so deeply rural, you know, that there are no human influences. And we've clearly got detractors in the landscape. The baseline position now is that we've got overhead power lines and pylons, and we've got HS2 to the north of.
Yeah, I'm going to come to that in a minute. Are you saying that the appeal site is not part of a deeply rural landscape?
I'd say it's rural.
Okay. Are there any urbanizing features in it?
Within the site itself?
Yeah.
We've got some low voltage overhead power lines, but that's all. You'd expect.
That's not urban, is it?
No.
No. So there aren't any urbanizing features, are there?
True.
Yeah. And in terms of a comparison with other parts of LCT 13, which, as we know, includes the special landscape area, you thought that that was the special landscape area was of a higher sensitivity, and you described the site in relative terms as being, quote, ordinary. Do you remember doing that?
Yes, I think it's perceived as ordinary countryside.
Perceived by whom?
By me as the assessor.
Okay. One of the reasons was that you pointed to detractors in the landscape and you identified the pylons. Do you remember doing that?
Yes.
Yeah. The pylons run through this part of the landscape in a roughly east-west direction, don't they?
They do.
When they head off in a westerly direction, do they go through the special landscape area?
I believe they do.
Yeah. So as between the ordinary landscape setting of the appeal site and the special landscape area, they both enjoy the presence of pylons, don't they?
I think that's fair to say, but what has to be borne in mind is that the special landscape area obviously has qualities that our site does not.
Yeah. Well, another reason why you sought to distinguish this site from potentially others was on the grounds of susceptibility. You said it was low-lying and framed by screening features. And that the visibility was limited to about 1 kilometre away. Do you remember that?
That's not what I said. What I said was that the potential for significant adverse effects. So in terms of visual receptors, it was common ground between Mr. Ferber and myself that we didn't anticipate any significant adverse effects beyond approximately 1 kilometre from the site.
Yes.
That's not the same as saying it's not visible.
All right. I think Mr. Ferber didn't have any criticism with your ZTV or anything like that, did he? No. All right. Now, so far as cumulative impacts are concerned, we went to Glivia 3. Can we just go back there just so that the inspector's in no doubt as to what both the approach of you and Mr. Ferber has been? And to page 124 and paragraph 7.18. And we can see at the beginning of that paragraph, the authors entreat the parties to reach agreement about how to assess cumulative effects.
That's right.
Yeah. Broadly, there are two ways of doing it, as the bold emphasis indicates. Either you focus primarily on the additional effects, that's to say, you take the baseline as it is now, including, in our case, which we'll look at in a minute, the existing development, and then you ask yourself the question, is adding the appeal scheme going to alter that baseline significantly?
That's right.
Yeah. Or the other way of doing it, and that's the way that the council and the appellants have agreed to do it. That's correct, isn't it?
When I referred to this paragraph, I was talking about my assessment.
Right, okay. But I think you also indicated that that's the way Mr. Ferber had done it as well.
I'm not suggesting that.
All right. Well, it is. But the other way of doing it, we can see, is on the combined effects of all that past and present and future proposals together with the new project.
Yes, that's fair.
And that's the way that CLAG have done it. And having teed that up, I won't say any more about it. I shall leave it to Ms. Curtis. But that's the difference of looking at cumulative effects, isn't it?
It is a different approach, but I think the key thing to bear in mind is that the focus of the assessment should be the scheme in question.
Yes, and if we look at core document 7.5A, ES figure 1.2 cumulative.
Bear with, I'll have that in a minute. Sorry, what was your drawing reference?
Figure 1.2 cumulative plan.
Yes, I have that.
And then we can see the line of HS2. Yep.
Yep.
We can see the appeal site in red.
Yes.
We can see the Fotheringo bypass works in mucky brown. It looks like on my screen, but that might also be red.
Yep.
And we can see the existing small solar farm north of Halse, north of Brackley in blue.
Yes.
And then the two consented schemes yet to be built beyond HS2 in purple.
Yes, that's right.
And so the question is, with all of that infrastructure already in the baseline, does adding the appeal scheme make a significant difference?
I think in making my assessment, what I've looked at is obviously the opportunity for intervisibility, as GLBIA recommends, and also the impact on the wider landscape character areas. What's important to note here is that no off-site works are proposed as part of our development, and consequently we don't anticipate significant off-site effects. In fact, we think there will be no material change to the underlying qualities of the landscape out with the site boundary. I've looked at the site, I've had a good walk around. In determining the scope for visual effects, I think there are opportunities for intervisibility between our site and HS2. They are limited, as are the opportunities to review our site with HS2 and the approved solar scheme.
Okay. Now, that's all I want to ask you about the baseline. Let's move now on to what is to be introduced into the landscape by virtue of the appeal scheme. And we first of all got the solar panels on their metal frames. And as I understand the position, the front of the leading edge of the solar panel, or whether, I don't know whether it's called the front edge or not, is going to be 800 millimeters off the ground as a minimum. And then the back end of the solar panel, depending upon the angle it's fixed at, could be anything up to 3 meters. Is that right?
Up to 3,
yeah. And then I think we have now resolved any doubt as to whether or not these are going to be tracking panels. The answer is they're not. Is that right? They're fixed. But might they all be fixed at the same height, or might they all be fixed at different heights? Or don't you know?
Well, I think we're working within a parameter, aren't we?
Yeah, okay, that's fine. So that's fine. The next thing that we're introducing is the battery storage units. And they are shown helpfully for us on core document 7.17.4. No, they're not. They're shown for us at 7.20.7, typical battery station details. And just so I've got this right, that's shown as a typical battery station. There would appear to be 3 what look like shipping container sized containers. Is that right? Is that how I should think of them?
I think that's my understanding. They're a shipping container size.
Yeah. And although they've been shown as a in a configuration there on the typical drawing, they're shown on revision O in a slightly different configuration. In their compounds that are dotted about the real estate.
Yes.
And on some occasions, they have an additional shipping container, I think, on the quay for spares adjacent to them. So that, for example, in F2, just next to the yellow circle A2, there would appear to be 3 battery shipping containers. And then immediately to the south, a spare container.
I'm looking at revision O.
Yep, so am I.
And I can see in F2 2 shipping containers.
2? 2 combined sets. Oh
okay.
yeah, sorry,
Now
yes, no.
yeah.
I'm looking at the top set,
Okay, yeah.
which I think has got 3 shipping containers in it.
Yes, okay, I'm with you.
And
now.
then there's something just below it beside the track. Switch gear. Okay, is that in another shipping container? Yeah, okay. So they generally come in sets. And then in F10, for example, we can see a set and then with 2 other containers containing I don't know what adjacent to it.
Yes.
But that's how they're dotted around the path. And as a ready reckoner, I think I've counted about 40 containers worth. Does that sound about right? Or should I ask Mr. Burrell?
I haven't counted them.
You haven't counted them. All right. And then we've got the internal access tracks, which again are shown in grey. And Mr. Ferber, who's had the time to do these sorts of things, has told us that he thinks there's about 2.5 kilometres worth of access tracks.
That would be fair to say, I think.
Yeah. And we know from the relevant drawing that they're 4 meters wide and they're surfaced with crushed aggregate.
Yes, I think obviously they are a feature, but what occurs to me is that they're not an unusual feature in the rural landscape. You know, they're farm access tracks.
Okay. And then the part of the real estate in which the panels sit will be fenced with a 2-meter deer fence.
Yes, a post and wire fence, I believe.
Post and
2
wire
meters
fence. That will keep out things which are not wanted inside. And we'll keep things that are wanted inside, like sheep, inside. But we'd also have little mammal doors for certain privileged creatures to come and go.
That sounds right.
So far as that fencing is concerned, if we look in inquiry document 2, which was the BRE agricultural document produced on the first day, and on the second page of text, under the heading agricultural grazing for maximum production. Do you see that heading?
Yes, I have that.
And second paragraph, the most common practice is likely to be use of solar farms as part of a grazing plan for fattening, finishing, and so on and so forth. Yes?
Yes.
And then 4 lines up from the bottom of that paragraph, pasture management interventions such as topping or mowing may be required occasionally or in certain areas in order to avoid grass getting into unsuitable condition for the sheep, e.g. too long or starting to set seed. And then if we go to the right-hand column on that page, under the heading solar farm design and layout, second paragraph.
Yep.
As described above, the layout of rows of modules and the width of field margins should anticipate future maintenance costs, taking into account the size, reach, and turning circle of machinery and equipment that might be used for topping, mowing, collecting forage grass, spot weeding, so on and so forth. One thing's obvious. In this case, there won't be any opportunity to drive mowers up and down the gaps between the panels, will there?
I don't think that's the case. I mean, we've acknowledged that there's going to be varying width between the panels, and that could be up to 4 meters between the rows.
Yeah, but how do you get the mower in? It's fenced.
Well, forgive me for saying this, but I'm quite experienced in matters of agricultural management, and I might be old fashioned, but I've got a tractor and a mower that can quite happily mow along a 3-meter corridor.
Yeah, but when it gets to the end of the row, Mr. Evans, how does it get to the next row?
Well, clearly you need room to turn.
Right, so the intention would be to inside the fence to leave room for that, would it?
You would have to.
Yeah, all right. I just didn't think that's what was illustrated on the plan at revision O, because it seems to me that the panels are quite close to the fence.
They do look close in places. I mean, I think to go back to your first paragraph reference, pasture management, we're assuming that mowing will be required. It's not a given. If our sheep management is good and we keep on top of the grass, then there would be no requirement for mowing.
Of course, the next thing that's the final thing that's been introduced is the substation, and that's going to be a permanent feature, isn't it?
That's right.
Yeah. And we've seen the plan of a typical substation. Which is core document 721-9.
Yes, have that.
Um, and it seems to me that the one that's illustrated here looks as though it's on a footprint of about 90 meters by 35 meters, doing my best with the scale at the bottom of the.
I've measured it
Oh, good.
and it's 90 by 35.
Oh, excellent. Well, well, yes, maybe I read it somewhere in your evidence. And then we know that the two poles either side of the new pylon are going to be 18 meters. We've read that in the material.
Again, I measured this drawing and that's what it shows.
And then at ground level, as it were, we've got the Christmas tree arrangements and a building with some infrastructure poking up across the top of the height of the building. What's the height of the ground of that ground-based infrastructure? Have you measured that?
Go to the top of the building.
No, well, not the top of the building, the top of the infrastructure that sits, that rises above the level of the building.
6 meters.
6 meters. Thank you. So that's what the typical position is, and we're assuming, are we, that when the final design for the substation comes forward, it's going to be of that order of magnitude.
That's the assumption I've made in my assessment.
Okay, good. And we are, and as we can see from revision O, there is going to be some new planting, proposed hedgerow to the east and south of the compound.
So on my drawing, it shows existing hedgerow to be infilled and strengthened on the western boundary.
Yep.
And then tree planting to aid in filtering views on the southern and eastern boundary.
Oh, okay. So the two green lozenges, one on the eastern boundary and then the one on the southern boundary. On the key, I thought that was saying proposed hedgerow. Are you saying that that's going to be tree belt rather than hedgerow?
The label on my drawing says tree planting.
Right, okay. But in any event, there's going to be new planting of some description introduced to help filter views from the south and the east. From the north, reliance is going to be placed on woods W1 and 2.
That's right.
And we now know that they are to be brought inside the ambit of the landscape management plan.
I've been informed that's the case.
Yeah. But of course, they'll need to be brought inside the ambit of a landscape management plan, not just for a temporary period of 40 years, but in perpetuity. That's right, isn't it?
I've not seen the drafting as a condition, but that's what I've been told.
Yeah, good. Well, and anything else wouldn't do the job, would it? So far as you as the landscape architect are concerned, you'd want to know that W1 and W2 were going to be bound up with the substation for as long as the substation was there.
I think that's fair to say. Yeah.
And you wouldn't want them separated.
No.
And then you told us that so far as the landscape receptors are concerned, it was a landscape-led scheme.
I think due consideration has been given to the landscape.
Yeah.
From the outset, clearly.
And what you told us, it's the approach is a receptor first, and receptors trump the panels. And no doubt local residents were very pleased to hear that.
My words, but
Yes.
yeah.
So that, for example, if we look in on revision O in F10, where we can see that very impressive line of 5 trees that no doubt the inspector has already seen on site.
5 oak trees.
5 oak trees. Around the base of them, there is some indication of some gaps in the panels, no doubt, because putting them there would be too shady.
I've been informed that offsets have been considered.
Yep.
And that there's a factor alluding to the shading that's been taken into consideration.
Yeah. But so far as you're concerned, there should be no management of the canopy of those trees, no pruning or topping or lopping or anything else, in order to reduce shading on the ground underneath for the benefit of the panels, because the trees trump the panels. That must be right, mustn't it?
Well, I think what we were talking, I mean, it's splitting hairs, but what we were talking about earlier was visual receptors.
Yeah, well,
in the surrounding landscape.
Okay. Yes, but my question, I mean, I'm simply trying to understand what the approach will be. Should the inspector make any assumptions, for example, that those 5 oak trees will be managed for the benefit of the panels, or will the oak trees be left to continue their magnificent presence in the landscape?
Well, I'd like to think that they would be managed for their benefit. That's not to say that in some cases crown reduction or pruning wouldn't be the right approach.
Yeah, but for the benefit of the tree, not for the benefit of reducing shading of the panels.
That's right. In my experience, old trees like that occasionally need pruning.
Yeah. And then what about the riparian vegetation along the southern boundary? F5, F13. Again, is that the priority, or will that vegetation be managed in order to reduce shading?
Well, I think as Mr. Foote described yesterday, there's been uncertainty about which side will be managed by whom, but as far as the applicant goes, I've been informed that that hedgerow will be maintained for the benefit of visual receptors to the south of the site.
Because if we look in the landscape and visual statement of landscape statement of common ground, and to Appendix 1, by year 15, you claim a major beneficial significant effect so far as the tree resource of the landscapes is concerned.
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously a function of methodology. You've got
Yes.
a high sensitivity receptor and a moderate beneficial level of change, which leads us to a major beneficial effect.
But the reason that you have contended for a major beneficial effect is because of the additions of trees that you are anticipating in the landscape. That's correct?
Well, it's twofold. I think.
Okay, is that one of the folds?
Well, the point I made
Is that one of the folds? And then I'll ask you about the other fold in a minute.
Yes.
Yeah, that is one of the folds. Good. And is the other fold the fact that you are not anticipating any material harm to the existing tree resource that has to be netted off against the benefits?
I think that's fair to say.
Yeah. Okay. And so you're not assuming any significant change to the tree resource on the southern boundary or to the 5 oaks in the fields whose name escapes me. Is it Butterfields? Yes, they're nodding. Good. That's correct, isn't it? That's how you arrive at that major benefit significant.
Yeah, so I think my understanding is that that southern hedgerow and those trees will be managed for their good health and vigour, and also for the benefit of, with the hedgerow, for the benefit of visual receptors in the wider landscape.
Okay. And then in Appendix 1 in the landscape statement of common ground, yours and Mr. Ferber's views are set out. And the first difference between you, and it's a difference that persists into visual as well, so but we'll deal with it here, is that for significant effects to arise on your methodology, if we look in your Appendix 2 at page 10,
Yes, I have that.
on your methodology, as we can see from paragraph 5.3, the major effects highlighted in grey are considered to be significant in terms of the EIA regulations. Pausing there. Is it the fact that the EIA regulations important?
In the case of an EIA application, yes.
Yeah, but if this wasn't an EIA application, would you be taking a different approach to significance of effects in the landscape statement of common ground?
Well, as we all know, with an EIA, a non-EIA assessment, it's not the significance that we're talking about, it's the level of effect.
Yeah, right. But what you say is it's only those where there are major effects that you regard that your methodology allows them to be considered to be significant.
I think for this assessment, that's the case.
Yeah, moderate effects could never be significant on your methodology.
Well, I think the key thing to remember about this methodology.
No, I'll remember all sorts of key things, Mr. Evans, but could you just answer my question first, if you wouldn't mind? On your methodology, moderate effects can never be significant, can they?
As worded there, but what one has to do, the table is a tool to assist with making a decision, but the important thing at the end of the day is professional judgment.
Yes. But whether by judgment or coincidence, you have not identified anywhere any moderate effect which is significant.
That's right.
Yeah. On the first page of your methodology in Appendix 2.
Actually, that's not true. Can I just take you back a step?
Yes.
So when I'm talking about professional judgment,
yeah,
that obviously allows me to use the table, obviously, as the starting point. So if I can take you to the visual effects table, viewpoint L.
Yes.
You'll see that there I've reached a judgment moderate/major. So I found that one to be significant. That's just, again, splitting hairs, but that's where professional judgment comes in.
Okay. Well, of course, the table doesn't have half sizes.
No, but sometimes as the assessor, you think, well, perhaps it sits between the two.
6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
Yeah.
But on your methodology, in other words, if the word major appears in the title,
It's
significant.
significant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I'll come back to something else later. Now, I was taking you right up to the top of your methodology. And where we read in the title of it, Landscape and Visual Impact Assessment Methodology, standard template that is used for projects. In other words, this is a standard template, in-house template, your template, whose standard template?
So Mr. Cook and I at the Cirencester office adopt this as our standard template.
And within that template, it has to be major to be significant.
As it stands at the moment, but obviously with every assessment, it's for the assessor to decide what's significant.
Yeah, because Mr. Ferber's Appendix C, electronically, Mr. Ferber's appendices are in 4 parts. This is in the 4th part. Mr. Ferber produced the Little Crow Solar Park ES, or an extract from it, which I understand Pegasus did. Is that right?
Well, I'm not familiar with this scheme or this assessment, but it's obviously got Pegasus on the
Yes.
reference.
And there we read at the very end of page 8, those effects described as major/moderate, and in some cases moderate may be regarded as significant effects. And it says, as required by the infrastructure planning EIA regs. So it would appear that in this case, professional judgment allowed the author of the ES to reach the conclusion that a moderate effect could be significant.
Yes, and I think, it's for the assessor to decide. GLVIA 3 is quite clear on that.
Well, we're just about to go there in a minute, but before we do, as Miss Osmond Smith was at pains to remind us all yesterday, I think, we are but 0.1 of a megawatt away from an NSIP, aren't we? In this case.
Not far off.
Yeah, not far off 0.1 of a megawatt. Yeah. Okay, yeah, and Glivia 3, you were quite right to refer to. So could we please go to paragraph 3.35? Which, as we can see on page 40, falls under the heading of the bold heading of step 3, judging the overall significance of the effects. And then paragraph 3.35, in reporting on the significance of the identified effects, the main aim should be draw out the key issues, ensure that the significance of effects and the scope for reducing any negative effects are properly understood. Clear and accessible explanation as to potential pitfalls are over-reliance on matrices or tabular summaries of effects, which may not be accompanied by a clear narrative description. So we shouldn't be over-reliant on matrices because, as you have agreed, professional judgment is always important.
Can you just take me to that paragraph reference again?
Yeah, 3.35, page 41.
Yep, I'm there.
Potential pitfalls are, and then the first bullet point.
Yep.
Over-reliance on matrices
Agreed.
That's a reference to a matrix that says only major effects will be regarded as significant, full stop, no more professional judgment, isn't it?
It could be
Yeah.
interpreted that way.
And then secondly, please, at 5.56.
Yes, from there.
Last three bullet points on page 95.
Yep.
Clear step-by-step process of making judgments should allow the identification of significant effects to be as transparent as possible. Final judgments, second last bullet point, final judgments must be made about which landscape's effects are significant. No hard and fast rules about what makes a significant effect. There cannot be a standard approach, since circumstances vary with the location and landscape context and with the type of proposal. Yeah?
Yeah.
My suggestion to you, Mr. Evans, is that you have painted yourself into an inappropriate corner by adopting a methodology that limits significant effects to those which fall in the major boxes in the matrix. In effect, that's what you've done, isn't it?
I wouldn't say that's the case, because we've obviously just rehearsed that professional judgment comes into it.
Well, where does your professional judgment come into it? Unless your matrix tells you it's a major effect, it's not significant.
Well, as we've just looked at, we've got one that sits between the two, and I considered it significant.
All right. Now, moving on to visual, rather like Ms. Osmond-Smith, I'm not going to invite you to look through every line and every viewpoint. But this table in the Statement of Common Ground at Appendix 2, the inspector will recognise has its parentage in your appendix, doesn't it?
Yes.
And onto your format, Mr. Thurber has inserted his judgments so that the inspector, as it were, has a side-by-side document in which he can do a comparison.
That's right.
Yeah. So I assume what we ought to see in the Statement of Common Ground, in the lines marked appellant POE, standing for proof of evidence, no doubt. I assume what we ought to see there are the entries from your Appendix 3. Is that right?
Well, I think what one has to bear in mind is that this is a statement of common ground.
Yes.
So we're trying to reach common ground, essentially.
Yes. I'll cut to the chase, Mr. Evans. The entries for appellant POE in Appendix 2 are not always the same as in your proof of evidence Appendix 3, are they?
Not in every case.
No. Let's look at some that are different. And can we go to viewpoint 5? In your appendix. Sorry, not your appendix 3, because that was the landscape one, your appendix 5. So for those watching in electronically, it's on PDF page 104.
Yes, I have that.
And we can see that against we're looking for the line Pegasus revision N, because that's when you got involved, isn't it?
Yeah,
So
I think just on a point of clarity, revision N was what was in hand at the time.
yeah,
The only change that I'm aware of between revision N and revision O is that the bridleway alignment has been corrected.
yeah. So let's look at revision N. We've got which is at the very top of the page, isn't it? So we've got receptor, public right of way, and residential.
Yeah.
Sensitivity high, and double cross-checking with the statement of common ground. That's the same.
Yeah.
Construction phase, and then we got this is the magnitude of effect now. You assess in your proof medium, but in the statement of common ground, it becomes low.
Yeah, and I think obviously, as we've just rehearsed, we were looking for common ground. So Mr. Ferber's assessment was low, and in this case, we've gone with that assessment to find common ground.
Okay. Medium. Yeah.
Yes.
And in the statement of common ground, low. Same as Mr. Ferber. Yeah.
Yeah.
Year 15, your proof and the common ground are the same. Cumulative, negligible, and then construction in your proof, you had major, because at that stage your impacts were medium. Yeah. And major we know is significant. So in your view, in your proof of evidence, you had carried out an assessment and you had reached the professional conclusion that the effect was significant from viewpoint 5. And that's right, isn't it?
I think for the construction phase at that point, that was the assessment I made. I think obviously in seeking to find common ground, we've moderated that assessment.
Yeah, I understand the explanation, but in year 1, similarly, when left to your own devices, you had arrived at the conclusion that it was major and therefore significant. Yes?
Yes.
Now look back at the statement of common ground. In order, you say, to reach common ground with Mr. Ferber, you have moderated your assessment so that the construction and year 1 effects are both moderate adverse. And that's the same level as Mr. Ferber arrived at. The difference between you is that Mr. Ferber used his professional judgment to reach the conclusion that that moderate impact was significant. When you did the exercise on your own, you decided that the impact was significant. But your methodology prevents you from agreeing with Mr. Ferber that the effect remains adverse and significantly adverse, doesn't it?
I think you're probably right in that case.
Yeah. So should we agree that you should exercise a bit more of your professional judgment and tell the inspector now in the witness box that the effect from viewpoint 5 and viewpoint G in the construction phase and in year 1 will be significant?
I think in this case, as I've initially assessed it in my appendix, as significant, then it remains significant.
Yeah. And we can do the same exercise at viewpoint B if we scroll down, can't we? And again, look for revision N. We can see that you reached the conclusion in the, again, in the construction and year 1 periods, that the impact would be major and therefore significant. Yeah?
Yeah.
But if we look in the statement of common ground, we can see that you've moderated that down in order to agree with Mr. Ferber.
In seeking to find common ground.
In seeking to find common ground. Now, as it happens on that line, Mr. Ferber doesn't think that the moderate adverse is significant. But what you're reporting in the statement of common ground isn't what is in your proof of evidence, is it? In effect, you're saying, well, I think as Mr. Ferber's got a lesser impact than me, I'll agree with him.
Well, it's a statement of common ground. We're trying to reach common ground now.
Yeah. And the same, in effect, happens at viewpoint C, doesn't it? Having independently arrived at major effects in construction and year 1, which were significant. You now tell the inspector that upon mature reflection, they're not significant. I haven't been able to find an example of where you've moderated up to reach common ground with Mr. Ferber.
That's fair to say.
Yeah. Now, no 2 landscape experts are going to be the same. We are in the realms of professional judgment.
Yeah.
And Mr. Ferber frankly told the inspector in his evidence and in the witness box that he had reached some conclusions where you had reached more serious conclusions or less advantageous conclusions for his client, but he's here to give the inspector the benefit of his professional opinion. Just to complete the inspector's note If we scroll down to viewpoint G, which of course is the alternative viewpoint 5, we will find similarly common ground where low effects in the statement of common ground, but medium magnitude of effects in construction and year 1 have resulted or did give rise to major significant effects in construction in year 1 being significant. And then the last place it happens is in row H. So when the inspector, for example, at viewpoints G and viewpoint H is pondering the statement of common ground and noting that the appellant and counsel both advocate for moderate adverse effects, but only the counsel says they're significant. The inspector ought to bear in mind, shouldn't he, that once upon a time you did regard the effects as being significant.
True enough.
Yeah. Mr. Evans, thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. Ms. Curtis, if you've got points that go beyond those, Mr. Richards, the chance now yours for cross-examination, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, I do. And just to note, sir, there are some interested parties, I think particularly Ms. Kibble, who has some questions written down that she might also wish to ask Mr. Evans, but they may end up being dealt with by the end of my cross-examination.
I understand.
Mr. Evans, could we go to core document 4.1, Glivia 3, and just look at paragraph 2.11.
Sorry, which document is it?
At Glivia 3.
Paragraph.
At 2.11. And this just sets out some of the reasons why landscape is important. And the third, the third bullet point there obviously indicates that part of the importance of landscape is that it provides the setting for day-to-day lives, for living, working and recreation. So the experiences of the individuals living in and around the appeal site are important then for the inspector to consider when considering the landscape effects of this scheme. We can agree that.
Yeah, I think that's obviously a fair point. You know, it is the setting for living, working and recreation. I think what we don't need to lose sight of is the fact that it's a working, you know, it's a living, working landscape. So it's an agricultural landscape, which is adapted over time to accommodate the needs of the population. So essentially it's a human construct that satisfies our food needs, but also in latter years, I think it's fair to say that energy has also become, renewable energy has become something that needs to be accommodated in the countryside.
And you don't challenge at all the residents' description of their own experience of the local area, the public rights of way networks, or how they think it would change in terms of their own personal experience and opinions?
I think my assessment speaks for itself in terms of the level of effect.
Just touching on tranquility, because that is something that is important to CLAG's members. So you were referred to the issue of tranquility in chief, and you referred to it as a relative term, and I'm not sure I fully understood what you meant by that, so I'll revisit it. But you accept that tranquility is a perceptual attribute of the character of a landscape.
That's right.
And it's described in Glivia at page 158 or PDF page 164. Oh, sorry, no, that's definitely not correct, because that's taken me to the glossary. Oh no, sorry, that is where I meant to go. Described in the glossary as a state of calm and quietude associated with peace, considered to be a significant asset of landscape. So there'll obviously relatively be different levels of tranquility, but if an area is tranquil and calm and peaceful, then it will be tranquil and calm and peaceful, won't it?
Yeah, I think that's all right. But what we don't need to do is confuse tranquility with essentially noise. It's a relative term in terms of noise. So, for instance, you know, it feels tranquil in here. There's background noise, people are talking. I think my understanding of, if we're going to talk about noise and noise generated by the scheme, my understanding of the noise which is likely to be generated by the battery units is conversational level.
But so I haven't gone to noise yet, but do you accept that noise can have an impact on tranquility at all?
It's a factor.
And the evidence that has been given by CLAG's witnesses so far, they clearly they refer to the calm and serenity of the location and its tranquility, and they've also referred to the fact that noise from HS2 has already significantly impacted that calm. So for the residents living in the area, noise clearly has been a contributing factor to a loss of tranquility.
I think you're alluding to HS2, there's obviously a significant amount of noise attached to that. So I'll concede on that point. I think, yes, in that case, that level of noise would have an impact on tranquility. And
you were already taken by Mr. Richards to some of the local character types, so I won't take you to them again, but which obviously describe these areas as deeply rural in their character. The officers report to committee as well, core document 7.26. At paragraph 8.
Just bear with them. Officers report to committee.
Yes, at paragraph 8.105. Which is, I think, on PDF page 26.
Just getting there. Okay.
So there, the officers considered the noise assessment considered that there would be elevated noise levels for users of certain rights of way where infrastructure is to be placed near to paths, and in the final sentence concluded that there would be a risk to tranquility of the area, which should be weighed as a harm in the planning balance. So the council clearly considered that there was a risk to tranquility for users of the public rights of way network. And your proof, I mean, you've discussed it in chief, but in your proof itself, you didn't include any assessment of the impact that this development would have on the tranquility of the area on the public rights of way network.
I think I haven't explicitly covered tranquility.
Despite that being one of the harms identified in the officer's report.
Well, I think in terms of landscape and visual assessment, tranquility feeds into value. So when I say I haven't assessed it specifically, I've assessed it as part of the box 5.1 criteria, which helps me reach my value judgment.
But have you explained anywhere in your proof what your conclusions were on tranquility, why you didn't refer to it, why you didn't consider it to be an important element of the value of the landscape?
No.
And the evidence that has been clearly given by local residents is that they consider it to be a tranquil area. And I think yesterday, or it was 2 days ago, Mr. Ferber referred to the area as notable in its tranquility. So clearly your judgment differs from the experience of the local residents and indeed Mr. Ferber.
Yeah, I think, you know, we've discussed tranquility today, and I think, as I acknowledged earlier, there is a level of tranquility associated with the site. Yeah, that's as far as it goes.
And in terms of the background noise, it might be helpful to look at the environmental statement. So that's CD 7.5 and chapter 6 on noise. And paragraph 6.5.21.
Yeah.
Because you referred to the noise as being comparable to cars from the road, but the description in the noise assessment is that within 25 meters of the inverter cabins and battery stations, you'll have high frequency noise from the operation of the inverters and converters. It's likely to be clearly audible, and there will be noise generated by the inverters and transformers, which would be principally associated with the operation of the cooling fans, which generates broadband noise. So these aren't just simply the types of noise that are comparable to a passing car on a road. It's a constant noise that you wouldn't normally find in the countryside on a public rights of way network.
I don't think you're correct in that assumption. I think the level of noise is intermittent. I don't think it's constant. I think that level of noise is probably only at certain times of day.
But it will be there on a fairly constant basis.
Yeah, but I think at the same time, as we've discussed earlier, there is background noise in the countryside. So I think, you know, it's not unusual to be walking through a field with tractors, cultivating, that kind of thing. So, you know, particularly in an arable landscape, you're not necessarily expecting it to be completely silent. You've got, if it's a windy day, you've got noise from the wind in the trees, all those kinds of background noise. So alongside those, you know, it's not that you're going from a silent environment to a particularly noisy one.
No, but I mean, the noise of tractors, the noise of cars passing on the road, the noise of the wind in the trees, those are characteristic of noises that you get in the countryside, whereas this is more of a industrial broadband whirring fans, seemingly. That's not quite so usual, is it?
No.
Moving on to tranquility, I just wanted to also explore your characterization of the landscape as ordinary. So the appeal site lies in terms of its national character area in NCA 95, primarily, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And going to CD 4.6.
Yeah.
On page 6, you have the key characteristics.
Yeah.
And on the second bullet point down, it refers to nationally rare, locally abundant and prominent ridge and furrow, doesn't it?
It does.
And at page 16, on that first bullet in statements of environmental opportunity, it refers to the need to protect, conserve, and where appropriate, restore historic assets, especially those which are considered at risk, and encouraging sensitive management of outstanding features, including the nationally important open field systems, ridge and furrow, and deserted medieval settlements and shrunken ends of other villages. So ridge and furrow then is considered to be an element that is important to these landscapes and should be preserved.
Yeah, I think my colleague, Miss Stoughton, will obviously talk around ridge and furrow and its significance and value at the round table this afternoon. But yes, ridge and furrow is one of the characteristic features.
So in your proof then, your proof at paragraph 5.9, you say there would be no net loss of any features other than the current arable land use in relation to NCA 95. That's not correct, is it? Because the appeal scheme is also going to destroy a portion of ridge and furrow, which, as we've seen, is a key characteristic of this character area.
Yeah, I think there is an area of ridge and furrow which will fall under the panels. I'm not quite clear what the level of impact will be on the ridge and furrow itself as part of the proposals. I'm assuming there will be some levelling. In terms of the significance of the ridge and furrow in that location, Miss Stoughton has told me it's not significant in heritage terms. So that's where I sort of draw my conclusions from.
But it is noted as significant in landscape cultural heritage terms in that character assessment.
I think what you have to bear in mind with the national character assessment is that it covers a very wide geographical area, and there will be variations in the significance of the ridge and furrow within that area. There'll be better examples.
And at a slightly more local level, CD 4.8, and this is the older version of the local landscape character assessments, but I think you accepted that this is fairly similar in terms of the descriptions of the key characteristics, etc. Page 73, again, characteristics of LCT6 include rural villages, moated sites, and extensive areas of ridge and furrow. So ridge and furrow, again, a characteristic of the local character type as well.
Page 76, you said.
At 73, sorry, and it's the third bullet point down. And that's again just something that you and your colleague missed out of your assessment.
Take me to the bullet point again, please.
It's page 73. I think PDF page 73 as well. And it's if you
It's
go
not a
down.
bullet point.
Pardon?
Did you say it was bullet point, the third bullet point down?
Yeah.
Historic remnants evocative of the medieval period, including rural villages. Yeah, okay, I'm with you. Extensive areas of ridge and furrow. Yeah, again, with this assessment, it's high level, it's county-wide. And Northamptonshire is one of those counties that has quite a high incidence of ridge and furrow. So I think, in my view, there are probably better examples across the county. I'm not denying that, you know, potentially there will be some impact on it, but it's not necessarily of significance.
But that's it's not something that you assessed in your proof, or that was assessed in the LVIA.
Not as a landscape element.
And moving to just another feature, the disused railway. So if you go to core document 4.10, and go to page 60. And it's section 6.
I've only got four documents, 4.10.
4.10, yeah, I think it's split up into a title page, and then there should be a second 4.10, which is the longer text. Yeah.
In the text, not the maps. Yeah, that's right. Yes, I have that.
So this refers to the Special Landscape Area Review and Assessment as identifying some distinct elements of supplementary landscape features that exist within the countryside. And those features contribute to the landscape with a contrasting quality. They are based on mainly historic and disused transport corridors. And it goes on to say in the a few paragraphs down, and the naturalization process has allowed trees to colonize and establish, vegetation is established, and then it says these are now providing a positive visual contribution to the local and wider landscape. And also talks about artifacts and structures remaining from railway use. And one of the significant green corridors identified as providing that positive contribution, one of 7, is the Brackley to Banbury railway line, isn't it?
Yep.
And that's also, we can go to it if you don't know, but that's also identified in the supporting text to the South Northamptonshire local plan as.
Okay.
So the point I'm making, I suppose, is that there is a feature, one of 7 features that was identified as being making a particular positive contribution to the landscape in South Northamptonshire when that assessment was undertaken. It was then recognised in the supporting text of the local plan. So that would suggest that this isn't just an ordinary site, is it? Because it accommodates one of those features that has been identified as providing a particular positive contribution.
Well, I think the key thing to bear in mind here is that the feature extends a long way. So, you know, yes, it's important. Yes, it's running through the site. But from my perspective, the Green Infrastructure Biodiversity Management Plan and the proposal that's put forward maintains that green corridor within the development. It's retained free of development, and ultimately the intention is that it will be enhanced as a wildlife corridor with public access.
But you recognise then that it is an important feature, and it would elevate this site above just being an ordinary area of standard countryside.
Yes, I think I'd concede that point, but also bear in mind that it extends through the special landscape area. it's not one of those features that's identified as elevating the status of the landscape to the special landscape area status. So whilst it's a recognised feature, it's obviously not one of the distinctive features that elevates it to a landscape of higher value.
Moving on to the substation. So your rebuttal, paragraph 4.3, was certainly for CLAGS members the first time that they had seen reference to a new pylon being constructed in that substation area. Is that something that you took from the typical compound drawings, or something that you were told would be the case?
So the typical compound drawing, which I have to hand here somewhere, clearly shows the pylon with the mast to either side.
Yes, but if we look then at even as recently as the planning statement of common ground, which is CD 9 point, I'll just need to find it at 9.5, paragraph 3.8. And this was signed obviously in May of this year. It says, when describing the substation, it says 2 point of connection masts will be located adjacent to the existing pylon tower. These will be similar in height to those pylons traversing the area, but significantly narrower in width. That obviously is a reference to the existing pylons, not to any new pylons. So did your, I mean, it appears now that there is going to be a new pylon, but I'm just wondering, is that something
that's always been my understanding of the scheme, that there would be a new pylon. We've got an indicative drawing that shows it within the compound, and if we look at revision O of the landscape strategy plan, it's quite obvious that the substation sits between two existing pylons, and then a new pylon is shown on the line of the power lines.
And in terms of the way in which that has been shown, it's shown on the indicative drawing, but it's obviously important, isn't it, that development proposals and what exactly they comprise are quite clearly described and illustrated and presented when putting together a planning application. Would you agree with that?
Sorry, could you repeat?
That it is quite important that what a development will comprise should be clearly defined and described in a planning application.
Yes, and I picked this project up in early April, and the material that was put before me has shown that there was always a new pylon. I can't speak for prior to that because I wasn't involved with the project.
And CD 4.2, that's guidance on visual representation of development proposals. Looking at page 9 of that guidance, so this is obviously discussing the different types of visualizations that you can have, and the types are described at paragraph 3.5.2.
Yeah.
And then also table 1 explains the types of visualizations that would be appropriate for a particular purpose. And we're obviously in category A, aren't we? Evidence submitted to a public inquiry, application accompanied by an LVIA, even some non-EIA development, and this is EIA development. So we're in that category.
Yes, I wouldn't disagree with that.
And so appropriate visualization types would have been visualizations 2 to 4. So that would have been at least a 3D wireline or model, a photo montage, or a scale verifiable photo montage.
And we submitted photo montages.
Yes, of the
scheme.
solar panels, nothing to do with the permanent substation. All that was given was an indicative drawing.
No, so obviously, as I've just said, I came to the job late. I had to work with the material that had been submitted. I looked at the indicative drawing and the measurements on there, and I used my judgment to make my assessment. I appreciate it's difficult for members of the public to visualize how that might look, but I think I had sufficient information.
But do you agree that it would have been helpful before you would come on board then had the appellant produced visualizations of the only permanent feature of the landscape in accordance with what the guidance in table 1 suggests?
Well, I think what is good practice is for visualizations to be agreed with the council, so I can only assume that was done. And there was no requirement for a visualization of the substation.
And it would have prevented members of the public and members of CLAG being blindsided when they received your rebuttal proof and saw the reference to a new pylon.
I wasn't aware that that would be the first time they'd become aware of it. It wasn't my intention to blindside anyone. I was just working with what my understanding was.
So members of certain of CLAG's witnesses have given some evidence on mitigation and what they consider to be the appropriate mitigation and some issues with that. I don't want to go into detail on that because Mr. Richards has already asked you about W1 and W2, and I understand that there is an intention to deal with much of this by condition. There is disagreement though about the correct western boundary of the site and who has responsibility for maintaining that screening. And if Mr. Ward and Mr. Foote are correct about this, I think the simple point is just that the appellant hasn't got control over some elements of that vegetation that are claimed in the Revision O strategy to the western boundary.
So we're talking about how that's shown on the plan.
Yes.
So can you point me to the area in question?
Well, there are several areas at the very top end of the solar panel site, sort of where it goes through the community area in F1. There's a dispute there about exactly where the boundary falls, and Mr. Ward says that he owns all of that vegetation, and that's the only vegetation I can see up there that would provide screening at F1. There's then a further dispute going down along the western boundary of F3, quite some way.
To more or less where the dog leg is.
Pardon?
To more or less where the dog leg in the hedgerow is.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the effect of that simply, if CLAG's members are right, is just that the appellant wouldn't have control over some of that mitigation screening that it claims to have control over, but it's a point of dispute, so I don't think we can go really much further than.
It's not really one for me. I mean, I think Mr. Foote, we rehearsed this yesterday with Mr. Foote, he obviously maintains the majority of that boundary, and he was quite content that the hedgerow would remain. It's not in his interest to crop it down, and furthermore, you know, we've clearly got a tree belt that's going to be planted along that boundary to assist with screening. So yeah, I think in terms of the level of impact for visual receptors in the wider landscape, it's not an issue.
And just moving on then, I think there's only really one more topic to ask you about, which is just the cumulative impacts point. So you referred in your evidence so far to your assessment of the cumulative impacts, and you took the inspector to paragraph 7.18 of Glivia 3. And you said you've taken the approach of including this scheme including other schemes in the baseline and then assessing the impact of this scheme over and above those. Is that correct?
Yes, so obviously as we rehearsed with the council's advocate, there are different ways of carrying out this assessment. I think in this case, my focus has been on the project that's in for submission and for the purposes of the appeal. So my assessment considers mindful that these other projects are there in the landscape, the over and above effects of our scheme on the wider landscape.
In terms of including the additional schemes in the baseline, my understanding is that the two, what are referred to as the Drovers Lane solar farms, haven't yet been built out. And HS2 is obviously still under construction, not completed. So what exactly do you mean by including them in the baseline?
So in terms of including them in the baseline, it's the construction activities that are going on at the moment, which is obviously the worst case scenario. I anticipate that, you know, mitigation, I mean, forgive me, I haven't fully assessed either HS2 or the Drovers Lane scheme. That's not what cumulative assessment is about. My focus has been on this project. Obviously mindful that these others exist. The baseline position is that construction activities are happening. I recognise that, you know, HS2 creates adverse effects, but I also anticipate that over time, when construction work's complete, that mitigation will kick in and effects will be lessened. So to be quite frank, you know, when HS2 is finished, it will be in a cutting, it will be in a tunnel. At the moment, we're looking at major earthworks, lots of plant whizzing about. As the lady from Halse Copse Lodge said yesterday, you know, noise is a big factor. I think upon completion, with mitigation, HS2 won't have anywhere near the impact that it does at the moment during the construction phase.
And do you have any sense of how long the construction phase is going to go on?
For the solar farm?
For HS2?
I would imagine it's a lengthy time.
So a lengthy time could be quite a considerable time in the life of this temporary scheme.
Potentially.
And also just so I can understand fully what the assessment has comprised. Looking at Glivia 3, paragraph 7.20, which is page 124, PDF page 130.
Sorry, take me to the paragraph.
7.20. So this is obviously under the heading, you've looked at the agreement for how the cumulative effects assessment is to be focused in terms of either baseline or looking at future projects. Then obviously the guidance goes on to explain how cumulative effects should be assessed. And one of those points is you need to define a study area specifically for cumulative impacts. As far as I can see in your proof, you list projects that are considered, but I don't see a study area defined.
So the study area for my assessment is the same as the study area that was carried out for the EIA. Essentially, for the purposes of this appeal, I've used the plan, you know, 3.5 kilometres from the site as the study area. That incorporates both schemes. That's for landscape effects in the published areas. In terms of visual effects, the generally accepted practice is that the zone, the visual influence, the ZTV should form the starting point, and then obviously if there are any overlapping ZTVs, that should determine the study area. So as I've said, my approach focuses primarily on the additional effects of the main project, which we're here to discuss today, on top of the cumulative baseline of the other projects.
Okay, and in your proof, you assess cumulative landscape character effects at paragraph 8.10, I think it is, which cumulative effects is section 8, starting on page 34. And then cumulative effects of landscape character, you deal with this at paragraphs 8.5 and to 8.9. And in that, you only assess the cumulative impacts in terms of impacts on the character areas as a whole. There's no reference to the impacts within the 3.5 kilometre study area.
Okay, that's accepted practice, but yes, I understand what you're saying.
So there isn't any assessment then of what the cumulative landscape impacts might be within that smaller area in that text.
I'm not sure I'm following you.
Well, you're looking at the impact on the character area as a whole, and you don't bring it down from that. That's what I'm saying. In the text here.
Oh, I see what you're saying. No, in terms of the way that's drafted, that's the case.
And that's, you say that's accepted practice. If you go back to Glivia, again, looking at the cumulative impact section. Sorry, I'm just scrolling. If we look at paragraph 7.21, it says there are 3 practical approaches. The first practical approach could be what you've done. So use the boundaries of the landscape character types or areas and only consider the impact on that whole landscape character type level. But then another approach could be to use the zone of theoretical visibility, which is likely to be particularly useful, it says, where the visual effects of the scheme itself and the areas overlap with ZTVs for cumulative visual effects assessment, and likely to be useful where the development may be seen in conjunction with other developments in the vicinity, and so may influence landscape character, even if other projects are not in the same character area. And obviously here we're falling into that kind of situation because the site itself straddles 2 different character areas, and all of these different sites are also falling partly within different character areas. And then thirdly, a study area may be suggested by the competent authority and or stakeholders, in taking into account views expressed to the competent authority by local groups and supported by clear justification. Obviously here there have been many local expressions of the devastating impact that HS2 has had on the local community and the industrializing character of this development and what it will add, but no, you didn't see fit to go beyond, I suppose, step 1, the impact on the landscape character types as a whole.
No, that's not the case. If you've been listening, I said before, the zone of theoretical visibility also informed my area of study. And what's particularly important when you're doing cumulative impacts is, as it says there, you know, where the development may be seen in conjunction with other developments. So the ZTV, which was submitted with the application, that was my starting point. Obviously, then I did my field work. I've assessed the viewpoints and I've assessed the visual impact on those viewpoints.
But we're not, so we're not in this, I'm talking about landscape effects. So we're in the Glivia heading on landscape effects, and visual effects are then dealt with separately from paragraph 7.29. So I'm not criticizing your visual assessment.
Okay.
I'm looking at what you have done in your proof in terms of landscape character, you have focused on step one of that 3 recommended practical approaches, which is the effect on the landscape character type as a whole.
So steps 1 and 2.
Well, you've not written
Oh, I see.
anywhere in your proof
Right,
that.
no, okay, step 1.
And had you included some text where you had gone further down and assessed the cumulative impacts on matters such as tranquility, the industrializing nature of this development in conjunction with HS2, it's likely that you would have concluded that there were cumulative impacts worth noting.
In my professional judgment, I think the only, I mean, we've stated what we think the cumulative impacts are in our proof of evidence. And I think, yes, you know, there are impacts on those published character areas. Likewise, visually, I've looked at the viewpoints, and I think I've fairly represented, you know, what the visual impact will be for those viewpoints that are able to see both the proposed scheme, HS2, and Drovers Lane scheme construction works in the same view.
Thank you. And just a few discrete matters that were raised by CLAG's witnesses in some of their evidence. So you may have heard that Mrs. Grafferty Smith criticised some of the viewpoints at Halse Farm, but would you accept that ultimately it'll be for the inspector to determine whether he agrees with those criticisms on his site visit?
Well, with both Mr. Ferber's evidence and mine, we've got the benefit of 2 viewpoints now being assessed from Halse Farm. So I think 2 viewpoints, slightly different locations in the same property is, you know, quite unusual. But, you know, the inspector can take a view on the viewpoints that we've put forward in our assessments, and he'll also have a look when he's there on the ground.
And you also accepted earlier that there will, for footpath AN11, be some loss of openness, but you see this as a trade-off for the solar panel development as a whole. And again, that will be a balance for the inspector to strike.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say.
And just finally, you referred to the community area and the attractiveness of the community area, and you referred to it as not an unattractive place to sit and have a picnic. It's not exactly a ringing endorsement of the site, is it?
I think it's, you know, it's not necessarily unattractive. It's not particularly, to me, attractive. As I've said before, the site itself is ordinary countryside. I think with the enhancements that we propose, it'll be a more desirable place to visit in terms of the facilities that are available.
So it will go from open countryside to a relatively small area surrounded by fencing, screening and CCTV panels and solar panels, but you consider that to be a more attractive location for a picnic than sitting in the open countryside?
I wouldn't say that.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Thank you very much. I think the way we'll do this is, I've got a couple of questions. I think probably Ms. Osborne-Smith, I might see if there are any other from the floor, and then you can capture them all if you wish in a room, which is pushing us into a lunch break, but I think best to finish with Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans, you're going to help me out very quickly. I assume that you were part of producing revision O.
Well,
because I have to,
as I said, sir, I was quite late to join the party.
yeah, I appreciate that, but revision O is also very late to the party, although the changes aren't significant. But I'm hoping you're more familiar with it than I necessarily am, and you can give me some really simple answers. Because I have to admit, I sometimes struggle with the colour. That's why the glasses have come out, I think.
Okay.
I sometimes struggle with some of the colours you've got. And I think others have too. One area is the acoustic fencing, which is obviously the same colour as the hedgerow planting, and the existing vegetation.
Yeah.
I've scanned this. There is some question marks. You see where it says F4, you've got what very much looks like a line of acoustic fencing. In the same way, it looks like there was the line above F2 we spoke about yesterday. I'm assuming that isn't.
That's
Or
a
is it?
hedgerow.
Yeah, it looks like a very straight line of acoustic fencing as it does up in F2. So we're taking that as hedgerow. Where are the acoustic fences? Are they solely tight to a number of the battery storage areas?
That's my understanding.
Okay. New tree planting, is there any individual new tree planting there, or are they all in tree planting belts?
So we've got tree belts. We've also got standard trees within hedgerows.
Oh, right, but they're represented by new hedgerow as opposed to new trees.
I think there are some tree symbols on there. I think the key thing to bear
Okay.
in mind with this plan is that it's a fairly high level strategy.
Yeah, and I'm no
So-
doubt I'll be seeing a condition that says a landscape and ecology management plan will be submitted to and agreed in writing. But there's something that I've got to take from this, which is an understanding of the mitigation that's being proposed and perhaps some of the structures that are to be in place.
Yeah, so I think the indicative trees shown within the hedgerows, we could say will be representative of perhaps where
Okay,
detailed trees come along later in the day.
okay. Thank you. And I'm right in saying the difference between tree groups and hedgerow groups, despite the fact that they're the same colour, is the hedgerow has a wobbly line in the street and the tree groups have straight lines.
That's correct.
Good. Okay. I think I've got a better handle then on what you're giving me there. Thank you. I was interested in your comment in chief that solar panels are an accepted feature of the countryside these days.
I did say that, and I think as someone who's lived in the rural landscape all my life, you know, we're very attuned to the fact that the landscape has to adapt. And I think, you know, there are a lot of pressures on farming at the moment. There are a lot of pressures on energy and food supply. But I think clearly green energy is a really serious consideration. So I reconcile myself with the fact that although I live in the countryside and work in the countryside, inevitably, you know, there will need to be solar panels in the countryside.
All right, so it's an issue of inevitability as opposed to an issue of acceptability.
I think they are acceptable.
Right. So if in your mind they're becoming a common feature, are there areas where they don't work in your view?
Well, I think obviously if we're going to, I mean, we've had one or two decisions where solar panels have been allowed in settings of AONBs and such like. I think if we're going into that sort of territory, then we do have to look at it very carefully. So I think, yes, you know, it's a question of each site on its merits.
Okay, does that mean you come from a presumption that a solar farm is acceptable in the countryside unless there's some specific special quality, if you like, be it designation AONB or some other form that suggests that it is not appropriate?
Not necessarily a designation. I think you judge each site on its merits.
Trees are not friends to panels.
I was aware of this. And it was a question I asked.
Yeah. We have talked about a condition coming through. We're going to have a little battle in the conditions session about how that works. We'll see. But you're confident that that there will be retained trees throughout. I know this was put to you before, but equally, I think the important point is about whether there's sufficient areas left for the trees in terms of the impact that the shading would have on the panels. Now, presumably you've reviewed that. I'm talking the 5 trees that Mr. Richards took us to. I'm talking about the southern boundary trees. You've reviewed the shading implications. Have I got shading plans?
We've talked about shading with the appellant.
Yep.
And the appellant's comment to me was that no problem with mature trees. And I think that includes free-form trees on the boundary, which will be allowed to grow, as well as the more interesting standard trees within the site.
Yes, I suppose we should add to that also those on the disused railway line as well as the southern boundary.
Yeah.
Okay, Ms. Curtis dealt with that. So I've got a mix of questions because they're coming from different points that have been, most of which have been picked up, but I'm just going to see if there was any questions from those who gave me statements on Tuesday. Ms. Kibble, I think the points that you put to me were much around the ridge and furrow system, which obviously Ms. Curtis had picked up on. Did you have another point that you wanted to pick up on?
Well, only that there seems to be positive ways. I just wanted to query that.
I think to be clear about the word reinstate.
Right, hang on, I might need to do this in a slightly different way because it's about microphones. Right, Mr. Evans, Ms. Gibble was asking about a positive weight to be given to the reinstatement of an 1845 boundary, if I remember the question as it put. If you answer into the microphone as well, otherwise we're leaving a sort of gaping hole in the soundscape for people from watching from home.
If I could take the inspector to revision of the landscape strategy, field F12 at the bottom, I think locals have referred to it as Dawson's.
Yes.
We've obviously been mindful, or colleagues have, with the proposals to keep them low profile. So one of the constraints that's been identified is the 140-meter contour. So that was the starting point, I think, when the scheme was reduced back from the larger scheme that was previously put forward. The 140-meter contour doesn't follow the line of the former hedgerow boundary, but it does run close. So what I would say in answer to the question is that we are planting a hedgerow, which is not far off where a historic hedgerow used to be, but clearly we're not reinstating the historic feature.
I'm here now. Yeah, so really there should be no positive weight then. The fact that it's an historic feature is irrelevant. It's being put there for mitigation.
Well, I think in heritage terms, I'll defer to my colleague Gail Stoughton on the value or weight to be attached to that.
Right.
I'm not a heritage expert. I think from a landscape point of view, in this case, as we've discussed, I consider hedgerows and trees to be beneficial.
But not the historic side of it. Yes, we'll come to. So I suppose I don't know whether this is heritage or still within this remit, but when you're choosing which heritage, is it 18th century, 17th century, 16th century?
Not really one from Mr. Evans. I think one from Stoughton in terms of understanding the tapestry of history that has been on the site. And I'm not sure that Mr. Evans has promoted that he's got a redesigned landscape scheme that's trying to achieve something that existed in the past. It's a scheme that's there to try to accommodate the panels, is probably fairer to say.
I'm happy to accept that. Yeah, okay. I had one more question. You both agreed that the visual impact from a kilometre around the site is not significant. I just wanted to ask, in your professional opinion, would you say this is true of most, if not all, solar sites? And so it's not something that's unique to this.
So could you just repeat that question? I need to be
Sorry,
very clear here
I'm
of what
trying
you're saying.
to ascertain, you know, you've both agreed that it, from a kilometre away, it doesn't have any impact, nobody's affected.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
this is
just-
interesting because it was a little bit of the debate that happened in cross exam. So I think I know what you're trying to say. If I say it and you tell me whether I'm right or wrong, we'll see how we go. There was an agreement that beyond 1 kilometre, the visual impact was not significant. Not that the visual impact's gone, but the visual impact was not significant. I think Ms. Kibble was saying, are you saying that's a positive for this scheme, or is that just fact for solar farms when they come through? Is that about right?
Thank you, yes.
Okay.
No, I think that's very much a positive for this individual scheme. You know, due to the fact that we've got the undulated landform and the hedgerows that allow that to be the case. Clearly, you know, schemes have been put forward where the visual envelope is much wider, with views from anything between 3 and 5 kilometres. I'm not suggesting that necessarily those more distant views are significant, but you know, some of those proposals are a lot more visible in the landscape than this one would be.
And I suppose I just simply wish to qualify though, when you're looking, as has been alluded to, that sort of watery effect. So from 1 kilometre, 5 kilometres, it's not that much more harmful.
I think every case is different,
Okay.
and it depends on the scale of the development, and critically, and what's relevant here, how much of the scheme you see at once. If you can see the entire scheme from an elevated viewpoint, that
Okay,
has more impact.
yes, so I think possibly also agree it's topology, it's whether it's flat or not as well. Okay, thank you. I did just quickly want to touch on the pylon thing, the new pylon. This is my last question.
Okay, Ms. Curtis
Sorry.
has been there in some detail, but
It simply, you talked about detraction of pylons. They are scattered all over our landscape, but they blend in on the basis of their uniformity, and they're fixed 250 meters apart, so that lessens their impact. By introducing a new one in the middle, you will, you know, I've seen them where they're more grouped together. They are much, much more visible.
I think there are two things there in answer to that question. The first thing you say is that they blend in. Well, they don't. What happens is that people become used to them over time.
Yeah, okay.
So, and I think the same, I mean, I don't want to get into a discussion about wind turbines here, but you know, the same can be said about wind turbines. I'm aware of schemes in the landscape where large wind turbines have been implemented. At the time when they went in, you know, there was a huge backlash against them, but actually over time people have come to accept them. So yeah, I think pylons are very, I'm not saying they're as big as.
I think, Mr. Evans, the question is, does the introduction of a pylon at midway between a regularly spaced set of pylons introduce something more intrusive than the existing pylons that are there?
Not
From
in
your
my
point of
view, not in my view. You're introducing a pylon between two pylons, essentially. And I think with distance from the site, I mean, I could take you to one of the viewpoints.
So distance from what site?
From the substation site, depending on where you're viewing it from.
Yeah.
You might see a number of pylons in a row that, because of the angle of the view, they're clustered together. Does that make sense?
And I think that's also slightly my point, because the way that they're east to west, they are quite intrusive in our setting. And I think by having another one in the middle, it'll change that. But
Okay, well,
happy to.
I've had his
I
answer.
accept it's going to be a
But-
change.
yeah.
but, yeah.
One for the site visit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Alden-Smith.
So yeah, just a point of clarification on that last one. There is a landscape features plan, which is figure 2.1 of the ES, which if memory serves, I'm going to hazard a guess at 7.5A. ES Fig 2.1. So I'll leave you to look at that at your leisure. That shows the pylons on and the regularity of the spacing between them. But I do have also a few questions for Mr. Evans, if I may. Thank you very much. First of all, we're going to just have a think about cumulative effects. And what's been done here is the projects that have been consented and indeed HS2 under construction have been looked at in combination with the appeal scheme. First point, the fact that projects are consented and are going ahead, what does that tell us about the acceptability that has been found in respect of those projects, having regard to the landscape and visual context of the area?
Yeah, I mean, clearly, if those projects have been approved and they're under construction, they've gone through the planning process, they've been rigorously tested and found to be acceptable.
Have you seen any professional assessment that finds this scheme gives rise to significant adverse cumulative impacts?
No.
Is there any difference between you and Mr. Ferber on the acceptability of this scheme in respect of cumulative impacts?
No.
Then we've got Mr. Ward's boundary point. And we'll have a think about that, I think, when we come to conditions a little bit more. But just assume Mr. Ward is right and has the right to do whatever he likes with his hedgerow, takes the whole thing down entirely. Let's imagine that scenario. What effect does that have on visual receptors in the public domain and the adverse effects of this scheme on those?
Well, two points in answer to that question. I think the first point, listening to Mr. Ward yesterday, and I understand where he's coming from. He's talking about cutting and laying the hedge, which actually is seen to be really beneficial for the hedge. It's a practice that's been going on for hundreds of years. So that's not a bad thing to do. And actually, for the longer life of the hedge, it's a good thing to do, because what happens is, if you've got a hedge that's outgrown, you cut it, you lay it, and then it shoots back. And that hedge that shoots back is much thicker and stronger at the base. So actually, as that grows up, admittedly, it will take time, but it does grow a lot quicker than a newly planted hedge. So in 2-3 years' time, he'll still have a screening effect. In terms of the visual receptors around that location, obviously, as we talked about yesterday, Mr. Ward and Mrs. Ward use that field, so they are a receptor, but that's a private view. As far as public views go, views in that direction are very limited due to the roadside hedgerows.
Thank you very much. Now let's have a think about tranquility a little bit more by reference to page 84 of the GLVIA in box 5.1. And how tranquility features in our understanding and assessment of landscape. And you referred to this in answer to some questions that came to you in cross-examination. So what is the understanding or the contribution that tranquility makes to landscape character?
So it's a perceptual aspect, as I sort of tried to get my words right earlier. It's not a hard and fast thing. It's a combination of factors. So if we look at the box 5.1 criteria, we can see a list of different qualities there. What we're under with tranquility is perceptual aspects. So basically what it says there is a landscape may be valued for its perceptual qualities, notably wildness or tranquility. In terms of what tranquility is, it can be remoteness, it can be quiet, but what we shouldn't confuse it with is just quiet. Basically, it's a tranquility effect and a noise effect are not one and the same thing.
So it feeds into value. Now, has there been any professional assessment of the landscape of the appeal site that says it is of high value or indeed a valued landscape as a result of tranquility or for any other reason?
No, it's common ground between Mr. Ferber, myself, the council. You can read it in the committee report that this is not a valued landscape for the purposes of the MPPF.
You commented about noise being a usual feature of the countryside. You gave some examples, the cars using the road, tractors, for example, that sort of thing. Is what is usual for noise in the countryside a static concept?
No, noise comes and goes.
But were tractor noises always commonplace in the countryside, Mr. Evans?
Historically, no. Depends how far back in time you want to go.
And the level of noise that's anticipated, and you explained that that would be intermittent. I'm going to ask Mr. Burrell to give a little bit more information on that when he gives his evidence. But that sort of noise, where does that feature? What's the level of noise? Do you know?
So I understand the noise generated by the battery units will be around the 70 decibel mark, which is conversation level.
Okay.
I think the thing to bear in mind, I mean, just to retouch on mitigation as well, where the battery units are located, the plan has taken account of the fact that in some locations, the footpath does go in close proximity. And we've actually planted a hedge, which, you know, if I was talking to a noise expert, he'd say, well, that will do no good. But actually, you know, it is a measure that can help.
Now, in terms of the methodology, you'll recall some questions from my learned friend, Mr. Richards, on that. And it was about the fact that you have medium. The methodology says medium, and that's not significant. So anything with a major in it is. And you gave an example of somewhere where actually, in your judgment, you've identified a major moderate. Now, on the face of the methodology, is that a judgment that you can arrive at?
Not with that matrix, but as I said, the matrix is a starting point.
So have you felt constrained by the matrix in anything that you've done as part of your assessment of effects?
No.
You were taken to the GLVIA at paragraph 3.35. Turn there with me if you will. And that's on page 41.
Yes, I have that.
And it was put to you that a potential pitfall of identifying effects was over-reliance on matrices or tabular summaries or effects, which may not be accompanied by clear narrative descriptions. To what extent are the effects that you've identified, both in landscape character and visual terms, accompanied by what you consider to be clear narrative descriptions?
So what I've done with my proof of evidence is I've obviously had a thorough read of the environmental impact assessment that was submitted with the application. I don't intend to repeat in my proof everything that's in those descriptions, but I do provide additional text to give an overview. But clearly those descriptions are what this application would be determined on,
So is that a trap you've fallen into, Mr. Evans,
potentially.
identified by GLVIA?
Oh, no, not on, I see what you're saying.
I'm sure you were, Mr. Richards.
In a
Would have
week.
made your lunchtime.
In a weak moment, no, I'm not over reliant on the matrix. I have to say. I don't like the matrix.
And on that basis, are there any effects here which are moderate, but which you have felt constrained by the methodology to say are not significant when you would have otherwise arrived at a different judgment?
No.
And then there was the issue about, well, the proof of evidence tables say certain things about magnitude of effect that you've changed for statement of common ground. And your point is, I'm a victim of trying to agree things with Mr. Ferber.
I think given the short time available to sort this out and the fact that we were trying to reach common ground to save time at the appeal, yes, I'd agree with that statement.
But help me with this. Does the changes that were made in reaching common ground by you to magnitude change any of the conclusions on long-term significance of visual impacts?
Well, I think that's the key. So,
What's the key?
It's the long term,
Why is that key?
because it's the construction phase where we were talking around with Mr. Richards, and that's where we feel that we've fallen into a bit of a hole.
Right, but let's talk about long-term effects post 15 years. Why are they important?
Well, particularly with this project, I mean, it is a time limited project, but what we're assessing long-term effects at is year 15. So that's still early in the life of the project.
And do the changes that were made in respect of those construction periods where it reflected the magnitude of change in construction period, did that change any of your long-term conclusions?
Not at all.
And then right back to the beginning, you'll remember that Mr. Richards took you to the character area assessment, and there are a number of features, some of which I think we all agree are relevant and others which may or may not be. But of those features, and you'll recall it was things such as topography, hedgerow cover, those sorts of things. Having regard to all of those, what would actually change in respect of the elements of character of this site, which combine to make its overall character as a result of the scheme?
So if you combine all those together, I think you come up with a net beneficial effect.
So what actually changes? What's the effect?
So we've got an increase in hedgerow cover. The topography is relatively unchanged. Can I just go through the list?
Yes, by all means.
So we talked about topography. We talked about tree cover. So there's a net benefit in both tree cover and the fact that we're retaining those trees of value. Hedgerow lengths increase. Any other topics we ought to cover?
Well, the point was, another point, deeply rural. You had a conversation about that and you said rural. Would the perception of the site in its context change from being one of a rural location if this scheme was to go ahead?
No, I think this is commonly a misapprehension that, a solar farm in the countryside is an industrial development. What it actually is solar panels in a field. With this scheme, the field pattern, the hedgerow pattern, even the underlying land use, we've already talked about the fact that it'll be grazed with sheep. All those things remain. So, yeah, I think the reality is it's perceived as solar panels in a field. There's certainly no perception that you're entering a built-up area or a commercial development.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Those are my questions.
Thank you very much.
Got my
sir.
microphone on, terribly sorry, people at home. Mr. Evans, you may stand down. Break until it's 25 to 2 now. We're coming back with round table. Any particular desire, if I was going to be cheeky and push this to 2:15 lunchtime finish, any particular desire for longer than that? You can have a stab. 2:15, okay?
I'm just grateful you weren't going to say 2 o'clock.
I was tempted. Ms. Curtis, okay with you? Yes, obviously. It's going to be then 2:15, ladies and gents, which on my watch it is 25 to now. I'm very tempted to climb on a chair and get hold of that clock. I think I need a ladder. All right, thank you very much. Excellent, ladies and gents, welcome back to our afternoon session. I see there's been a bit of a pairing up of microphones, which is very good news, because I think we're going to have to try and make them work through this session. We're timetabled to have a roundtable on heritage and roundtable on ecology. We've kept ourselves all in suspense as to knowing which one's going to come first. Bear with me. I think ecology is probably going to be slightly quicker than heritage, my immediate thought. Should we have a stab at that and then leave ourselves heritage to do after? Miss Stoughton was ready. I know she was paused and ready. It just struck me it'd be, I think, easier to work our way through that one and then get into the meat of the heritage stuff afterwards. I've got Mr. and Mrs. Ward here to support on that. Ms. Curtis, you've got Ms. Kibble next to you. Is that just to pick up on the heritage stuff, or I'm just wondering who I'm pulling into the discussions?
I've got a little bit on B and G, but
Right.
if it's relevant, I will add. Yeah.
Okay. And Mr. Richards, we got Mr. Stevens working for us here. Fantastic. Okay, and Mr. Fern, who's first
Correct.
appearance. Very good. I'd love to put together really detailed agendas for you, but I haven't. Simply because I wasn't entirely sure that we were going to go into these roundtable sessions or how we were going to deal with it this week. But it does strike me that there's a fairly simple agenda that we can work to. And please tell me if you feel there's anything needs to be added to that. It struck me that we've got some questions over species issues. There's a general concern that's come through from what I've read in evidence from mostly interested parties about general species moving through the landscape and the cut-offs associated with HS2 and the implications of potentially further cut-offs further south for Greatworth, but then specific species matters on badgers and barn owls. I'm just looking to see whether I've captured them all, or are there others that you would want in that discussion? By all means, press the button, Mr. Ward, if you want to jump in.
Well, CLAG formally in my proof raised butterfields, badgers, barn owls, and BNG.
Oh, don't worry, I'm coming on to habitats. I'm just talking about the species at the moment.
Oh, sorry, species.
So badgers and barn owls. We've then got potentially habitats to look at, although principally the habitats issue has been around the discussion of the provision of new hedgerows, trees, etc. From a landscaping point of view. But if there's other issues around potentially what's seen by CLAG as lost habitats, we can look at those. And then there's the question over the BNG calculations. Does that capture what we were expecting to discuss? Excellent. Good. Little bit of a quick chat about how round tables can work. Open discussion. I might prompt some of that discussion, asking people to set out their positions, asking others to respond. If I've got questions that then triggers, or I've got specific questions, I'll introduce them. If you've got questions, by all means, throw your hand up in the air just to let me know, or I will ask, are there any other questions or any other points that want to be put? But don't feel constrained by what was the greater formality of the earlier process that we've been through. This one is an open discussion. I don't want to leave any point unless if anyone feels they haven't said their piece, if you like. One problem always is that I talk too much and try to write too much. There might be the odd pregnant pause as I sort my notes out as we go. Okay. I suggested species. Let me just ask that question about the general concern. I can't remember exactly who I picked this up from, but I think 2 or 3 interested parties saying their concern. I think Mrs. Grafty-Smith might have been one about the wildlife within the area, if you like, being cut off from going north, and potentially being then unable to go south if the panels were put up with the deer fencing, etc. Is that a point that anyone wants to expand on or take forward before I ask whether the appellants have got a response to that position? If you do want to, by all means, come forward and borrow the microphone.
Sorry, I would only say that from the evidence in my statement, which I provided some visual evidence of deer, I noted that the site is going to be surrounded by deer fencing.
Yeah.
So obviously have the location of my plot, as it were, being in between HS2 and the proposed solar farm. I have seen with my own eyes on many, many occasions deer that are trapped because of specifically HS2 deer fencing. That's not something that ever happened before that fencing perimeters was put up prior to HS2 activity there. It's something that we on the hill, as we call it in Halse, with the cottages up there are 5 cottages. It's something that we're very mindful of. And we've got a lot of photographic evidence of deer being unable to pass through the HS2 deer fencing. So of course that then leads onto the question as to what the difference would be with this solar fencing, and why the same problems wouldn't then occur, because presumably HS2 consulted their environmental experts. So I'm just, just mindful that in practice, as a lived experience, their solutions to that problem do not seem to be working. And I think I have photographic evidence in my statement there. So I'd love that to be discussed here today.
Okay, well, that's very helpful. You've set out the concerns, focus being on deer. We're talking deer-proof fencing being established both in association with HS2 and potentially the solar farm. Any thoughts from the appellants on how they've looked at those matters? Have they looked at those matters?
Yes, sir. Sorry. So there's a couple of related points, really. Unlike HS2, which is a very long linear feature, and deer fencing is no doubt included to keep deer off the track for a matter of safety. Deer fencing is used for a variety of reasons. It's often used in conservation purposes to keep animals away from woodland because of grazing. Many of the deer in this country are actually non-native muntjacs as opposed to native roe deer, and as such are effectively an invasive species, even though we may be fond of them as animals. Their conservation value is modest in many species. Unlike HS2 coming to the proposed development here, the deer fencing is largely around individual fields as numbered on revision O of the plan. And therefore deer can navigate around the site as well as through the green corridor along F4 and so on. So there's no suggestion that the development would lead to further fragmentation of the countryside that would prevent movement of deer. Keeping deer out of the site, if I may just add one more point as well, in terms of establishing meadows and so on, could even be a benefit to the establishment of grasslands, etc.
Are the grasslands
well, there are
separated by the deer fences? I think
there are different kinds of grasslands.
They're outside the deer fences, aren't they, for the most part?
There is also grassland between and around the panels.
Between the panels,
yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Can I speak to?
It's all right. You just need to put your hand up when I get hold of, when I see you.
Okay.
I'll call you. I'll
Okay.
call you in.
Thank you.
Yes.
On your point about the muntjacs, my evidence, photographic evidence, is not muntjacs. I'm very familiar with the difference. I also would like to say, because of the movement of deer towards the solar farm complex, irrespective of the solar farm, what we're very concerned about in Halse and Greatworth and everyone passing along that road is the reality that the possibility that deer might come into the road, which they will, because they need to cross the road, and there could be an accident, because obviously they can't now go to the north of the site. So there's many, many more deer, as my photographic evidence and everyone out around the area knows, there's many more deer passing down and being forced into the road. So just to pick up on your point about saying it's advantageous not to have deer going into the solar farm complex, I'm not sure then what happens to those deer, because obviously you've got the Halse Road intersecting the two sites, as it were.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree. I mean, ultimately, that's a road safety issue, isn't it?
Yes, although to be fair, the deer, if they are prevented from going through the HS2 sites to the north and are coming south, the solar farm doesn't affect them reaching the road. It affects their movement south after the road, but they can pass on through. It's a very difficult point to pick up without evidence of the numbers that are involved, but it remains a risk, I'd imagine, and already. I mean, is it something you're experiencing already?
Could I just say that it's just been said that the deer can use the disused railway if it's going to be made into a permissive path. As I think I said in my evidence, there will be fencing both sides of the railway. And although the excuse is that there are mammal gates and squeeze holes under the fence, that's no good for deer. I did read somewhere that apparently there are solar installations that have deer on them. If a deer can get into a solar installation, then I imagine sheep can get out of it. And I don't see where, if an animal in panic, because there is a dog somewhere running loose, if there's fencing in the way, it just presents a real problem. Thank you.
Mr. Brown, I don't know if you want to pick up on the point about the exclusion of deer from the panel.
Only in that there are gaps around field 4 and between field 6 and field 8 as well that aren't fenced entirely from the green corridor. So I understand it.
Oh, you mean in terms of the proposed larger area down field 4?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, let me just see that I've captured this. The appellant's position is there may be a change. So no, there isn't a change because the HS2 work is ongoing. So there's an existing situation where there may be deer precluded from going north who in their movement foraging or for whatever reason might be heading south, but that you feel that the site is permeable. I'm giving you a word there, which is a bit cheeky, but is it permeable for deer?
Navigable.
Navigable, thank you. Okay. But the concerns obviously from the residents are that once within it, let me see, Mrs. Ward, if I've captured this right, once within it, they are still constrained by the fencing to either side, which might mean conflict with others using the permissive routes through there. Typical movements, Mr. Fern, of deer in terms of possible conflict with other users in the area, your thoughts?
So deer predominantly prefer to feed around dawn and dusk and through the night and lay up into wooded areas in the day. So there's always a potential conflict for anybody in a woodland or a wooded situation with a dog to disturb deer. It does happen. Majority of dog use, I would presume, will be during the daytime.
Ms. Shalaby, that's twice. I'm told I'm told many years ago inspectors used to fine bottles of wine for the intro. Well, I've often thought we should restore that. Ah. Well, yes, we're not all excluded from those sorts of risks. My sat nav once told me where to go in the middle of an inquiry. Thank you. Any more comments on deer before I ask the CLAG representatives here just to simply outline their concerns on badgers and barn owls? Rest assured, I've read what you've said, but just to kind of set the scene so that I can give Mr. Fern the opportunity to come back. Any further comments on deer? Yes, of course, Mrs. Ward.
My only point is that extraordinarily, in the original EIA, JBM failed to find badgers or barn owls on the site. There is the biggest badger set on the railway line in the middle of the site. And I just wanted to make the comment that if they hadn't discovered that there were really serious badger activity on that site and that barn owls lived in the 2 stone barns, it's worrying that they hadn't done their job properly. Thank you.
Okay, well, I was going to say CLAG's opportunity to set out their concerns on badgers and barn owls. That's the concerns on badgers and barn owls. They exist, they are there. You're concerned that they haven't been previously identified. Mr. Fern, it's something you can pick up for me. I don't know, were you involved in the original ecological reports? It was the same
In the
company.
reporting, not in the field survey personally.
Right.
Any ecological survey can miss things. Badgers move around, barn owls move around. We take a precautionary approach to our impact assessment. There are, of course, legal protections around both of those species. And as such, both have been fully considered through the impact assessment process in the ES. Inevitably, because animals and birds do move and do change their locations, there will be a time period between the original surveys and any construction on site. It is standard good practice to check the site prior to any work commencing and to make sure that all work's done in accordance with the protections around those species. So there is no perfect ecological survey. I don't know whether those things were present or not at the time of survey, but they're certainly fully accounted for through the planning process and protected in due course.
I'm typically seeing and often asking for conditions in relation to surveys on kind of long-running cases, so that a survey done 3 or 4 years ago that might have informed the EIA should be revisited prior to construction. And I'm sure we've got something like that happening within the conditions here.
That's the commitment also in the environmental statement.
Just in terms of impacts, Mr. Fern, to barn owls, well, take them separately to badgers. The badger set is on the old railway line, as I understand it.
Yes, it's on the disused railway.
Yeah. What's the implications, your experience with solar farms or your experience with the assessment of this one?
Excuse me, I've worked on quite a number of solar farms that have had badger sets, either found at the time of surveying or discovered later on prior to construction. Of course, there's a requirement to protect badgers fully, that the animals and their sets are protected, or the sets are protected whilst occupied. The standard good practice, although it's not set in stone by any means, is a 30-metre exclusion zone around whilst the set is occupied. So firstly, on discovery of a set, you would then need to determine occupancy or not, which may be straightforward, it may not be, and then make sure that any resulting actions beyond that don't cause either disturbance or harm to that set. So effectively to allow it to continue to function. I've not worked on a solar farm, and I wouldn't anticipate to be the case here, where there's been a requirement to close a badger set, although that can be done under license. Yeah. And clearly if badgers did move into the middle of a proposed development just before construction, that may be something you would have to face. I've not known that actually happen yet in my experience.
Are you aware where the set that Mrs. Ward is talking about is? Now, yeah. And can you see that requirement, if there were a requirement for an exclusion zone, if the survey showed that it was there and present and occupied, any implications for the scheme that you can see?
No, the worst case scenario would be do some checks beforehand and use appropriately soft construction measures.
Just for everyone in the room, soft construction.
We're not using heavy machinery to dig into the ground immediately around the set to avoid disturbance. It's been done quite commonly, I think, and it's often done with housing estates and other forms of developments too.
Mr. Ward.
I just wondered how a 30-metre exclusion zone would go with the permissive path.
Well, permissive path
It-
doesn't require you to break ground, so that wouldn't be actually that won't constitute an offence under the legislation, to my knowledge.
So the exclusion zone is about construction phase, making sure that they're not disturbed during that.
And no protection from the badgers from the footpath.
There's no requirement to protect badger sets from footpaths, and commonly badger sets are located next to footpaths in parks and wooded areas. Badgers are increasingly urban too, so they are quite tolerant to disturbance.
So I'm doing one of my catching up with notes so that I don't lose any points. Any other points on badgers before I come back and pick up on the barn owl point? Just to emphasize, they may well not have been picked up in the first survey. That does not mean that that's the end of the story. A condition will require updating of that survey. With your evidence on the table, I would be staggered if avian ecology, if they expected to pick up the next survey, do not look in quite a lot of detail along the areas that you say have been identified to check for presence or absence of badgers, and that would be done under a condition. And that there could then be, it's actually different legislation than the planning one, but there's logical controls that go in place to try to ensure no disturbance during construction.
Deliberately putting people within 30 metres, because that's what happens. That is allowed. It's not until there is an existing by the way that we are creating a new permission path right alongside that.
My understanding of the legislation, the Protection of Badgers Act, is that yes, that would be allowed.
But also you need to look at the alternative, which would be no permissive footpath, no recreational access to be provided on the basis of a set that isn't fully established as to presence and absence. There are a number of choices that could be made by the appellants once the survey work has been done. But the critical thing is there is an offence that can be caused if during construction they materially affected or led to the death of badgers associated with a set that's been identified in the survey. I'm trying to put it in the simplest way possible, Mr. Fone. It's more complicated than that. I appreciate it.
Disturb or damage the
Yeah.
sets whilst occupied, I think, is the legislation.
Yeah. Yes, need to make sure you're close to your mic, Mr. Ward.
Sorry, the plan, as I understand it, is for there to be a construction access route by it. Is that not so?
Sorry, can you point to which part of the plan or point out which part of the plan you're talking about?
So where is it? Sorry. Where's the badger hole? Sorry, forgive me. Not a relevant point.
All right, thank you very much indeed. Any more comments on badgers before I ask just for a very quick summary about the barn owl situation? A number of interested parties have written to me on this, so I'll pick it up in a minute, but we're okay on, not okay on badgers. You've got your point over on the badger set. Thank you very much. Number of interested parties have referenced barn owls. I think there's even one that's been named by local residents. From my memory of reading the evidence. The gate, it was sort of, it's a kind of a gatekeeper for you in a way. Yeah, he or she is kind of a gatekeeper for you. By all means, just outline quickly your concerns, but what we need to look at is what the implications are, not whether they exist or not, what the implications are for barn owls.
Well, here I don't know too much about barn owls, except that we have a resident barn owl who sits at the end of Halse Farm Drive. So as you turn into the drive from the Halse Road, and he sits on a post there, and he is there when you drive up the drive, which happens quite a lot because there's quite a few residents up there, and he is much loved. Now, I note, I'm right probably in thinking that barn owls are very shy creatures, but we feel very lucky to have him, and he is called the gatekeeper, as he seems to welcome cars when they come up the drive. Now, I just note that the access track, the temporary access track to the battery substation is pretty close to Halse Farm driveway. And I suppose as an additional effect, all the construction traffic. I'm curious about the interrelation between a shy, rare creature like a barn owl, which we don't know too much about because we don't see them very much, and the ongoing construction and the access to the battery station from this scheme.
Sorry, battery station, you mean the
Substation, sorry,
That's okay.
substation.
Just check.
Excuse me. Okay. So maybe if I just talk about barn owl generally in first for a moment, and then on to the specific scheme. Barn owls, the species of bird that got me interested in birds as a child. I've watched them all my life, and it's a species I'm very familiar with. They are shy. They are far more nocturnal in most of the country than people realise. So they're actually more common than most people realise, but they are also very nocturnal. Nevertheless, they are shy, and they are clearly much treasured birds to most people, myself included. They're a bird that's evolved around agriculture. They're one of the few species of bird that's found in nearly every continent in the world. And they are very much used to coexisting with people, not just in this country, but globally. They nest commonly, hence the name, barns, agricultural buildings, and they are often around the presence of people, although clearly they don't like being approached too closely. A scheme like this, which if we deal with the construction level effects first that you talked about a moment ago, barn owls being strictly or almost exclusively nocturnal, and construction being predominantly in the daytime, will be subject to very limited, modest levels of direct disturbance whilst hunting. Clearly, there'll be some disturbance of ground. Clearly, there will be movements in terms of prey availability through different sections of the development. Once we get to the establishment of grassland, the establishment of the habitats on site that are proposed, and I'm sure we'll come on to the biodiversity net gain metric in just a minute, but ultimately that will provide habitat which will lead to increased prey for barn owls. Now, overall, the chances are the scheme will be a positive for barn owl and breeding barn owls within the area, as opposed to a negative. So whilst I can understand concerns because it's kind of an iconic species for everybody, there's nothing to suggest that barn owls are incompatible with solar farms, either through construction or through their operation.
The survey didn't pick up the barn owls within the buildings that are on the site and being retained on the site. Is that right?
That's correct. It's quite common for us not to enter derelict buildings during surveys and make assumptions that barn owls either are or may be present, which is what we did in the environmental statement.
Right. So although you didn't identify, you made the assumption that it was a potential
correct
nesting site.
And measures to protect from disturbance, much like the badger, are also included in the environmental statement. Barn owl is afforded protection under Schedule 1 of the Wildlife and Countryside Act. So as well as being protected from harm, it's protected from disturbance.
Yes, you can. Mrs. Ward, of course.
Just very briefly, if you look at the plan, the little stone barn where the barn owl lives is right in the middle of a whole mass of solar panels. If it's quietly sleeping during the day in that barn, the noise of construction is surely going to disturb it really quite badly. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Fern, you've had experience on solar farms, and I presume experience of the construction of ones that have been permitted.
Yes. So Firstly, barn owls regularly roost in agricultural buildings within operational farms. So evidently they're quite tolerant of a degree of disturbance of farming practice. In my experience, it's rare for barn owls to have only one place to roost as well. They usually have a number of roosting locations scattered around their individual territory. So even if there is some temporary displacement, in the very worst case, that would be minor and unlikely to have any conservation level impact on either the individual or the species.
I can absolutely understand concerns about birds that have such iconic status and perceived rarity. And I can understand that were this scheme to go ahead, there would be a significant number of HGV movements bringing panels to the site, and construction activity involved with putting the anchors down to basically hold the panels in place. I can do little more than ask what the appellant's view is on that impact, but if you've got any other questions you wanted to put around it, I'm happy to take them.
Only that it's such public knowledge. Barn owls are becoming so rare is because of human activity and development of traditional rural barns, which you just said they like to house in. So I think that really does, that is what is understood about barn owls and why we no longer see them as much as we used to, because there is such a prevalence of human development on traditional agricultural buildings such as barns.
If I can just respond.
Yeah, okay.
Very briefly. Whilst I'm not entirely sure of the local status of barn owls nationally are actually increasing and quite substantially. The population is now much higher than it was 40, 50 years ago. The loss of barn owls was largely fueled by chemicals in the 60s, DDT, as well as disturbance, as well as development of agricultural barns. Thankfully, gladly, we've to some degree we've moved on from that. It's quite common now to install barn owl nest boxes in arable and rural landscapes. So whilst I have a real fondness for the species, it is not a rare bird. It is not a declining bird at all. Far from it. It's actually doing reasonably well at the moment. The drive for many where populations tend to be low is where prey abundance is at its lowest, and it's prey abundance that really is the key driver in most bird of prey populations. And a solar farm with the creation of new grassland areas and so on will inevitably lead to an increase on current levels of prey in the vicinity.
Thank you, Mr. Fern. Any other points anyone wanted to put to me on species? We've had badgers and barn owls and a general sort of species transfer, which became focused more on deer. Any other species that you have got concerns over? I suppose it is quite difficult because there are two very distinct stages to, well, any development, but particularly solar farm. There's the disturbance associated with construction, but then whether operationally there's implications. The appellant's saying to me that actually operationally moving away from intensive farming might be beneficial, and in terms of habitat for prey species such as for species such as barn owls. I'll look in more detail at how the ecological evidence is put together on that, but I think that's the point you've brought to me, Mr. Fern. Unquestionably, there is disturbance associated with construction. It's an unavoidable fact of life of development. Okay, any other species that we wanted to pick up on? No. Any habitat concerns that I need to pick up on? Not BNG yet. Any habitat concerns? The appellants have put to me that all hedges will be retained. Some will be managed in a different way. I'm being careful about saying all hedges other than where access is potentially required. But in all cases, there will be replacement or new hedging, again, of native species. I don't think I've had identified any specific habitats that would fall outside of the normal agricultural use in the area being put under panels. But please correct me if you feel that there are. Mrs. Ward.
Is it the time to talk about the oak trees on Butterfields?
We can talk about the oak trees on Butterfields.
Mr. Evans
We had it
implicated,
in landscape terms, but yeah.
Mr. Evans implicated that the canopy could be lowered because of overshadowing, which would be horrific.
I think I'd have to be very fair to him there. That's not what he said. He said it might be managed for the benefit of the tree and that some older oak trees benefit for some direct management. But he was, I think, clear that he felt that it would not be managed for the purpose of shading, but for the management of the benefit of the tree.
That was
Mr. Richards, you asked the
That was
question.
the intent of my questionings, and I would not have left off until I had received such an assurance, which
So
I believe I obtained.
So I'm trying to be fair, and actually then I pushed him again in my own questioning to make sure that it was that the management would not be about shading, but the management would be about the quality of the tree. I don't know if Mr. Fern wanted to pick up any of that from sort of a habitat
Yeah,
protection
I have
point
no
of view.
specific comments regarding the trees and with regards to biodiversity and ecology.
Those insurances have to be taken through in terms of the conditions that require submission of the management plans, and it becomes the council's responsibility to sign those off as being acceptable when they come in.
Yes, I've had already conducted an informal seminar on that sort of process.
Okay. Thank you. I think it was Mr. Richards in cross-examination said that I'm sure the inspector has seen them, and the inspector has seen them. They're a really, nice example of a tree row running through that field. And they do have value in the landscape.
So, and to be very clear about this, I don't know if Mr. Burrell may be able to give you some evidence on this as well in due course, but obviously the layout at the moment shows they've been taken into account. That's why there's offsets around them, both for shading, but also for the protection of the tree through the construction process and so on. But there is going to be shading. That's accepted. That's in the model for the developers when they look at the field, because what you can't do on a solar farm that's surrounded by hedgerow and trees is avoid all shading all of the day. It's going to happen. There will be periods as the sun moves over the sky when you get shadows in different places. That's accepted. It's tolerated. It's a part of solar farm development, and it's built into the model to understand how this scheme is going to work.
Any other points on habitats before I open up the BNG discussion? Okay. Biodiversity net gain. Not yet formally in place in the planning process. Expectations, end of the year, maybe. We've been saying that for a couple of years. 10% gain expected. Here we obviously have an assessment that's suggesting, I think done under version 3, but reviewed under version 4. It's usually what I'm finding these days. There's been lots of versions of how to calculate BNG, lots of versions before, but there's been lots of debate over whether they're efficient and effective ways of calculating it. We're at version 4, and we're getting, double-digit figures of gain from the appellant's calculations. I just want to understand the concerns of CLAG before I ask the appellants to pick up their position on this. I think I want to split this into two halves. I want the question of woodland W1, W2 perhaps to sit slightly aside. I want to talk about the overall calculations, which I think Mr. Ward most came through in your evidence about whether it was correctly calculated.
So, yes, so thank you very much for coming to this. We in CLAG do not profess to be experts in the calculation of BNG. We defer entirely to Mr. Byrne on the way he has calculated these things. Our point is that the information he has provided is, and he says himself, there are a number of different ways you can produce information. The information that he's chosen to provide is of at the minimalist end of the spectrum. And we have not been able, therefore, to check and apply sanity checks or arithmetical checks or anything else to what he has provided. And if I can illustrate what I mean, I'll find the right place in my notes. Sorry, I've suddenly managed to. Oh, here we are. Looking at the user guide for 3.0, it defines habitat parcels as contiguous areas of habitats having the same type and condition. But what we have seen, to the extent that we've been able to get into the model that's been produced, seems to us to lump all parcels together, even to the extent of lumping those on different sides of the railway line together. And that, to us as amateurs, doesn't seem to be contiguous. Can I leave that? Do you want more points now, or shall we do them one by one?
When we say more points, are we talking how many? Because it might be better just to get your position out, then I'll work with Mr. Fern to see what the appellants are coming back with.
Second question, there's a couple more, and a more general one. Hedgerows bounding green lanes and double hedgerows are supposed to be recorded as two hedgerows rather than a single hedgerow. We haven't been able to get in behind the numbers he's produced, Mr. Fern's produced, and instead I apologize for getting his company name wrong.
Technologies, yes.
I made a number of mistakes in the course of this, but we haven't been able to check how the railway has been treated, whether it's been one hedgerow or two hedgerows. What they say in the document is the quality and reliability of the output will depend upon the quality and reliability of the input. And that's the true of nearly everything we'd ever decide. And we haven't been able to check it because it hasn't been provided and because a choice has been made not to provide it. We asked in my letter of the 12th of April for further and better particulars, and I don't think we have been provided it. And my final question, one of the things in the guidelines is that the red line boundary for the purposes of B and G is supposed to be agreed with the relevant decision maker. And I've seen nothing in the evidence so far to say that that has happened. So our point remains, is as it's been throughout, the information provided may have met one of the different standards that are available for producing the information, but they haven't enabled us to attempt an audit, always saying that we are amateurs, and so all we want to do is do a sanity test. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Ward, thank you. To an extent, you are sitting back far too comfortably there, Mr. Rich, is going to pull the council in a little bit, because part of your role, and I apologize, what we do have is a consultant acting for the council who wasn't obviously a case officer at the time. No disrespect, Mr. Stevens, but that's just the reality. The council would have had a responsibility to have overseen, taken an overview on the BNG calculations. And rather than me dig it out, just remind me where the committee report went with
yes,
BNG.
CD 7.5
Yeah.
A. I've got it already open, so I'll have to look back.
I got hundreds of 7.5A.
I know. Oh, no, it's not. It's 7.26.
Ah. That would make sense.
The committee report.
Of which there are a couple, so it's the second one, isn't it? So just to help me, where did the council find themselves on?
Well, the first point to note is that the proposal was put out to consultations on page 1, and you see the results of those consultees who had no objection or provided no comments. But then, of course, internally, and BNG we think is dealt with on page 25 of the committee report. So, yeah. So 8.96 is where it starts, dealing with habitats, protected species, so on and so forth. 8.97, the legal duty. 8.98. More on the legal duty. 8.99, the application is supported by a detailed protected species survey which concluded no evidence. So on and so forth. And then the council's ecologist commented, and her comments were summarised at 8.101. Now, I'm not immediately seeing
8.100 has the reference to the 32.
Yes, and 8.100 has the BNG. The proposal incorporates a number of measures that collectively will achieve a net gain. In other words, the council was accepting the calculations. Now, I don't know on what basis that was being accepted.
How much
interrogation was either necessary or required. All I can tell you was that the council's ecologist was involved in the process of assessing it. And that this particular bit of the application was not one that the members of the council or the officers took exception to.
Okay. Mr. Fern, it appears that there's a general concern from CLAG that BNG calculations, and let's remind ourselves, on which the appellants are relying on significant weight in favour of the scheme, are not clear enough for them to be confident of the figures that are being put forward. And there are a couple of specific areas, whether the red line was agreed. I didn't know if that was going to come out with that quick discussion with the council or not. Whether there was the proper accounting of hedgerow numbering through the railway, disused railway, and whether the habitat parcels have been properly assessed if they aren't contiguous or in areas perceived not to be contiguous. But there might be other points, Mr. Ward. I'm trying to just summarise the ones that you've given me. Mr. Fern, do you want to pick up any of those points?
Yes, if I may, if I can just talk broadly about BNG in the first instance and then come on to the sort of some of the site specific points. BNG is essentially an emerging field. It's a relatively new concept. It's not fully mandatory. There is not yet any guidance on what the appropriate level of information to include within a planning application is. That, I believe, is due to be published in August this year. Although it's not a mandatory requirement yet, most councils across the country have been adopting some form of biodiversity net gain interim policy or guidance notes. And at the moment, the policy requirement is for a measurable gain in most cases. So there is no yet a mandatory 10% gain. As to how the data is presented, the information, and I'll come to how it's collected in a moment, if I may, but the information that was presented in the submission was very much in keeping with submissions that we at Avian Ecology have done on multiple solar farm applications across the UK, and having read quite a number of other solar farm applications is very much in keeping with what I've seen for other applications too. In an emerging field, I think the standard approach has been largely to do exactly as we did. Now that may change as guidance comes out, but at the point of submission, we followed what we believe is the most appropriate way of presenting the data. Then in terms of the site specifics and the measurements, excuse me, our data is captured using essentially a combination of field walking, notepads, but predominantly these days digitally mapping. That allows a more accurate measurement of each habitat area within a site. So I think the point about a contiguous block, really, I do understand Mr. Ward's point, but I think it's not quite what the guidance means. I think the guidance means it in terms of a consistent large area of habitat to be marked as a contiguous plot. Individual parcels, there's always variation within individual parcels. There are spatial rules within the BNG guidance that show a resolution as a minimum that should be mapped for complex habitats where things change and evolve over a short period of time. In the natural world, and it's perhaps less marked in a farming landscape, but in the natural world, there's very rarely a clear line between one habitat and another. If you're in a marsh, at what point does that marsh become a lake and what point does it become dry land? Well, it depends on the time of the year and where you draw the line. So there's an element of subjectivity in all habitat mapping, and there always has been. So ultimately, it's down to the surveyor, the skills of the surveyor and their professional competencies to make a series of judgments on any one site. And if I can just come on to the how we approach hedgerows, and particularly the railway corridor through the site, that was mapped as woodland during the surveys. A hedgerow would be either a 1 or 2 staggered rows of trees in immediate conjunction, so a parallel hedgerow. The width of the railway corridor pushes this into more of a woodland corridor, and therefore the valuation was done on that basis rather than classifying it as a hedgerow. I think the final point is a much broader one I'd like to make, but I think is relevant, is that the BNG gain calculations that have been presented in the application are very much consistent with many solar farms across the country. They are entirely typical of the sort of output of a BNG by any applicant and any comparable scale or size solar farm. So they're entirely unusual. I've seen much bigger measurements come out at some sites. I've seen smaller measurements, but not a great deal smaller for most solar applications. That really largely comes down to the conversion of the development sits predominantly within a managed farmed working landscape. So agricultural land for either grass production, improved pasture, or under arable use, where obviously it's ploughed. Taking that land out of agriculture and putting it into some form of nature management inevitably is a significant positive for nature. As well as the establishing habitats, there's also simple cessation of the use of agricultural chemicals, for example, that's associated with a lot of wildlife declines. Simply by ceasing to spray chemicals on crops, then inevitably there's a positive for biodiversity. So there is undoubtedly a very clear positive in solar applications regardless. What BNG, despite it still being an emerging field, has done is given us a metric to be able to measure that. And perhaps more so than any other form of development that I've worked on, the gains that are achievable and delivered through solar farms are probably in excess of any other kind of development.
Mr. Fenn, is it I'm trying to avoid putting suggestions to you that you can just say yes to, but what does the site need to achieve in terms of BNG?
At the moment, just a gain. So even a 1% gain would be compliant with current planning policy, is my understanding. And then once the Environment Act is fully enacted, which is supposed to be November, that will be 10%.
And the order of percentage here, you said is consistent with other solar farms.
Yes.
What about with general development? You're suggesting it's higher than most development that comes
Well,
through?
much higher. I mean, if you imagine building a housing estate on the same parcels of land, then clearly most of that land is then lost to either housing or gardens and so on. And it's quite difficult to achieve a measurable gain on a housing site, for example, or a road or anything that's surfaced. There's a fairly clear loss, permanent loss of habitat and land, whereas with a solar farm, much of the land is relatively light. There's a light touch in terms of the physical footprints. The land under and around the panels still has biodiversity value that would be lost with another kind of development. And of course, there's the temporary nature of solar as well.
And have you updated a lot the BNG calculations alongside the revisions that have been made to the plans? Obviously, there's areas where different fields have gone into different use, solar panels have been taken away, other hedgerows have been introduced, etc.
Yes, so and there's also been a more recent release of the BNG metric from DEFRA, which continues to emerge. Yes, it was version 3 at the time of submission, version 4 now. We undertook an update in version 4 earlier this year, and as expected, because the changes to version 4 are largely cosmetic, it didn't actually make any difference to the final calculations.
So the challenge is that I can't rely on the figure that you've got to, because we're not CLAG, but by implication, others have not been able to interrogate how you got there. It's a black box calculation. What's your response to that?
The calculation was presented to the council as part of the application. The council's ecologist has reviewed and as far as I can understand, accepted those calculations. And the data that we presented has been very much in accordance with what we believe to be current best practice.
Sorry, can I interrupt? Sorry.
Mr. Gibbon, you can, if I just let me catch up on my note and then I'll call you in. That's why I'll be able to sort of, because then I can catch up with the notes as well. Sorry, Mr. Ward, Ms. Gibble said she wanted to come in, so I'm a stickler for order, so I'll pick up her point, but I won't forget you.
I am a bit of a spreadsheet geek, so I was unable to investigate a little bit more on your number. Oh, sorry. I did manage to interrogate your spreadsheet a little bit. It was mainly based, I looked at it from the, core document 7.5A, your appendix, your report. It specifically says 2.2.13 that they were unable to get to, it's 2.2.14, and it specifically says your survey did not go onto the Ridge and Furrow field, which I think that field and the other 4 bits of grassland within the scheme, I think everybody's identified that as permanent pasture. And I think I'm not convinced that you have reflected that, because all of the land has been, as you've said, has been treated as arable, which is chemicals, heavy machinery. And so I just would like some clarification that you recognise that there was permanent pasture. And I've also heard Ridge and Furrow referred to as a sort of arc habitat. So it has more, older, valuable ecological building blocks in the soil, regardless of sort of what's there on the ground. There is something that elevates it over and above an arable field. And I would just like to know that's factored in. Thank you.
Sure. So just taking the first point you made about sort of cessation of chemical input and so on, that has no bearing on the BNG metric. That was an additional comment in terms of the cessation of arable production on any land. It's a more general point rather than specific to this. So there's no correlation between the current use of chemicals on an individual site and the output of the BNG spreadsheet. In terms of not entering the field, it's standard good practice not to walk through across the entirety of fields when doing surveys for the respect of the crops and the farms. Clearly, things are measured from the edges of fields and looked at from the periphery, and that's perfectly reasonable in a working landscape. Ridge and furrow historically was formed by arable production. They are by definition an arable field. And the criteria that we follow and how we classify individual land parcels does follow guidance initially issued by the Joint Nature Conservation, I've forgotten, JNCC. Thank you. In UK phase 1 habitat classifications, and then more recently, the DEFRA emerging process called UK HABs. As I say, this application has fallen into a time where we're transitioning from one system to another.
So just so I'm clear, how did you categorize, I guess we're talking about field 12 effectively, that part, but also perhaps 13?
It just says grassland, so it would also be fields 11, 12, but also 6, 7, 8, and 9.
Right, okay. And should it have been, Mr. Fern, categorized as being of higher biodiversity value because of its ridge and furrow element? I don't think all of those fields can fall into that ridge and furrow definition. So your issue around ARC value is particularly around field 12 and 13.
But there is a permanent pasture which is different to a grass that is laid and cut every year.
Okay.
We classified fields as improved pasture, and there are some of the fields as arable land as well. The classifications, as far as I'm aware, are accurate. There's no correlation between the ridge and furrow and the habitat classification.
So there was nothing available to you to classify as anything other than improved grassland when it is a pasture.
Yeah,
has been used for grazing historically.
That's right. Yeah, the surveys work off a basis of indicator species and the mix of species, because clearly there is a difference between permanent pasture and regularly sown and reseeded pasture. Of course, there is. It depends on the plant species that are visible at the time of the survey that then indicate which kind of grassland and which kind of habitat we are referring to.
So although there's an element of black boxery afoot, you do have CD 7.5A Appendix 3.4, which allows you to see some of the inputs. So that, for example, the A1 site habitat baseline, we've just been discussing the inputs, and you can see cropland, urban, woodland and forest, grassland, 2 types, and lakes were all featured in the inputs. And then there is also hedge baseline, which gives length in kilometers of existing and to be created. Yeah. So not all inside a black box.
No, so black box was my reflection.
Once calculated, once you press go, how the dreaded algorithm then works, well, is anybody's guess.
Yeah.
But and this would have been available to the local authority county ecologist, so that the ecologist could have asked the sort of questions that are now being asked.
Well, and I was going to say that I have sat in appeals where we have had the ecologists from both sides arguing about how it's been calculated. Yeah. Because the councils do a review, but obviously I don't know in this case exactly how that review took place. Mr. Ward, I did say I wouldn't forget you.
Sorry, thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming back to me. If I could stand back for a moment, FLAG applied to become a Rule 6 party because we wanted to add value to this appeal process. And I think we put a huge amount of effort into it. And I'm grateful for the way you've listened to what we have to say. One of the things we decided is we wanted to check as much as we could of what had been already done. And I think we're perfectly entitled to do that. The fact that we may want to check something that the council may have looked at already doesn't imply any criticism of the council or in any way reflect adversely on them. It's just we wanted to revisit things. I think I understood Mr. Fern say that there isn't any guidance. In fact, there is a 106 page. Did I misunderstand him? 106.
You're right, there's no statutory guidance.
There's certainly no, we're all in voluntary territory, but inspectors have been known to attach great significance to some of these calculations. Therefore, it is incumbent upon us to challenge them. And that's what we've tried to do. And as part of trying to approach being a Rule 6 party as professionally as we could, because we're amateurs, we're lucky to have super advisors, particularly Ms. Curtis here and Mr. Asprey elsewhere. But I wrote to the appellant on the 12th of April, a whole month before the proofs were eventually due. And I set out a whole raft of questions we had in an attempt to head off as early as possible to reach agreement on as many points as possible, as early as possible in the process. In fact, we didn't get any answer to that. We were promised one after about a couple of weeks. And the fact, in the end, the only answer we got was when we saw their proofs. And in the case of BNG, the proof largely repeated what had already been done. I think we asked for information. A deliberate decision was taken not to provide that information. The further and better particulars that a group like ours would need in order to be able to verify calculations which, although non-statutory, although by no means perfect, inspectors have been known to attach a lot of weight to. And we have not been allowed to do that. They may be, the calculations may be consistent with others. Others may not have had a forensic Rule 6 party like us. This has got to be judged on its own merits. And we asked for the information, and there isn't even a map being provided with this material, which is one of the things that you're guided, the guidance provides for. And without the further and better particulars, we are not able to check. And in my humble submission, I would urge you to disregard anything that is said about BNG, because it's not been subject to the sort of probing that this process requires, allows for.
Okay, well, that's the point that you're putting to me then, that any weight should be reduced by the fact that it hasn't been verified from your point of view. I'm going to allow Mr. Fern, or indeed anyone from the team who's been involved on the appellant side with bringing the application forward, to pick up on anything they might wish, just to round off the discussion on BNG.
So if I can come back forward briefly, and then I'll go back to Mr. Fern, just on the issue. It is right that Mr. Ward did write a letter to my client on the 12th of April, and it was a 26-page letter, very full letter, requesting a whole myriad of information. Now, I don't make any criticism of Mr. Ward for that. He and his colleagues have been enormously thorough, and through their involvement in this process have secured, undoubtedly will help secure what will be the right planning conditions. And that's a really useful exercise. And they've raised issues, sir, that you will have to properly consider. The difficulty is the breadth of information that was sought and the number of queries that were raised made it very difficult for a whole team when preparing for this case, for other cases that they have, to come back and focus. We tried as far as we could to address matters such as the red line issue. And we ensured that land registry searches and things were carried out in respect of that. The others, we were well into this inquiry process, were matters that would have to be addressed in evidence in any event. And that is the way in which we have sought to deal with some of the matters that were raised. So as I say, no criticism, but there has been a number of requests for information, some of which we've been able to deal with, some of which we just haven't, owing to time, resources, and the fact that we're deeply engaged in this process. And one of those requests was, as Mr. Ward says, it in respect of biodiversity net gain. As Mr. Richards helpfully points out, you have the information, sir, in front of you. If Mr. Ward thinks that that's not good enough, I'm very sorry, but that is the information that we are all who are involved in this area professionally used to seeing, used to dealing with and assessing.
Thank you. Did you want to pick up anything else, Mr. Fern?
No, I don't have anything to add there.
I did say I just wanted that comment just to round things off, because there's a risk that we can go around in circles a little bit here, and I've obviously got to just look at the evidence that I have and reach some sort of conclusion on it. But okay, if you've got one more point, Mr. Wolf.
Only one, and that is that I accept that my letter was 26 pages or so long, but the application material was 1,100 pages long. So it's not surprising that a properly organized action group is asking questions, and they may run for several pages.
To be fair to Ms. Osborne, I don't think she was criticising necessarily the number of pages, although she did choose to bring it to my attention. But yes, I appreciate the thoroughness that you put it into it, and I hope I have, and I hope I will continue to give you the opportunity to get your points over. Okay, I think I'm going to draw a line on the ecology side, unless there's any other points that anyone wants to raise. Thank you very much. I don't think there's too much seat shuffling necessary for heritage, but if there is any seat shuffling, now's the chance to do it. Would everyone like a short comfort break? 10 minutes. Oh, I'm looking at that clock again. It's 27 minutes past. Why do I always choose breaks that are at such awkward timings? Back for 22, please. 22 on my watch. Please, can someone get a ladder for that clock?
Not till Monday.
Are we all back? Who is expected to be here? I wonder if Miss Daniels wondered if she was joining us for the Greatworth Manor side of it, but not a problem if not. I didn't want her to be excluded. Didn't want her to be excluded if she was intending to be here. That was the only reason I asked. All right, she was here earlier. That's the only reason I asked. Not a problem.
May I take my jacket off?
Absolutely, Mr. Of course.
Sorry,
Of course.
I think she was happy that it dealt with in the site visit, so.
That's fine. Good. Okay, welcome to Heritage Roundtable. You kind of know how they go now. I've put together a rough agenda. Very happy for people to comment on it. It struck me that there were 4 fairly distinct elements, although there's obviously overlap. There's the conservation area. There's Greatworth Manor as the listed building, but I would include in sort of heritage assets and non-designated heritage assets as well. There's the ridge and furrow, but also what came through in discussions earlier were the kind of field boundaries and the historic field boundaries, Mrs. Skibble, which was your point, I think.
Yes.
Council will be a little bit more involved, but I think really for me, just to clarify the position that we've ended up at, noting, of course, there was a position in the committee report, there was a issue around what that was based on, and then there was obviously the update that gave some clarification. But I'm going to pop to you, I think, Mr. Stevens, just for a clear clarification of where we're at in a minute. Is there anything else that we should have in there that people wish to have in there on the heritage side? If not, I'm sure it'll raise its head as we go through. Let me just kick off then with the council's position, because it does, as I understand it, it still differs from the appellants in that there is a lower end of, if not lowest end, can't remember which it was, lowest end of less than substantial to the conservation area. Now, obviously that's remained consistent through both the committee report and the update, but obviously the circumstances of the appeal, the circumstances of the application at that time changed between the two. So I was just checking where we're at as of today in terms of heritage stuff with the council on the conservation area.
Thank you, sir. And I preface what I say with the knowledge that you know, sir, that I'm not a heritage consultant, but I am a town planner with 25 years experience in local government and private sector. And so I've had to, like you, sir, determine many applications that impacted on heritage assets, either as a case officer agent or a team leader. And sometimes that's informed by expert advice, and sometimes it isn't, depending on whether there's resources in that local government. But in terms of this case, what is helpful is that we have a conservation area appraisal prepared by the council, consulted on, and then adopted by the council. And I think it's common ground, it's a material consideration in your determination of this appeal. And that document says very clearly that views of the countryside from within the conservation area contribute to the character of the village and stand as a strong reminder of the setting and rural heritage of Greatworth. That's at page 2 for your reference. And then it says development around the conservation area, which affects its setting, should have regard to views into and out of the conservation area, the setting of positive buildings and the character of landscape. And that's at page 21, action 10, for your reference, sir. Now, we know, sir, that Greatworth Manor and the Pineapples, as referred to them, the gate piers, are positive buildings because they're recognised on figure 43 on page 17 of the document. And we also know, sir, that there's an important view identified from the land sort of adjacent to the west, but to the west of the manor, to the west of the piers, which is on page 14, figure 30, which is looking from the conservation area, looking south towards the appeal site. So with that in mind, sir, I went to the appellant's evidence to start with in terms of the heritage statement to see what they had to say about that view and its relevance, and it wasn't covered at all. So there's no reference to that view in the heritage statement submitted with the application. So I then went to the Conservation Officer's comments. They didn't comment on, they obviously commented on the application that was withdrawn, and they objected on the grounds of harm to the setting of the conservation area, setting of the manor. They didn't comment on the revised, the application that's before you prior to it going to committee. However, as you notice, sir, in the committee update, the case officer obviously had correspondence from the appellant saying, hang on, the scheme's changed. You can't rely on the conservation officer's comments on the previous application. It appears from that dialogue with the case officer went back to the conservation officer and said, are your concerns still relevant? And they said, yes, but they're lesser. I think the reference is in the committee update. But no much more to go on than that, sir. So with that in mind, so obviously I've visited the site, I've visited the views you get from that point in the conservation area with the plan in hand. You do get views of F2 on the opposite side of Halse Road. In the views as you look out from the country towards the countryside, that's obviously a visual view. It's obviously the countryside, and the agricultural setting obviously contributes to the historic, economic and social relationship of that land with the setting of the conservation area. Albeit I accept it is a very small part of a very large view. And in that context, so I think the harm is at the lowest end of the scale in terms of the setting of the conservation area. That's the view I've come to as a town planner. So.
Thank you very much. So that's helpful because it's given us the position of the council, particularly in relation to the conservation area. Let me just come to Clag and just see. Now, you know that when the heritage experts talk, and in inquiries I hear this a lot, that we talk about the significance. So I'm interested in your view of how this scheme would affect the significance of the conservation area. You've had the position from the council. I'm sure that overlaps to a certain extent with yours. But if there's anything else you want to pull out before I come to Ms. Stoughton to see if she's got comments, please do.
Thank you, sir. We are not qualified in the world of heritage, other than as receptors or whatever the expression is.
Or enjoyers of.
Or enjoyers, yes. I've set out our feelings about the Greatworth Conservation Area at some length in my proof. I've read what Ms. Stoughton said in her proof. I've heard what the council says. I just ask that you go and view the site from AN 33, looking backwards. And I don't think I can add anything useful to what I've already said.
Okay, let me just ask a quick couple of questions. There's been a lot of talk about W1 and W2 and the implications that they have for screening of the substation. How does where to you does the greatest harm arise? Panels, substation, bit of both? Concern about the loss of woodland making the substation more present? I'm just trying to understand, if you like, the scale of where you see the harms to the conservation area.
We think that the biggest immediate threat to the village is the substation.
Yeah.
Which at the moment is would be shielded from the village by W1.
Yeah.
And from some of the footpaths to the north of the village from W2 by W2. We think it is essential that that piece of woodland be preserved and enhanced as protection if the scheme is to go ahead. And that would go some way towards mitigating the direct impact. And I don't think, I mean, what we think is extremely important is a way has to be found of having the ownership of the land of W1 and W2 with the ownership of the substation. That is a permanent feature. It'll be there in 100, 200 years' time, if we're all still here then. It's hugely important, even with that screening from W1 and W2. There is still, we have a feeling that there will be an impact on the conservation area by the very fact that it's in the setting of it.
Okay, I think it's probably fair that I see if the appellants want to pick up any of those points. And then if anything else comes out of that, I'll come back.
Thank you, sir. A couple of points to pick up on. Obviously, as you've seen in the introduction to my proof, the assessment of setting is something which I spend a large part of my role doing, and have done so for coming up to 20 years now. In that time, I've seen the guidance relating to setting evolve very greatly, through very vague guidance to a more matrix-based approach, to a view-based approach, to what I would call the current suite of guidance in its forms, and that's the setting of heritage assets. Now, whilst there is an adopted conservation area appraisal for Greatworth, it was adopted in June 2012, and that predates the existing guidance on the setting of heritage assets. And as such, it's not that it should be disregarded, far from it. It's just that it should be seen with that consideration. So the terminology might not quite align and broad concepts might align. Of course, there's been the evolution of the guidance and also a lot of evolution in terms of case law as well in the way that setting has been considered. Setting, of course, being within the setting of an asset is not enough to engender a contribution. The MPPF is clear that setting that any area can have a positive contribution, a negative contribution or a neutral contribution. It's not the case that everything within the vicinity of a particular asset makes it a positive contribution. You have to relate it to heritage significance, as the inspector said, and also the building blocks of significance, how a particular area might contribute to the heritage significance of the asset. With regards to the broad statements in the conservation area appraisal, it does say that views from the footpaths extending from the conservation area, views of the countryside, contribute to its character. So it's not necessarily saying everything you can see contributes to its heritage significance, because that wasn't the framework within which this document was written. So you do have to make sure that you complete assessments of your own in order to make sure that your assessment is up to date and in line with current guidance. And with the greatest of respect, the advice that the council have sought from the conservation team, I don't have that in front of me. I only have a report of a conversation. Setting that aside, looking at the particular issues which Mr. Stevens raised with regards to the visibility of the site from the conservation area. There is a glimpse, and it is a very small glimpse, which I show on my figure, my plate 10 on page 20 of my proof. Now, the thing to take into account is that, yes, views from the public footpaths going out contributes. in terms of the historic illustrative value that they contribute to the conservation area. Now, the site, as Mr. Stevens himself said, is a very small part of a very large view. Clearly, the contribution that the countryside makes, the illustrative value that it has as to the relationship of the historic buildings on that edge of Greatworth with the rural landscape will remain should the solar farm be constructed. Any glimpses of the solar farm that will be possible behind the hedgerow in this view are not going to affect the heritage significance of the asset. They're not going to affect the ability to appreciate and understand its significance. With regards to the important view, there are lines of vegetation. This glimpse that I've got illustrated on plate 10 on my page 20 is through a gap, which there are two parts of the vegetation that go along the spur of the former railway line, I think it is, that goes up towards Greatworth, and one of which is now at the edge of a larger plantation. And then you've got vegetation on the northern edge of the site as well. So there is a little gap, and so I think it's something to look at on site, because whilst I've drawn lines on Google Earth and various things, whilst I've been to site and looked backwards, you will go onto site on Monday and we will see it. What I would say is through that glimpse, you get a very small glimpse, and I don't think change in there that's is going to, the glimpse and the filtered view is going to make any harmful change to the heritage significance of the asset. With regards to the views, when you in fact move to the east, it then becomes even more filtered and screened. I couldn't see Greatworth Manor looking back from the site, and I did go before the leaves were on the trees. So I think it's just something to see on site. However, as a small part of a very wide view, as has been said, it isn't going to be harmful, in my view, to the heritage significance of the asset. Just to pick up on other points that were raised by Mr. Ward, with regards to the footpaths north of the village, I went out and in my rebuttal presented photographs from the points which Mr. Ward specifically mentioned in his proof of evidence. And I've presented those in the rebuttal. In each instance, there is separation in the view between the location of the substation and the glimpses, the distant glimpses that you get of the buildings within the conservation area. In some instances, I couldn't see any intervisibility at all, particularly when you get to footpath 8011, getting closer to Greatworth. Again, it comes down to a point of, whilst you may have co-visibility from wider points in the landscape, it doesn't go to a point of heritage significance. In some instances, you will see the upper elements of it. A point was made by Ms. Kibble about the spacing of them. Yes, absolutely. They are irregularly placed. There is some distance, there is some variation in their placement, and the proposed pylon is between a slightly wider two. I don't think it's going to form a particularly notable group in the view, and I don't think it's going to in any way detract from the heritage significance of the assets in question when the baseline conditions are considered, and indeed the separation in the viewpoints that have been raised.
obviously one of Clag's concerns, and the reason why I asked a very specific question of Mr. Ward, is the relationship between the conservation area and the substation, and in particular that relationship, were the woodland blocks, W1 in particular, to not be as robust perhaps as it appears at present. Your thoughts on that?
Yes, sir. So there is a reasonable distance of separation between the two, and the substation and the additional pylon and the other elements to it are, of course, in the context of the existing pylons. However, I don't think, even taking a very worst case scenario of a material reduction in the vegetation within the woodland, it wouldn't take much tree planting in that area to filter the lower elements of the substation compound, and the upper elements are always going to be seen in the context of the existing infrastructure in the landscape.
Mrs. Ward, you had your hand up.
Could I make a very brief point? We've been told that this substation is not going to make any difference historically to what we see. As you walk up AN11 from the Horse Road, you're walking north towards Greatworth. It's not a huge view. It's quite a closed view of a little hillside. The little copse that is behind the substation is called Park Spinney. Everybody knows it as Park Spinney. The reason it's called Park Spinney is because Greatworth Manor had a deer park. So historically, it's just a little link left. If you put a massive substation bang in front of Park Spinney, you're just wiping out even more history. Thank you.
It's an interesting point. So part of the significance you're suggesting comes from its historic use as a deer park. There's obviously a number of different areas around Greatworth Manor of the old kitchen gardens, etc., but moving out wider, the deer park and the relationship of that woodland as part of that deer park. We are straying over into Greatworth Manor. I don't have a problem with that. Let's just do it. Ms. Stoughton?
Yes, absolutely. I agree. There is evidence for a deer park that was addressed in my proof of evidence. So Greatworth Manor is early. I think it's early 19th century house that is being put into an earlier landscape when the previous house burnt down, and the house previous to that probably replaced a medieval manor. So it is a landscape which the later house has gone into, and the iteration before the existing house is the one that gave the wonderful gate piers. They relate to an earlier iteration of the house. There might be some earlier fabric within the house that has been incorporated into the later house that you see today. So yes, absolutely, there was a wider use of this landscape. Now, of course, deer parks are not what you they are not the same as a later landscape park. So they're not the landscape that you think of as classical parkland with scattered trees and spinneys. They would have had a much more mixed character. They were primarily for hunting. So it's not the case that Park Spinney is a park feature. There are, as I set out in my proof of evidence, there are various name links that have survived in the landscape. And it may well be that Park Spinney is a name link that's come through rather than a physical landform relating to the parkland.
But does not the presence of a substation in close proximity to what was the traditional outlying lands of Greatworth Manor have an implication for its significance? Substations being structures that, in anyone's view, stand well away from having any historic value and are very much a modern intrusion. I'm playing devil's advocate here a little for the parties.
Oh, fair enough. So when you think about whether elements contribute, you're looking at legibility in the landscape. And what I'm saying is, yes, there is evidence through place names for an earlier character of the landscape, but that landscape no longer holds that character in a way in which it forms part of the surrounds of the asset in which it's appreciated and understood. So it doesn't have that historic illustrative value. Now, elements of the landscape in closer proximity to Greatworth Manor, the walled garden elements, the terrace and the gate piers have that illustrative value. The wider area, which has changed character, doesn't. There's no evidence to suggest that it was a landscape feature associated with that parkland. It's a place name, and that's reflected in some of the fields as recorded on the tithe map too.
This is what I'll let you say, because I was about to say.
Sorry, I have said already during this appeal, we've lived there for 40 years. I know where buried deep in some of that woodland, there is old iron park fencing. You wouldn't find it. I know where it is. I'm just making the point.
Yes.
I thought the point you were going to make was, yes, but part of the experience of entering into both Greatworth and the Greatworth Manor parklands, and associated parklands, is the walk up from Halse Road, and it's in the walk up from Halse Road that you spend your time experiencing a substation and not experiencing a historic landscape. So I thought that was the point, and I was going to just make sure that that got picked up, because we've spent our time looking outwards as opposed to looking inwards to this point.
Yes, so 2 points to deal with Mrs. Ward's point first. The metal estate fencing would relate to later parkland, more of the landscape tradition, rather than being park pale, which is what would have enclosed Deer Park, which is stonewalling and banks and those kinds of things. So with regards to your point, again, that goes back to the character of the area as it's understood today. And it has changed. All of that area which you're saying you're walking through has changed in character if it was indeed an area of Deer Park.
But is it not about the experience of walking towards it? What you experience at the moment is Park Spinney opening out to a lot more evidence of the earlier features that you've referred to, and the manor itself and Greatworth emerging. At the moment, that experience, as the residents are suggesting to me, is of value, but in the future with a substation would be an experience of a substation, not an experience of a walking into the historic landscape. I'm just pushing to make sure that we get out all the points out on it.
Certainly, sir. So with regards to the experience of walking up to Greatworth from Halse Road, yes, you are walking through countryside, and you will still be walking through countryside. The historic illustrative value that engenders of your journey would still be present. Now, with regards to the substation, that would be screened in its lower elements by the tree belts which Mr. Evans mentioned. And then the upper elements would be in the context of the existing infrastructure. So I don't think it would materially detract from your understanding and experience of the countryside that you're walking through. You would still understand that the manor and the wider conservation area was surrounded by agricultural land that you were walking through.
Mr. Stevens did ask to come in a little while ago, and I haven't been ignoring you. It's just I was following a line of questioning. You wanted to come back in with a thought.
That's okay. So it was actually going back to a point on views out of the conservation area. And I think it's just a correction, but one probably you'll recognise on site. But the plate 10 in Miss Stockton's evidence is from the footpath. I think there isn't a map that shows where the photo was taken, but I'm pretty sure it's a footpath that goes from, it's actually Brackley Road heading down towards Halse Road. But that isn't the location of the important view, so in the conservation area appraisal, because the location of the important view in the conservation area appraisal is up by the pineapples. And so that's the view so that you'll be taken to one site, which is a different view. So plate 10, thank you.
Mr. Ward.
Sorry, sir, I just wanted to remind you that until 1967, Park Spinney was owned with Greatworth Manor. So although the building on the site may have changed, the ownership was there, and it was only sold but when the estate, the Marston St. Lawrence estate, sold off the house but kept the land.
I think, Mr. Sturton, I've seen a much greater extent of land that was associated with the house, of which clearly that was part. Any implications for you about historic connections? We are slipping now in almost fully into Greatworth Manor, but that's fine. I'll come back to you on the cultural associations in a moment too.
Yes, sir, as shown on plate 4, page 13 of my proof, that area was documented as being under the same ownership in 1845. Yes, it was part of the land holding. I believe that's now changed. Land holdings are a fluid thing.
So if I was going to summarize very quickly for you, it may well have been part of its historic land holding. It may well have had an element of formal structure to it, albeit informal deer park. But those land holdings have changed. The character of that area has changed, and therefore it's not a contributor to the significance of Greatworth Manor now.
Yes, sir, that's fair enough. The only thing that I would add to that is deer parks are, where they're still legible in the landscape, they're normally through the presence of traceable park pales.
Yeah.
Devices is the best example, and sometimes field boundaries in the landscape that allow them to be traced. I can't see any such legibility as that in this landscape. It's not coming through in terms of physical characteristics in the landscape where it can do, and where I have seen it elsewhere, it's indicated by field names and place names.
Okay, let me just put another point to you that I've read coming through strongly from the evidence of local people, is that the value of Greatworth Manor, it's grade 2 listed, but should also carry with it an acknowledgement of its cultural history as much as its architectural history. And I think you gave me its key contributors as being its architectural value, but not necessarily its cultural value. And I'm just wondering if you feel that has any relevance. We've obviously had some evidence of antecedents of George Washington and a route that came through that, and links between prime ministers, etc., etc. And I didn't really pick it up from your proof that cultural element had come in strongly for you as a contributor to the significance, but I'll give you a chance to give me your position.
So yes, it can be a strand that contributes to heritage significance through historic associative value in terms of those building blocks of significance. It's something that does get raised. However, it is an element of significance which is not normally susceptible to changes in setting, unless it's through specific associations of areas or features in the landscape. So, for example, I've dealt with cases where famous authors have stayed in particular places and they've mentioned in their diaries elements of the landscape or particular views that have been part of their experience of the asset, and then go through to have historic associative value for the asset itself. So yes, absolutely, it can be something that contributes to heritage significance. In this instance, I don't think that it's an issue which is susceptible to changes in setting.
Okay, I think I picked up on the concerns that were in the written submissions and the commentary that I've had from Mrs. Daniels and others. But is there any other points I want to make on the conservation area and Greatworth Manor? You've heard obviously the appellant's position about that relationship between the land and the house and the land and the conservation area. You've heard the council's view that that important view is part of its setting and it still has a contributory factor, albeit they're finding that of being at the lowest end of less than substantial. Sorry, when we talk about less than substantial harm, gosh, it's become a buzzword since the framework came out, hasn't it? But the National Planning Policy Framework differentiates between substantial and less than substantial harm. I would always say less than substantial harm doesn't mean it is necessary very limited harm. It can still be of great importance and weight in its own right. But we've heard of those sides. Is there anything else that you wanted to raise from Clag's point of view or from Mrs. Daniels' point of view? Thank you very much indeed. What did I put down? I had field boundaries and ridge and forest. Oh, just quickly on non-designated heritage assets. Mr. Ward, you referred me to quite a lot of other buildings around the fringes of the conservation area about which you had concerns. I don't know if we just need to just quickly flag those up to make sure that the appellants have had a chance to respond.
Building the yard, Park Street, which was not researched in. Sorry, I do apologize. God, I've been doing it to everyone else all day. I mentioned the building and yard, which I meant shown in the Greatworth Manor sale particulars of 1967.
But of which I think there's limited or no evidence of on the ground. Is that fair?
There was when we first came here.
Right.
It's gone. But we don't know whether there's anything underneath it.
Right. Okay.
And it's going to be, as I understand it, where the substation would be built.
I don't know if you can pick that up, Ms. Stoughton. You'll have seen the reference in Mr. Ward's evidence to it.
I have, yes, sir. To be frank, the below ground remains of a building that was shown on ordnance survey mapping is not something which would be a target for an evaluation trench, because it's not something that we would consider to be potentially a heritage asset.
Yeah.
So whilst the great number of such buildings, they tend to have very ephemeral foundations, and it's not the kind of thing that an archaeological advisor to an LPA would require recording, because essentially the chance of it giving information that elucidates something about the past is quite unlikely.
The point being, I think it isn't our role and the royal hour to necessarily replace heritage assets through the process of development, but preserve where relevant. And there's little evidence of remaining on the ground of this. It's a line on a map, isn't it? In its I don't think there's even, I've looked, but I didn't find any reference from estate records to its use or purpose, for example, come through.
No, sir. There's nothing to suggest that it's a significant building.
Not that it was a folly or a design view element or anything like that. No, it's more like a functional barn.
Absolutely, in which case you're very unlikely to gain any evidence from conducting an archaeological excavation in that area, other than the information that is already illustrated on the Ordnance Survey map.
Are we saying that shouldn't be explored as a condition before work starts?
There was a request from for an archaeological condition, and I'm sure that still remains. I haven't seen it yet, so I'm guessing. I assume there's probably a desk study element followed by an investigation element within that.
Yes, sir. There's been archaeological desk-based assessment, geophysical survey, and trial trenching evaluation, which has characterised the remains. That wasn't a target for an evaluation trench, because it's not the kind of thing that we target. Essentially, we wouldn't consider it to be a heritage asset.
But it was outside the red line. I think that's why it wasn't targeted.
Well, if it's outside of the red line, then it won't be impacted upon by the proposed development.
I'm not sure it any longer is. I mean,
I think the condition would pick that up, in that the council would be able to review whether sufficient desk-based surveys have been done to inform the archaeological investigation that would then follow.
Thank you.
Okay, it leaves us with ridge and furrow and possible field boundary, but I just need to understand how that needs to be sort of categorized so I can put the question to the appellant. The field boundary issue.
Well, yeah, my query was that it was attaching weight to landscape evaluation that a field boundary from the 1800s was being reinstated. So,
oh, so the same question as Mr. Evans you put to Mr. Evans effectively,
yeah,
and I bounced it on.
Be bounced to here. So
yeah,
but I'm not sure whether that's your.
That's okay. All right. Well, we'll explore that one. We'll do that while you think about ridge and furrow across the CLAG team and how you want to pick that one up. But the point was, you were here, I think, to hear it, Ms. Stoughton, that replacing hedgerows close to or at historic boundaries carry with them added weight beyond what the landscape value of the hedgerow is in terms of reinstating historic forms. I don't know how you want to pick that up, whether it's something that's contributed to your thinking, whether you've suggested it's a positive, whether you dictated that the hedgerow should go there. Gosh, I've given you lots of questions.
Happy to deal with that. So the line on which the hedgerow is proposed isn't the exact line where a hedgerow was shown on a boundary. I haven't picked it up as a discrete heritage benefit. I think without deferring back to somebody who isn't here, I would say it is more of a landscape issue. However, what I would say is, in terms of historic landscapes, yes, putting it on exactly the same line would reinstate it, but reflecting it on a similar line is better than no hedgerow at all.
Can I contra that? So I would contra that by saying, why is 1845? Why not pick 1700, 1500?
It's not a case of picking a particular year and any one year being more important than another. It's that when you look to reintroduce green infrastructure into an area, you try and do it in the most sensitive way and the way that best reflects historic boundaries. So looking at the historic maps, looking at the tithe maps, and looking at the Ordnance Survey maps, it follows parallel to a boundary that was present. The earlier mapping shows one slightly to the west, but earlier mapping than that, it would be very difficult to organise in order to follow. You have to work with what's logical and take a common sense approach.
Okay, I mean, I suppose my thought pattern around it was you've cherry picked it basically, so it suits your arrangement, and you'll give it the label, it's reinstating this hedge. You have not reinstated all of the hedges, because there's a hedge in field F10, which is the oak tree, the field with all the oak trees in. That was a 18th century, 1830, whatever map you're looking at, field boundary. So you've chosen not to reinstate that one, obviously because it doesn't fit in with the scheme. I understand that, but we're talking about attaching benefit, and I don't think there is a particular benefit in putting that boundary in other than the scheme.
But it has to be a pragmatic approach. It's not reinstatement for the pure sake of reinstatement, but you can have benefits where multiple issues align. So you can take benefits. So rather than, it's often the case where I'm presented with plans where I say, wow, if you just change that to a slightly different alignment, that would be much better. Why not do that instead of that? It's rarely that, especially for a solar farm, the interior of a solar farm would offer opportunities for reinstatement of hedgerows.
I suppose the point is, how much weight could it legitimately be given if its actual purpose was to then define and then screen solar panels, and only by happen chance it is nearby to a historic field boundary that was on a particular map at a particular time? Is that the little summary?
Yeah, and I suppose I would add to that. If you look at the field now, it actually looks a lot nicer without that field boundary. But that's my opinion.
Well, yeah,
as you will see when you visit
modern
site.
taste being applied to historic field patterns is an interesting debate.
As I said, there is a hierarchy to it. Yes, ideally, it would be exactly on the alignment that it was historically, but one that reflects a historic system overall is better than no hedgerow at all.
Sir, could I briefly add to that?
Oh, Mr. Ferber, of course you can.
Yeah, I think there were sort of 3 areas of main hedgerow planting. So we've been discussing the boundary to F12.
Yeah.
But in addition to that, there's a new hedgerow length alongside the public footpath in parcel between parcels F3 and F4. And obviously the new hedgerow boundary along the northern edge of F2.
Yeah.
And my point really was that those 2 locations don't follow a historic field boundary.
Yeah.
That they're there for the convenience of the solar farm. So that was my main point.
Yes, and that's a landscape point in that it being an incongruous element of hedgerow, whereas this is a kind of a more congruent one.
Yes, precisely.
That's historically there, but not necessarily of value because of that, but perhaps less harmful than the incongruous
exactly
ones.
Yeah.
Mrs. Gibble, was there more? Ridge and furrow. What I'm going to do is, because we've discussed the ridge and furrow off and on through quite a lot of the evidence, and I know Ms. Snowden has been listening eagerly, I'm just going to let her pick up the points of the ridge and furrow, because I know what her conclusions are, but just the thinking that got to that point. And then if there's a point that you want to pick up on afterwards, we can do that.
Thank you, sir. As I've set out in my proof, the ridge and furrow within the parish, which is the unit at which ridge and furrow should be considered, as a whole, is a non-designated heritage asset of low significance. Ridge and furrow is a very particular thing. It's been looked at in great detail in the study Turning the Plough, and that needs to be put in the framework of how you consider assets as a whole, how they've been considered for designation previously. So some areas of ridge and furrow have been scheduled as ancient monuments. And those have been where ridge and furrow there's one area in the country of ridge and furrow that is just ridge and furrow earthworks, but they coincide with lynchets, so they're enhanced in that respect. The other areas of scheduled ridge and furrow are all in conjunction with features such as motte earthworks and fish ponds, early mining activity, things like that. So obviously we know that the ridge and furrow earthworks within the parish haven't been scheduled. And in order to understand their significance within the framework of non-designated heritage assets, Turning the Plough is the document that I turn to. Now, Turning the Plough is a study of open fields in the Midlands, in the East Midlands specifically. And this worked through a fiendishly complicated methodology, which took into account a number of factors and then put them through a mathematical process, which involved scoring them and indeed squaring them. So higher scores are disproportionately represented in terms of boosting figures. And then very importantly, it was subject to a process of professional opinion and review. And this identified 40 or 43 townships in 43 parishes, which called priority townships, which are the most significant areas of ridge and furrow in the East Midlands. Now, they're listed, and I put the emphasis on the process and the professional adjustment that came through the group of people who produced this study meeting and giving their professional opinion and altering the scores accordingly, because it is a very difficult process to replicate. And the way I use ridge and furrow, and I've used it in a number of instances, is you have to accept it as identifying the most important priority townships when it was completed. And that is its use. It is very difficult to pick apart. I have used the methodology once for a very small area of Worcestershire, which was immediately adjacent, literally on the boundary, but hadn't been part of the survey, and work through the methodology in order to try and give a methodology for the significance of the ridge and furrow. It was very difficult, and it lacked that element of professional adjustment. I give you the background to it because I do accept it as a study which has identified these most important townships. We are in the study area for it, but the areas of ridge and furrow which are within the parish weren't identified as one of the priority townships. Now, Ms. Kibble has looked at Turning the Plough. It is very, complete respect to her. It is a difficult document to get to grips with. But what is very difficult to do is to take any element of it and look at a discrete area of ridge and furrow in relation to it. Because of the way, I think you mentioned amenity value. Now, the scoring of ridge and furrow given in the methodology, they actually dropped the amenity score before they tabulated it to get to the list of priority townships. So some of the elements that they mention in their study weren't actually carried through to the assessment of significance. So it's very hard to take individual elements and say, well, it's next to a footpath, so that makes it important. Sorry to paraphrase. I no disrespect at all. So basically, using Turning the Plough, it's a very good indicator of differentiating in the non-designated heritage asset spectrum of which is the more important ridge and furrow and which is less important. We're looking at an area which is less important in terms of the regional study of ridge and furrow. Now, the other thing that comes out of Turning the Plough is that it has to be looked at on the parish or township scale, because that was the area at which the open field system earthworks worked. So when you look at impacts, you look at it on the township as a whole. As Ms. Kibble said, she's looked at, there are other areas of ridge and furrow, and that's why my impact assessment may seem quite low when I say that we will be having a minor impact, because whilst we're removing an appreciable part of that block of ridge and furrow, you have to look at the system of earthworks as a whole. So we're having a minor impact on that. Sorry, that was an awful lot about ridge and furrow in one go.
Can I just respond? Yeah. I fully appreciate everything that you've said. I have also read that it's very difficult to, protect any field, even the absolute best ones right next to settlements. They'll get turned into, I don't know, horse paddocks or equestrian centres. And, I think I suppose my point raising this is, in our local vicinity, that is the best one that and when you do your site visit, you will walk through other little patches of it. And hopefully when you come to our site, this F Dawson's, you will appreciate it and recognise what I'm trying to say. But I fully accept the level of significance. That's up to the professionals. I have tried to get, because it is part of a historic environment record, so I have tried to get somebody from West Northampton, it's actually North Northants, but I haven't been able to get anyone else to sort of come out and provide any other sort of assessment. What else did I want to say? I mean, I suppose can I just say here, though, that in terms of the harm, you've identified in your table, truncation, and then loss through ground preparation, piling, excavation of cable trenches, and groundworks for access and landscaping. The nature of that is permanent. It's gone effectively, isn't it? So that's.
Thank you, Ms. Kibble. Mrs. Ward, you wanted to come in?
Could I just add, and please correct me if I'm wrong, we have two little ridge and furrow fields. One is contiguous to the picnic area. They're wildflower meadows. And a few years ago, we thought we might plant some more trees on them in order to protect them a little bit more from Halse Road. So we got an expert to come along and advise us what best to do. And he took one step inside the gate and said, you can't plant trees here, it's ridge and furrow. I don't know if that still applies. If it does still apply, how is it possible that you can ram solar panels onto ridge and furrow if you can't plant trees on ridge and furrow?
You have a go, and if I need to qualify with another point, I will.
I don't know which advice, who advised you on that. It's not a case that assets of this level of significance preclude development. I don't know in what capacity you were given that advice. If it were a planning application, then it has to be a balance of harm and benefits, because under the MPPF, you have to take into account harm to a non-designated heritage asset, such as this, taking into account the importance of the asset and the scale of the harm. I don't know the context in which you were given that advice. Just to responding incredibly briefly to the point about it being very was the best or the most well preserved ridge and furrow in the area. The Celions, the furlongs, have been truncated by the railway.
Yes.
So, and the western half has been lost due to the railway, and then the field beyond it has been ploughed as arable. So it is an area of ridge and furrow that has been truncated in terms of the length of the Celions previously. And if the development as proposed goes ahead, it will be again, there will still be ridge and furrow in that block. remaining, of course. But yes, I do accept it is a non-designated heritage asset and the harm will be permanent, yes.
And I think the point, Mrs. Ward, is that the appellant isn't saying there's no harm. But part of the planning process is balancing benefits against harm. Mr. Ward.
Can I ask Ms. Stoughton, how many of these 41 sites are in South Northamptonshire?
Or 43.
Sorry,
I can tell you how many are in Northamptonshire, if you bear with me.
in South Northamptonshire. Yeah.
Unfortunately, Turning the Plough lists them by county, but not by district. So if it would be helpful to you, I can tell you how many in Northamptonshire.
Well, let's start with that, if we may.
Okay.
Is it helpful to me though, Mr. Ward?
Well,
Yes, sir.
I've just asked.
Because I'm quite happy for you to ask Ms. Stoughton outside the inquiry.
All right, so I hope it is.
Right.
I'm told by Ms. Kibble that it's 2 in South Northamptonshire, which means to me that there are not very many of these top rate ones in South Northamptonshire, so far as we're concerned. In our part of the wood, neck of the woods, this is an important example of ridge and furrow. And we don't see why it is necessary to put a new fence across the middle of it, to drive an access track across it, to flatten part of it, to make battery stations, and even to plough it up to put a solar mix under it. All that is harmful, and we can't see any possible reason for it. And the fact that there may be hordes of better sites in Derbyshire and Leicestershire and Nottinghamshire doesn't, to our minds, mean that this one has to be unnecessarily harmed.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure we can get a definitive answer for this area unless it's simpler to do from mapping.
No, sir, I can tell you that there are 8 priority townships listed in Northamptonshire. It's often the way with heritage assets that you have relatively few of the highest levels, much with say listed buildings.
Yeah.
And then a fall off where you have a greater number of lower significance.
Okay. I think I'm going to wrap up on this and just say 2 things. There is a statutory duty upon any decision maker to look at heritage assets and the implications of a development. Not necessarily non-designated heritage assets, but absolutely for those that are listed. Conservation area falls into that. The Greatworth Manor falls into that. And I will look carefully at how I view the effects of the development on both of those assets and look at the public benefits and the balance. And I know I've got the position from the council in terms of less than substantial, the position for the appellants of no harm, and I'll look to see where my own assessment falls within that. But thank you very much for your contributions to those thoughts. I think we can wrap up the roundtable there unless someone's got a burning point that they wanted to make on either issue.
If I may just have a minute, sir, because I want to make sure that everything is dealt with while Mrs. Stoughton is here to cover it.
Yes.
And Mr. Ward, in his statement, which I'm sure he'll be talking a little bit more to in due course, did raise an issue about the heritage value associated with the green infrastructure corridor along the railway line.
You're right. I've even got that as a note on my agenda. I was hoping that we would get Mr. Ward in this afternoon. And I think we can have a little chat about being flexible to do that, rather than have him go into tomorrow when perhaps Mr. Stoughton isn't around.
Yes. I mean, so just for my purposes, and I've discussed the approach with my learned friends, I'm not proposing to ask Mr. Ward any questions. He can give his evidence. I think most of what I would be asking him will be duplicated either with the council's witness or with Mr. Burrell, who has to respond to all the comments that have come up anyway. I hope that's acceptable to you. I think it will help save some time.
Right, sorry, that left you wondering, am I meant to be making an answer here or not? Right, Mr. Ward, I'm going to put you on the spot a little. When I did read through your evidence, I picked up, as Ms. Osmond-Smith had, that you felt that there was a heritage value to the disused railway running through the site that would be compromised. Now, I'm not talking about it as a green infrastructure corridor, not talking about it as a recreational asset. We're talking about it here as a heritage asset, albeit non-designated. Is that a point that you want to develop? Because while we've got Ms. Stoughton, it might be easier to do it in the round table element than ask you to go through it when you make your statement to me a little later.
Only to the extent that there are these culverts and there's the underparts, which are part of railway infrastructure, relics of the 1850s. And certainly the culverts are in danger of falling in. We'll come to a point later about the danger they represent to the users of the proposed permissive path.
I think that would be Mr. Burrell.
But if there is an obligation to repair them, then I would be, I'm sure we would be happy.
Mr. Stoughton, is there anything you want to pick up in terms of the heritage value of structures associated with the former railway that ran through there?
Just very briefly, sir, clearly it does have some heritage value. It's reasonably robust as an asset, and from my point of view, perfectly able to accommodate footfall. With regards to the culverts, as set out in section 6 of my rebuttal proof, JBM have confirmed the expectation that there will be a full inspection of the disused railway culverts prior to opening up the disused railway to public use as a permissive path, and have said that if this requires making good sections of the culverts, then they will do so sensitively in keeping with the heritage significance of the culverts. And that could be a matter which could be secured through conditions. So I would just highlight that section, but I don't have anything further to say on that.
So I guess the point is that something that has been captured within the conditions that are being developed between the parties?
Yes, by those behind me,
Okay.
since it's been flagged up to them. So yes, there will be a condition.
All right. So, Mr. Ward, not discounted, Ms. Stoughton herself views that there is a value to that railway link, but one that is sufficiently robust, as are many hundreds of them across the country, to be turned into a footpath for use from which actually people can appreciate them. However, particular structures within them may need work, and there's some work being done on a condition to make sure that those are stabilised. I imagine almost from a health and safety point of view, as much as from a heritage point of view, would be my guess. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Now, let's have just a very quick chat about programme. We do still have Mr. Ward to complete the CLAG evidence. Ms. Curtis, any kind of gut feel when we're saying that there's unlikely to be any questions associated with it, unless there's an obvious factual point that we have to pick up on? Any questions associated? How long is your feel?
I would hope not more than 20 minutes.
Perfect. No, I'm not going to look at you as if you're not looking as if you're going to start questioning Mr. Ward. But I was just looking to say quite clearly we're not going to go beyond that today.
Yeah, understand that.
However, I'm going to be flexible today as we're not going to be kicked out. I suggest we get it done. And then after we've heard from Mr. Ward, we will have a chat about the rest of the programme.
Yeah.
All right. So let's do a bit of seat rearranging. There's not much needs to be done. But Mr. Ward, I'm going to come to you for the final part of your submission of evidence to the inquiry. Would you like a 5-minute break before we do so?
Yeah, I was going to say, can I have a 5-minute break?
That will take us to 5:02. But that's fine. We'll complete whatever we need to complete today, now that we're not being kicked out onto the streets by the committee members.
Yes, that was fortuitous.
Yes. We're approaching our time, Mr. Ward. Okay, welcome back. Final session. Ms. Curtis. Oh, right. Too early. Ms. Curtis, formal presentation from Mr. Ward's final elements of his case.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. So you've identified a number of benefits which are claimed by the appellant for the scheme, and in your proof you've run through them in quite a bit of detail and explained why you believe that little weight, if any, should be attached to those benefits. And I'm just going to go through them so that you have an opportunity to say anything that you would like to say to the inspector. So you first deal with green energy, and you say that that is a matter that should be given limited weight. Just first, do you have any expertise on this subject of green energy generation or solar farm development?
Absolutely not.
So your evidence arises from careful scrutiny as a non-expert rather than professing to give any expert evidence on the subject.
Could you say that again? Sorry.
So your evidence arises from your own scrutiny as a non-expert rather than professing to give any expert evidence.
Yeah, just doing an audit of everything that's been submitted.
So could you just summarize what your concerns are, and also the appellant at the appendix 2 of the planning proof, Mr. Burrell has included a formula to calculate the energy benefits. Could you explain your concerns and whether those concerns have been addressed? And it may be, I think, that some of that was addressed by Mrs. Dobson on Monday.
Yes, Mrs. Dobson spoke entirely in her own personal capacity and not on behalf of CLAG. We, as CLAG, have to be quite clear that we are not experts in this matter, and we can't possibly, as a group, do that. She, I thought, did a very good job in her own capacity, but that's not on our behalf. What we're doing is challenging the way this information is presented. It goes back to what I was saying earlier about the fitness for purpose of information. This is a hugely important. It is the principal reason why you have a solar farm is to produce energy. And therefore the quantification of the energy you produce must be a hugely important part of any application. In this case, it was dealt with by a small footnote in the planning statement, and we challenged that, and we challenged the fact that it had been produced that way, and in the rebuttal from Mr. Burrell, we've had a different calculation from the one that was in the original application, and it's a different formula, comes up with different results. And our feeling is that something as important as this should be the subject of independent verification. We spend a huge amount of time in this paperwork writing up in detail how we're going to do bat boxes and otter holts and all those things, all very laudable things. But I don't understand why something as important as the energy benefits of a scheme should be relegated to a footnote. And on passant, I would say this wasn't the first one that this has happened to. There was a footnote in the Cotmore application, and I think they used a different formula there. So to my mind, the information that I can't challenge it, I'm not qualified to challenge it, but I'm saying that I'm challenging its fitness for purpose without independent verification. And I don't see how something as important as this appeal can be decided without independent verification of the key benefit of the scheme.
And so as a result of that, do you still maintain that little weight should be attached to the energy generation figures?
I personally, and I emphasize that I know nothing about the detail of these sort of things, cannot see how something as important as this can be attached any weight without independent verification.
And you've also, in your proof at paragraphs 55 onwards, explained issues that you have with the proposed community area on the appeal site and its attractiveness. And you heard Veronica Ward express her concerns regarding the proposed community area. And I take it you agree with those concerns?
Yes, there's been quite a lot of discussion about this in the last few days. The one thing I haven't heard an answer to is if this is to be a community area, there are going to be people coming to it. I see nothing in any of the plans for it, either for lavatory facilities, toilet facilities, nor for dealing with litter. I'm also extremely worried about the transport aspects of this, because it is something that is going to be, whatever is said for the appellant, I believe most people who access this, who want to use it, particularly young people, will have to come by car. We already see people coming by car to use AN11. And if it becomes popular, there will be more. And the moment there is no provision for parking, so they will have to park on the road. And I'm not sure there is a space there. The issue of the builder's yard has been dealt with. I understand it is now proposed to, as a condition, to clear it. And the other area of waste or whatever it is, I personally think we think there should be some form of contamination assessment to make sure that everything that should be got away has been got away before it becomes a public facility.
And in terms of the permissive path, we've already discussed the path in the context of heritage and ecology, but you also had some concerns regarding the safety of the route. Could you just outline those?
Yeah, and we've touched on it already, sir. The culvert, and I do hope you'll get to see it, because it is quite a maneuver to get to it, because they're below the railway and the area around them is overgrown, so it's quite difficult to penetrate. But I urge you to have a look, because you will see some really splendid examples of early Victorian railway building. But it's all falling to pieces, and there's, in my view, our view, a huge danger that as this becomes a permissive path, people will, children particularly, there'll be huge health and safety risks. You touched upon it yourself, sir. And obviously it's got to be looked at. I think we've now got an undertaking that if it does require repairing, it will be repaired. It will also require some form of fencing off. I don't know how it's going to be done, but something to stop young kids falling down into either by the underpass or by the culvert.
But you're satisfied then that those matters can be dealt with by that condition?
I think if it's an enforceable condition, and it does, I mean, I personally don't think there's any question, but it's going to need to be done before any work is done and public access is open to it.
And then just finally, you referred to economic benefits and the investment figures and business rates and contribution to the local economy. Have any of your concerns been addressed by?
Well, I don't think the point about business rates and how it's calculated has been answered. I think it says in the rebuttal that a smaller amount has been attached, has had a degree of weight attached to it in a previous application. But like so many things in this application, to my mind, the information given, the explanations given as to how things are arrived at are not adequate. Which is why I believe that actually the application isn't fit for purpose.
And just to conclude, so at paragraph 139 of your proof, you say that significant weight should be attached to the harms and limited weight attached to the benefits of the scheme. And does that remain your view for the reasons you've explained?
Indeed.
Thank you, Mr. Ward.
Thank you.
Ms. Curtis, thank you very much. Indeed, Ms. Osmond-Smith, there was Mrs. Dobson, there was Mr. Skittrell, and there is Mr. Ward's concerns about the CO2 calculation, but I'm assuming that Mr. Burrow is going to give me an explanation of where you're at, as opposed to us going through what Mr. Ward accepts is not his skill set. So are we still where we were at?
Correct. It's not my skill set either. So yes, Mr. Burrell will talk to us about that tomorrow.
All right.
I hope tomorrow.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, no further questions from me. Mr. Ward, thank you very much for your contribution.
Thank you, sir, for being so patient with me.
You may stand down. Thank you. Okay, quick chat about programme, I think necessary at this point. I'm very conscious of the implications of Monday and going beyond Monday. I'm going to attempt to be as flexible as I can. We still have Mr. Stevens.
Mr. Stevens in chief will take 20 or 25 minutes.
Right. Okay. Cross-exam, I had an hour and a half.
An hour.
Probably still hour. Mr. Burrell is an hour, probably possibly longer with, he's picking up quite a lot of stuff.
He is picking up a lot of stuff.
Hour and a half.
Quite possibly. We'll make it snappy, sir. I'm not going to spend lots of time going over things that he's already written about.
Appreciate that. Cross-exam with Mr. Burrell.
45.
Okay. I think it's possible that if we did a 9:30 tomorrow.
We've got, Ms. Curtis would be entitled to cross-examine. Mr.
You're
Burrow.
absolutely right. Ms. Curtis, I apologise. I shouldn't have set you aside there, because you've got actually some issues that Mr. Burrow will be dealing with that really weren't with the council at all. So yes, sorry, timings for you.
I would hope not more than half an hour.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. If we said 3 plus 2. Okay. If we kicked off at 9:30, I think there's 4.5 hours worth tomorrow if we were going to complete the planning evidence tomorrow, which breaks the union rules a little bit. But I think if we didn't do it, I would be surprised if my site visit is going to be much quicker than 3 hours.
Yes, and I was about to say, you've got recent form
Of
to
doing
fall
long
back on
walks.
for doing long walks. So you'll know how long it takes you, but I would have been surprised if it was going to take you less than 3 hours.
Yeah. Which means I think we're going to need all of that Monday. By the time people get places, get back, get reset up.
And were you going to do it
addressed.
site visit first and then come here for
The request
conditions
from
in
both
place?
of you was for the site visit first to give you a bit of sort of wriggle room in
Yes.
the morning. The logical thing is to say that we organise the site visit. We can finalise this tomorrow, but organise the site visit for a relatively early start on the Monday, as I've already compromised my Sunday. But an aim for 2 o'clock for conditions and closings.
Yeah.
Something like that.
That would be extraordinarily helpful and, if I may say so, generous. So thank you.
Yeah, so I think we can complete planning tomorrow and we'll just go for it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I think it would have been a horrible Monday.
Yeah.
Or an even worse Monday than it was looking at, like being. Good. If you're both happy with that and Ms. Curtis happy with that, we'll work on that principle. We'll get Mr. Stevens on the stand tomorrow morning at 9:30. And we'll go until we've completed the planning evidence tomorrow.
Yes.
Very good. If someone had a condition, well, I suppose I got till Monday for the conditions, haven't I? I could use up the
Yes.
rest of my weekend.
I don't know, is there a hard copy knocking about?
They've gone to pins
yeah.
electronically.
It's 5, that
Well-
might not be any good.
Yeah, Holly wouldn't be happy, no.
Hard- we'll have them for the morning, sir, if that's
That's
okay.
fine. There's a lot of printing going on back there every time I walk through to
Yeah.
my retiring room, so it must be possible to press a button
Yes.
that makes it go there.
Yeah,
It would be nice to have a physical feel for them. Sometimes it's helpful. I keep guessing what's going to be in the conditions. Have you noticed? In terms of sort of giving some feedback to the interested
and
parties.
I'm
here,
sure
so
there
it's
will be
helpful.
something more that we've missed off.
Yeah.
We've done our best to capture everything. But there's inevitably going to be some tweaking. So would you like your route map?
For the site visit?
Yes,
If we have one,
we do.
it's exciting. Thank you very much. The green dotted line, just so I know,
So yes,
that's the
that
permissive route. I was rather wondering whether I could have access to the permissive route,
yes,
which would require an accompanied.
yes.
element.
Well, I mean, I think the thing is with that route, sir, it's dip in and dip out as you wish. It's not all passable at the moment because of the understory growth. Parts of it are accessible. It may be that it's easier to do it unaccompanied. Certainly you have the permission from the landowner to do that. The parts of it that you wish to, I don't expect you will traverse the whole thing, but you can go in from either end. And then we've marked on what we think you can do unaccompanied, which is frankly most of it. And the purple line for a suggested walking route within the special landscape
Yes,
area, but again said dip in and dip out as you wish.
Okay. The accompanied element at Greatworth, does that include Greatworth Manor? It does,
Yes.
okay. And the accompanied element that goes up to Mrs. Grafferty Smith's property as well is there. Very good. Excellent. There's going to be some logistics about transferring between, for example, 15 and Greatworth and how we make that happen. But I'm fairly happy with that. I should be just someone who knows the area well. Give me an idea of how long that circuit, the yellow circuit is. Yellow circuit, which is AN11 and then across the bridleway and then back up past Mr. Foot's land. Mrs. Ward, you ride it regularly, but can you tell me how long it'll take me on foot?
It obviously depends how fast you walk. It's quite a long way.
It's a Monday.
It's quite a long way. It's quite difficult to assess.
2 hours.
An hour and a half, 2 hours.
Okay. Okay, that's helpful. I'll have to think about how the logistics will work for that. We can have a proper chat tomorrow before we all head off for the weekend and then meet again on Monday with some arrangements for how that site visit will work. So thank you for that. I'll have a think. Very good. Ladies and gents, thank you. I held you a long time before lunch and I've held you a long time before the end of today, but we have got to somewhere which I think will allow us to complete within the timings that we have for this inquiry. So thank you for your patience on that. I look forward to seeing you at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.